Darling, radio, like and subscribe. Darling, radio, like and subscribe.
DFS. What's up, DFS?
What's up, Tariq? Long time listener. I recently became aware of, the FBA and the movement due to that Fat Joe incident.
Okay.
But I'm not here to talk about that.
Okay.
My question is, are we allowed to partake in the white women over here?
Now, where you at?
I mean, I live in Arizona. I'm from Jersey, but I just didn't know if the movement was for or against, you know, whites, Latinas, Asians,
Well,
all types of mixes, Arabs.
here's the
Like it's
here's the.
go
I
ahead.
want you to understand something. If being a foundational Black American is not a group, it's not a
Mm,
club, it's not an
mm.
organization. There's no rules to it. It's a lineage.
Okay.
Either born a foundational Black American, or you're not, or you
Word.
different background.
Word.
Right. So if you are somebody who like the white women and you have an FBA background, you're still a foundational Black American.
Okay.
If you
I'm not like a tier down or nothing, or like a junior
know
member.
you are a Sambo, that we do have Sambos. We are like Jesse Lee Peterson is a Sambo, but
Okay.
he's the foundational Black American. He is. That's
Okay.
his lineage. So you out there with the white women, how the white women treat you, sir?
I mean, they cool. I mean, I date all races. I just know that some people are like against the snow bunnies totally. I don't have a preference. I just like a fat ass and a heart of gold. As long as you got that, I'll give you a chance. But it's good hearing you speak. I love everything y'all talking about in here. It's a
Hey,
great space.
by the way, where's your family from?
South Carolina. So we are descendants of slaves. I mean, I have pictures of my great grandma, who was a slave. So three from South Carolina, three grandparents from South Carolina, one from Virginia, and then they all moved up to Jersey in like the '60s, '50s.
Oh, okay. So were any of them chasing white women back in the 60s? Any of
No, no. My mom and her side of the family is very, very fair. So there was somebody, it might have been Massa, in the bloodline.
Mhm.
And here now, it's just, I think when you move up the corporate ladder, you go to a white college, you're just around a lot of white women. But I'm around like Latinas too on the West Coast. I lived in California, a lot of Latinas there,
So
Arizona,
are you,
and black women too.
so do you have a little underground railroad of big booty Latinas you hiding in your house so they don't get deported?
No, but some of their families is getting deported. That's for sure. That is for sure happening.
Because you sound like you about to put the cape on and get your Frederick Douglass on. You about to be the
The liberator,
yeah, to liberate Latinas.
liberator for Latinos. Hey, if they need me, they can stay over here. That's for
Lord,
sure.
Lord.
Make me some tacos and some burritos and shit.
All right, brother. Thank you. So you
Take care.
better stop that. Y'all stop. Y'all Negroes, some of y'all Sambos, y'all stop acting like the Underground Railroad conductor for Latina Cooch. Y'all out here bucking your eyes, trying to harbor Latinas so they don't get deported. All right. Some of y'all running around here bucking them out. We had one of them chicks call in last night. Remember, she called in kind of being flirty with me. Hi, Tariq. Hi, Dominican. You follow me? Like, girl, if you don't get your ass on, I do not have sanctuary for you. Yeah, these women trying to get flirty. They trying to get some of y'all niggas to harbor them. They trying to get y'all to save them. I'm telling y'all, it's about to get heavy. They're like, they don't want to get sent back home. They're about to cozy up with some of the brothers. And some of y'all will be bucking y'all eyes. Yeah, I see some of y'all. Y'all show up to the museum smelling like Goya powder. I'm like, nigga, where you been? All right, where you been, player? Let's get Upper Downer. Upper Downer, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, Tariq, man? It's a pleasure speaking with you, man.
My brother, how are you, sir?
I'm all right. I've always wanted to ask you this, man, about your microphone check movie. Why You didn't, when you was promoting it, why didn't you go on the Breakfast Club? Or why they didn't invite you out there to promote that movie?
I mean, you got to ask them. That's a great question. You got to ask them why they didn't. I'm still cool with them. I'm still cool with all of them. But yeah, that's a very good question because I was in a lot of other mainstream places promoting the film. So, but it might have been some, little politics there because a lot of these mainstream hip hop platforms, they really didn't invite me on those spots. I was going on other mainstream television uh, platforms. So I was doing a lot of television, but the hip hop stuff, the hip hop radio stations, remember, many of these stations, the program directors and many of the DJs are Hispanic. So they've been gatekeeping a lot of the culture at these venues. We got to be very honest about that. All right, let's get what's your name?
Good morning, it's Umma United.
Umar United.
Umma United. Yeah, I have a question, Tariq. Um, because it seems to me that you're pro-Trump. Is that true?
I'm pro
I'm
pop.
pro-pop.
I'm pro pol.
I'm pro-pol.
I don't know why
I don't know why there's. I
that
don't hear you. You're cutting off. Like
get
I
that.
just hear you running.
Let me bring it.
Let me bring it.
Yeah, I don't know. That echo is horrible. So yeah, come back up. Come back up, and hopefully we'll get a better connection. But that connection was very bad. All right, but he said he thinks I'm pro-Trump. Well, I'm pro-policy, and if you have a good policy, I'm going to be pro that policy. And so far, there's some good policies that I'm hearing coming from Trump. There's some good policies, like they got something now where they're going to ban that whole transgender surgery for kids. I'm with that. I'm 100% with that. I'm with that policy. I ain't with no shit where you get a kid and are doing surgery on a child's genitals. The hell? So I'm with that policy. They stopping that. Yeah, I'm not. That weird stuff where you're doing little sexual stuff to kids. I ain't with none of that shit. And the Democrats love pushing that type of weird stuff. Anything involving sexual stuff with kids, ain't with it at all. I ain't remotely with it. Ain't halfway with it. I ain't with none of it. Yeah, damn that. And I ain't quiet about it. And that's some shit that I'm not gonna sit here pussyfooting around about. That ain't cool. That's not phobic or nothing. Leave these damn kids alone. All right, let me get some more people in here. Let's get Noah. Let's get Noah in the building. And I wanted the Umar guy to call back in. Who wanted to finish answering his questions. Let's get Noah. Noah, you ready? Noah bounce. Okay, let's get Goka's tail. Let's get Goka's tail in here. All right, Gokas, hop on in. Goka's tail, hop on in, man. All right, while we're waiting on Gokas, let's get Shiloh.
Yeah, what's up, family?
Hey, Shiloh.
Yeah, ain't nothing, man. Hey, talking about them kids, man. Did you hear that about DJ Academics?
Man, okay.
With his old Chester self?
Explain exactly what happened with
Man, I just seen it on the feed, man. This dude, he didn't got his little thing snatched from the little publishing and I think McDonald's and his little things that he did with the little podcast and got snatched. I said, this dude is a weirdo, man. He's a weirdo, bro.
He said some weird stuff to a kid. What was
talking about? You want me? He said something like, "Yeah, you want me next to you? I can be inside you or some shit." I was like, "What the? This he's a weirdo, bro."
Said this to a little girl or a little boy?
A little boy.
That's what I thought. I'm like, okay, good Lord, man.
Yeah, he's weird, man.
Oh, Lord.
Anyway, I'm gone, bro. I'm gone.
Yeah, that thing. I've been hearing about it, but I've been like, oh, I want to know what happened, but I kind of don't want to know. Oh Lord, you know how you hear about some, but you're like, I really don't even want to go down that rabbit hole with the shit, you know. But I knew it had something to do with. They said he was grooming some kid on some streaming platform, and okay, Lord, these folks, man. Uh, let's get King Baba Yaga. King Baba Yaga. What's up, King? Unmute that microphone, King, and y'all raise your hand if you're ready, guys.
Hello,
What's up, King?
how you doing,
I'm
Tariq?
good, brother. How are you?
Good, good. So to add more to about the academic story, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was caught on stream talking to a 15-year-old sexually, being a sexual deviant, talking about, what he would do to them and all this old type of weird stuff. And we in the black streaming community, we standing on business. We putting foot to ass right
Mhm.
now for him. We standing on his neck because that's something that we don't need in our culture at all.
Right.
That type of stuff leads to shit like Diddy, shit like Russell Simmons, all these other type of weird situations that you hear about.
Hmm.
If we give that stuff a pass, then I don't know. I can't stand with that. So I just wanted to say that, man. Land my plane.
Appreciate it.
But yeah, he's a weirdo, man. Don't
Thank you. Yeah, I'm thankful for bringing clarity to it. And that's why, yeah, because yeah, I like to put a stop to a lot of the bullshit because remember, academics was running around talking about um how great the Caribbeans are and how Black Americans ain't shit. He was on that too. He was on that about how Black Americans don't work hard as them and all of that. So yeah, I was on his platform. See, I was on his show. I was on his podcast, face to face with him, debunking all that shit. See, that's my thing. I'll show up there and sit right there face to face with you and debunk all that shit. Yeah, I will pull up with it. Yeah, the energy is always different. Yeah. And just like with Vlad, and Vlad is a white man, so I expect him to do what white men do. Now, Vlad is always mentioning me in interviews he does with all these other people. He always brings me up. Hey, you heard about Tariq and FBA? Or you heard about he's about he's a Black American. That means if you're not, you're a tether. He's always misrepresenting it, but that's Vlad. He's a white man. He's I don't even get offended. But when I'm there, because I'm like, hey, if you got something to say, I will be there. I'll be looking you dead in your eye, and you can say all of that stuff. Say it to me right here. Now, when I'm there, people don't never say all this shit when I'm there. That's my thing. I will go on people's show. If people have a problem, people got something to say, I will show the hell up. And the energy is always different. And when people can ask me stuff directly and I can answer that, it's one way. And then when I leave, FBI, is it divisive? Yeah. So, that's what it is. But I ain't tripping on that. That's to be expected. All right. Excuse me. Let's get Nuki on the beat. Nuki on the beat. Let's get Nuki on the beat.
What up, though?
What's up, Nuki?
I want to say one thing, a couple things.
Go ahead.
So people keep asking like where the Native Americans from. Like they really Siberian or Mongolian. They really from them countries like Siberia or Mongolia type shit.
Red ones, yeah.
Yeah. And one more thing, I like your music though. I ain't gonna lie.
My man, I appreciate that. But
For sure.
we got to understand a lot of these there were different types of Native Americans here. You had some Native Americans who did come from the Bering Strait. They came relatively recently. You had people who came by sea. But to think that there were not Black people on this land, that's just ridiculous. If there are Black people black-skinned people with woolly hair and afros everywhere else, why wouldn't they be here? Because like I said, you go to all those Pacific islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, you got black-skinned people with big afros. You go down to places like Tahiti. I was in Tahiti one time, and Tahiti is like way down in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, black-skinned people walking around with afros. I went to Samoa. Yeah, black folks or black-skinned people running around with afros. Fiji, jet black people with afros. So you think people reach those places, but they didn't reach this land? Come on now. Because people want to deny. See, we got to really, really embrace that there were black Aboriginal people here, and we are a part of that mix. We've been here way too long. Cosmic L, no. I know you're trying to get on Cosmic L. People don't really want to hear from you. They kind of got annoyed by you because you don't be saying nothing. You just kind of say the same thing over and over. Cosmic L. So yeah, we got complaints with you. People were like, don't have her on. She's annoying because you don't be saying nothing. You say the same thing. Hey, you FBAs need to delineate. Don't come to Africa. You just say the same thing, and people are like, okay. And plus, I don't even believe you're in Africa. I believe you're over here somewhere. We believe you're in Kentucky. You're a Walmart greeter over in Kentucky somewhere. We don't even believe you're in Africa. I don't even believe it. All right. Let me get some more people in here. Let me get some more people in here, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all raise your hands. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen, because we do have a lot of folks in here. And we want to get some new faces in the place. Okay. All right, y'all, come on. Let me see who we got. I'm going to get some new faces in here. Let me get Brother Hakeem in the building. Let's get Hakeem. Brother Hakeem, hop on in.
Hey, what's good, family?
I'm good, Hakeem. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Just two things I put in the purple pill. A young brother, his name is Julian Brown. He makes plastic. He makes gas out of plastic, diesel and jet fuel. He hooked up with Moses West as well.
Oh,
So y'all check that out. Another thing, man. Hey, I normally want to advocate for this, but Chief Dusty Wolf, you got to animate him, man. He sounds just like Gangsta from Boondocks.
yeah.
And I wouldn't have said that, but I saw his he had on that Captain Hook suit.
Yeah.
You got to animate him, man. That'd be hilarious.
Man, thank you. People like Chief Dusty Wolf. He's a funny dude. He's so over the top. People actually like when he calls up. He's funny. He sounds like a Boondocks character in real life. He actually sounds like a Boondock character. But it's a real dude. Chief Dusty Wolf is hilarious. He don't even know it. All right, let me see. Let's see. Let me get my sister Kenny T, the lovely little chocolate Kenny T. Then we're gonna get Jay Stunner in the building. Jay Stunner. Let's get Kenny T in here.
Good evening, Tariq. Good evening, Black family. Um, Great space. Just really quickly, I wanted to say, um, with the administration and a lot of other people echoing our talking points, I really believe that they kind of like want to send an invitation indirectly because they are saying what we're saying and they're just waiting for us to, well, not waiting for us, but this is a good opportunity because they know a lot of some of the things that he's doing right now, we agree. And I know, or we support, and I know he's going to say, well, you know, it's kind of like a feather in his hat that we are supporting
Yeah.
him. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. The Democrats, boy, they don't know how to act because right now the Trump administration, a lot of them are echoing a lot of our talking points that we've been saying for a minute. So they're listening. They are listening. And like I said, If Trump puts together one lineage-based policy for foundational Black Americans, it is a wrap for the Democrats. They're so done. You understand? Because that will help solidify Trump's legacy. See, Trump has an opportunity now to have a legacy like Lyndon B. Johnson, you see? Whereas the Democrats, they've taken us for granted, and they thought that we weren't gonna, call their bluff. They thought that we were playing chicken and we were gonna fall off and just vote for them anyway. And we said, no, we're gonna make you fall off, and we sure enough did. Jay Stun in the building. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's up, Tariq? Can you
I
hear
can hear
me?
you. What's going on with you, brother?
Oh, no, I'm just chilling, bro. I just wanted to talk to you about three things about my family heritage, man, because it's really
Yeah.
interesting. So, my mom's side, they from Baton Rouge,
Mm-hmm.
Louisiana, and so my third great grandfather was a slave owner, and so he was supposed to marry a French woman from France, but he didn't want to marry her, so he married one of his dad's slaves, and that ended up being my great grandmother. And after they married, they had like I think 7, 8, 9 kids, and then he ended up selling her the plantation, and that plantation is called Hollywood Plantation. And the way how he got it was through a man named Admiral Byrd who fought in the Revolutionary War, who ended up being like my fifth, I think, great grandfather. So it's like really interesting.
Mm.
Then on my dad's side, he's from DMV from Virginia. His mom's from like Dumfries, Virginia. And so they was in a place called God damn, I can't think of the name real quick. Right now it's Prince William National Forest. They took it. It was a place for free
Okay.
slaves. It was for black free slaves. And then they took the land. My great grandfather, he had like 27 acres. It was like the largest farm. It's called Batestown. That's right. It's called Batestown. And so they eminent domained it and took it. And then my great grandmother didn't want to get off. They actually pulled her off the front porch, kicking and screaming, because I went there and I seen it. My people are still buried there. 'Cause, back then they buried their people on the
Right.
land. So they end up just eminent domaining the land and turning it into, right now it's called Prince William National Forest. So it's like they took my family's land. They compensated her for it, but they give you pennies on the dollar, and she didn't even want it in the first place.
Right.
But they didn't do it and take it and turn it to nothing else. They just did it and took it and turned it into a national forest that nobody even goes to.
Wow. 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 That's heavy, man. And that happened a lot in situations. They did that with Bruce's Beach, did the same thing. When you have when black folks get land, let me tell you something, that land thing, they freak out because land, that's the first step of wealth building and nation building. When you start owning land, you can build on that land, you can build one house, then that land expands, you can build a community. You build a community, you build a town, you build a town, you build a city, you build a city, you build a state. So land and land ownership, that's the first step of nation building. Land ownership is very important. And the dominant society knows that. That's why whenever we get land, the jankiness commences. They start with the eminent domains. There's a couple, I want to say they're in Georgia. They got a whole bunch of land that was passed down with their family, and the city, they're trying to play some little game with them because they're trying to build some railroad between it. Something they're trying to do with a black family. There's a brother in Ohio, speaking of Ohio, there's a brother who went to an auction and bought like a lot, but he didn't know this, but the the lot was a part of the whole street. So he owns the whole street. So it's a nice piece of land. So you can do some fly shit with it. So he got it for pennies on the dollar. They're trying to finesse that back from him now. They're trying to eminent domain there. They're like, oops, we didn't mean to sell it to a Negro. Um, we need to get that back. Eminent domain. We want to build a park. And they start talking that park shit. Yeah. That's why Central Park is William Central Park, as you know, it was Seneca Village. That was a black area. They went and said, eminent domain, we need it for the city. We're going to build a park. And they built Central Park. They've done this all across the board. Whenever we get land, the funny style shit happens every single time. Especially if it's prime real estate. That's why my good brother Nipsey, they were targeting Nipsey when he got the Marathon store. Remember, Nipsey and those guys were buying that whole mall area. And the city, for years, they've been messing with Nipsey. I want y'all to understand something. For years, the city had been harassing Nipsey about that property over there. They've been trying to get him. They were trying to get him and Sam up out of there for years. They put nuisance ordinances on them, which is what they do out here in LA. What happens is if a crime happens around your property, and if you don't report it or whatever, they say, well, you are allowing a nuisance to happen, so we're going to confiscate your property and confiscate your land. So yeah, they got all types of little janky shit that they do to black landowners, man.
Good way, good way. Yeah, 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 yeah. Good way, good way. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Good way, good way. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. The steady drumbeat of phony accomplishments that Biden has allegedly done for the black community has begun in earnest. The online shills and plants are trying to start a counter-narrative because we've been demanding to know what has Biden done specifically for black people, particularly those of us who came out of slavery in America. We can point to a number of things that have been done for non-black groups, so we're asking what's been done for us. One of the things that these plants and shills have been trying to claim is that Biden has recovered over $100 million in so-called relief for the victims of various banks who have been caught engaging in redlining. They love to make big hay out of that because they point and say, see, this is one of the historical justices that black people have been subjected to, and you can't deny that this is something worthy of your vote. But my question is, does this benefit specifically black people? Because judging by the headlines, you would think that finally the government's going after these racist banks and finally getting black people some economic justice. But as we've covered before, that's not the case. The weasel words begin almost immediately. As everyone knows, redlining is the practice carried out by banks where they intentionally and deliberately deny loans to black areas. People only know about it because it's used against black people. But when you look at these stories the white media's put out about Biden and these redlining settlements, they make sure to include black and Latino in all of their stories about this. That's how you know they're just copying and pasting the talking points direct from the Justice Department. No thinking or analysis required, whether it's in California or Florida or even in Tulsa. The stories also say the same exact words, black and Latino. Whenever it's black people being talked about, they always make sure it's never in isolation. It always has to be lumped in with everyone else. And looking at the bank that got caught redlining in Tulsa, as part of their settlement, they promised to provide $1.15 million in credit opportunities in neighborhoods of color in the Tulsa area. Now, there's two dubious phrases, credit opportunities, what the heck is that supposed to mean? And neighborhoods of color, well, that train is never late. The infamous Kristen Clark weighed in on this one. She said, quote, this agreement will help expand investment in black communities and communities of color in Tulsa. You see what she did there? Starts off saying black communities and then says communities of color afterwards. She could have just said communities of color and been done with it. Now, when talking about Hispanics or Asians or anyone else, nobody includes black with that. It's always Asians, Hispanics, Native American, etc. full stop. But when black people are mentioned, they go out of their way to make sure everybody else has to be mentioned too. It's got to be as broad as possible. Now, the idea behind these settlements is that there's supposed to be money now going to these communities of color that the banks illegally refuse loans to. But the definition of who should qualify went from black to black and brown, and now communities of color, which includes groups besides black and Hispanic. So it's the old two-step. Black people fight to expose redlining, we fight to make it illegal, this at a time when Hispanics were still considered white. But when it's time to sue these people in court, we hear that it's supposed to be for everyone. On a side note, Where is the psychotic anti-black racist Ed Blum at? He allegedly hates businesses that discriminate based on race. So he should be all over things like this, right? He should be filing lawsuits left, right, and center about redlining. Only he doesn't, because his racial jihad is only about attacking anything that he thinks benefits black people, even when it's clear that he has no legal grounds. But businesses that openly and illegally discriminate against black people, he's got nothing to say. Because he wants a colorblind society, right? He only cares about racial discrimination no matter who it happens to, right? And that brings us right back to Joe Biden. You see, while the online shills may be beating the drum claiming that this is an accomplishment for Biden, Biden himself hasn't said much about it. But then again, given Biden's mental decline, the man has a hard time saying anything coherent. Now, Biden made a big deal out of his phony executive order that was supposed to rein in the police at the federal level, where they have the least amount of contact with the black community. He invited George Floyd's family to be there as props for his PR stunt. Now, he could have made a big deal out of these redlining cases too, but the government knows that's not the kind of spectacle they want, because they don't want to raise people's expectations about it. By handling it like any other ordinary robbery case, the Biden administration gets to have their cake and eat it too. They can talk about the millions and millions of dollars that are tied up in settlements, and how it's supposed to go to black loan applicants, but only after it's people of color and everyone else. Black people are only going to get a small portion of it, if at all, and the terms will be far more stringent than they are for white loan applicants, and the Democrats' online minions can give the occasional mention to it. It's a phony victory, one that only exists on paper, but they're hoping to use it in front of us to get real votes. Now, of course, when talking about redlining, you also have to mention the systemic deprivation of generational wealth that we're subjected to as a result of it. Private business and the government work together to make sure that we are locked out of the basic standard means that non-black communities are given ready access to in order to acquire and pass down wealth from one generation to the next. Redlining is part of that. We're told all the time, though, that redlining doesn't exist. All these things that we've been complaining about for decades, why, that stuff is just a bunch of relics of the past. You need to get over it. Except it's still going on. Modern-day slavery taking place through the prison industrial complex is part of that, but we're told that slavery doesn't exist. Redlining, oh, how long are you people going to go on about that? There's no housing discrimination. There's no loans discrimination. Why, the government's got all these programs set up. You're just trying to play victim. Yeah, we got plenty of cases where we've been victimized. Understand something. The oppression of black people will not become an issue until we make it an issue. Biden and the Democrats will continue to treat it as just a series of isolated incidents, though they will try to play on other themes if they think they can get some political profit out of it. Kristen Clark actually had the gall to mention the Tulsa Race Massacre when talking about the Oklahoma redlining settlement case. Now, as the federal government, they should be bringing cases to get justice for the remaining survivors of the race massacre and their descendants. And the federal government can start with itself, because the governor of Oklahoma at that time called out the National Guard not to protect the black residents who were being murdered, but instead to act as backup for the white mob carrying out the murders. It is obscene to mention the Tulsa Race Massacre without also mentioning that the victims of that massacre have been denied justice, denied it by the very same Department of Justice that wants to strut like a peacock and beat its chest like Tarzan, telling us how much they've done for us. The government said that the bank in Tulsa will also host what they call consumer financial education seminars, and they've also announced that they're going to have translation and interpretation services for these seminars conducted in Spanish. So this will make sure that people who just came to the U.S. and don't even speak the language will be given easy access to these funds, and it will be done regardless of their immigration status, whether it's legal or not. So people who only showed up very recently and who have not actually been subjected to redlining certainly haven't suffered any sort of historical racism like we have. They're going to be able to have access to these funds as if they were. And it's to be expected that the immigrant Kristen Clark name drops the Tulsa Race Massacre as if this empty gesture for this settlement somehow makes up for the government's complicity with that massacre. This is meant to score points with black people who are so desperate to see the government even acknowledge our existence that we'll settle for empty words because we've been conditioned to expect just that. We can't allow ourselves to be politically punked. It's like the husband who buys his wife a bowling ball for her birthday when he knows she doesn't even like to bowl. He bought the gift for himself, but he tries to trick her into thinking he was doing it for her so she won't complain when he takes her gift and uses it himself. The government gets the benefits of these settlements. They're going to be getting at least part of that money, but the Democrats will wag their fingers in our faces and claim they did this for us. So which of the black people who were denied loans are going to be getting a dime from this? There'll be no follow-up on that. Getting you to thank them for doing nothing for you is a form of manipulation. It conditions you to be afraid that they will withdraw something, when in reality, they have nothing to withdraw because they did nothing for you. There's nothing wrong with going after redlining, to be sure, but there is something deeply wrong with not giving the money to the people who made redlining illegal. Something wrong with exploiting the Tulsa Race Massacre as a soundbite for cheap political points, and something wrong with not linking this ongoing racist practice to slavery and the historical racism that we have faced every day ever since. These are not isolated incidents. It's part of a never-ending continuum of anti-black racist policies and practices specifically targeting us. In the coming months, you're going to hear plenty more propaganda from these plants and shills telling you all these things that Biden has allegedly done for us. And in every case, you'll find that there's people of color, communities of color, etc. It wasn't done for black people at all. Just more of the same old rising tide lifts all boats. It doesn't matter that black people's boats has a bunch of holes shot in it by the very people pretending to be doing things for us. When talking about the Supreme Court ruling that gave Native Americans legal rights over most of the state of Oklahoma, that didn't mention black people at all, even though there were and continue to be plenty of black Indians. Didn't matter where you lived either. It was simply Native American, and that was it. The Asian hate crime law was for Asians only. Nothing about black people either. So when we start talking about things that are specifically for black people, they're not going to come to us empty-handed. While the government does everything it can to give specific benefits and protections to other groups, we are well within our rights to demand and require the same for ourselves. And the Democrats had better get used to this reality, or come election day, we'll be the ones drawing a red line around the ballot box. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Chris Pruitt, Rod's Money, Mark Stroud, Glenda Tice, and G. Mars. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
What's going on with you guys? Just tapping in with the family real quick, see what's on your mind. Doing the late night tap in. How y'all been, guys? Y'all good? You guys had a good holiday weekend so far? What's up, War Talks? I see you, player. I still got to get with you, brother War Talks, about getting the Hidden History Museum site together. I'm just tapping in, man. We're doing a late night, Saturday night chop up, seeing what's going on with you guys. Just want to see what's on your mind. What's up, Nikki? How you doing, beloved? What's up, Juicy Genius in the house? I've been busy, even though I'm, still trying to get 100% with the little sickness virus that's going around. I'm about 90%. Still got that little nagging 10% bothering me. But yeah, I'm good, and I hope you guys are good. What's up, D Tubman? I see you. Waiting on everybody to pile on in the room. I've been seeing little clips of Soul Train, the Soul Train Awards tonight. It was, from what I've seen, the clips were actually pretty good. Surprisingly, the program seemed pretty thorough. They had a lot of good acts on there. So Escape, they were good. Morris Day and the Time, they had a lot of good people. Shantae Moore killed it. So I like that they mixed a lot of the old with the new, some of the more seasoned vets with some of the new booties. So yeah, that was a good thing. Whoever put it together, they really had their thinking caps on over there. They put together a nice program. I didn't even know it was coming on. I don't know how they even advertise these things anymore. But from what I've seen, the performances were pretty good. What was that whole thing with Escape? There was some kind of shading going on there. I don't know. I know the gossip sites are going to be having a field day with it tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting. What's up, D? I see you. So I'm going to start bringing folks in a minute. Let me say this. Do we have any LA people in here? Where are my LA people? All my people from LA. You know what we need? I need Any brothers or sisters out here, any brothers and sisters, if you are if you're an interior decorator for commercial properties, we want to get some we want to get an interior decorator for the museum, and we need some seasoned people who's out here in LA. If you're in Memphis, that's not going to do us any good. If you're in some other state, that's not going to do us any good. Much respect to you. We want somebody out here in Los Angeles. We are actively looking for an interior decorator for certain things that we're trying to do with the museum out here. We need to holler at you ASAP. We want somebody in LA. If you are in LA, you're an interior decorator who's thorough and experienced, or if you know somebody who's thorough and experienced, you know my email. My email is info@tariqelite.com. All right. And we talking about experienced. Don't call me with your auntie who's a deaconess at a church and she organized the church pews. She's not really an interior decorator. That's not what we're looking for. No disrespect to your auntie. We're looking for some people who know how to really freak some shit. You know what I'm saying? To really put some stuff together. So info@tariqelite.com. That is my email. So hit me up and let me know who you got in your family who can get down with this. So let me get some folks on here. Let me know what's on your mind. Let me get some folks up on here. Raise your hand if you want to get on. Who wants to get on and chop it up? Let me see what's on everybody's mind. What's up, Mikhail? I see you down there, brother. Oh yeah, Mikhail, I know you know some people, brother. Throw me some folks. My brother Mikhail knows everybody in LA. So yeah, I know you know somebody, brother. Yeah, throw me some names. I know you're about to text me too. Let me get some folks in here. Y'all raise your hand if you want to get on. Let me talk to the family. Let's get Warfare's little brother, Chairman Kane. All right, Chairman Kane, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, brother Tariq? I just want to talk to you today. Also, happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully that sickness clears up, yo.
Yeah,
But brother Adonis.
Adonis. I don't think I know him personally.
Yeah, so I just want to let you know, bro. Some Thanksgiving plate from his mama just came in. All I'm saying is, I don't know if those was jumbo carrots or yams. You feel me? So I don't know. It's not very looking too good for him. We trying to check his blackness in the other space, but I appreciate your time. Like I
Now
said, hopefully the
why are you
sentence
dumping
clear
on
up.
our brother? Now why are you dumping on Adonis? Adonis is cool. Why are you dumping on Adonis?
Hey man, it's not me. I'm a listener, but I'm just saying, you FBA, so I'm just trying to see, man. So,
So you're not FBA, right?
nah,
Now where you from? Where's your family from?
I'm from Texas.
Where's your family from? This is Tether Babble. Where's your family from?
Oh, Houston.
Okay, that means Ghana somewhere. Okay. All right, I see your flag. Yeah, you got a Jamaican flag. Okay, why don't Tethers? Why are you guys so ashamed of your homeland? Why do y'all do that? Why are you so ashamed of your homeland?
Well, I'm not Ethiopian or Jamaican. I just had those in there. I can't
Oh,
speak a bit of
okay. So look, Tethers, don't hop in our spaces with your shame. You guys have all of this passive aggressive energy because of the shame of you and your family having to flee. Y'all don't project that stuff onto us. Y'all come with all that corny tether babbling. You can tell I knew he was a tether because his jokes were very corny and unfunny. That's one thing about tethers. They zero sense of humor. I can respect good jokes, but this, nigga, that shit is corny. Where the hell you from, nigga? That's why these tethers get mad because they don't know how to roast. Their jokes are corny and they run up on an FBA and we start verbally light that ass up. So they hold that shit. They harbor that. You called me a butcher scratcher when I was 3 years old, nigga. It's that type of thing. Because you never learn how to roast. You're not witty. You're corny and you're passive aggressive and you're jealous of foundational Black Americans. Get that out of your system. Nigga, you fled. Pop your collar to the people you fled to. Just do that. Stop bullshit. And then when you start trying to check the paperwork, motherfuckers want to play dumb. I'm from Cleveland. No, nigga. Where are you from? Um, I, I am from Dallas. No, nigga. You're not from Dallas. Where are you from? I was born here. No, nigga. Where's your ancestry from? You dig? That type of thing. Because we're checking people's paperwork now. None of that $5 FBA stuff. People trying to fake the funk now. A lot of folks trying to fake the funk. All right. Let me get the Dirt Boys. All right, let's get the Dirt Boys in here. Y'all hear my dogs back here snoring. The Dirt Boys. What's up, Dirt Boys?
Not much with you. Peace to the room. Appreciate the time and space coming up here. Man, I kind of the same thing. We could chop it up about that. So I had a couple spaces. What are the benefits to the diaspora to the Black Americans? You know what I mean? We couldn't really come up with no real answers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing. And no disrespect to the brothers and sisters in the diaspora, man, but we just kind of came to the realization, like, hey, man, this whole Pan-Africanism thing that we've been promoting, unfortunately, it's been extremely one-sided for a long time. You can find one or two sympathizers here and there, but as far as really groups of people rolling out the red carpet for us in the diaspora, we just came to the realization it's not really happening. And you know what? We also came to the realization that's okay. You did? That's fine, because we have 40 something million of us, probably around 50 million. There's 50 million, and I'm throwing a kind of a conservative number out there. I believe there's around 50 million of us. There's 50 million foundational Black Americans who's thorough, and that's all we need. And we're realizing that. We're realizing that, wait a minute, we don't need all of these one-sided coalitions that really don't work. No disrespect to anybody, but we ain't doing the one-sided coalition no more. And we talked about that at the rally. Did you guys see the footage of the rally? I posted the footage last night. People love it. The footage is beautiful. And this is really my first time listening to many of the speeches all the way through, because I didn't actually hear all of them. I know who the speakers were, but I didn't really get to hear everybody's speeches because during the live event, I'm running around doing stuff backstage. But man, everybody represented, man, and it's so beautiful. You guys go to my YouTube channel, Tariq Radio, to see the whole HD 2 hours and 30 minutes film. We did it like a documentary film to a certain degree. We mixed in some interviews with the crowds. Beautifully shot. My camera crew was fly. Beautifully shot. And the speakers were dynamic. Everybody. My good sister Jade was a phenomenal host. Dr. Randy Short was representing. Brother Dwan B came and represented. Brother Raheem Shabazz represented. Connie Collins really got down. That sister was spitting hot fire. Brother James Small was spitting. Brother Kaba was breaking down some history. Boyce Watkins got up there and represented. Oh man, Sister Mayat from out there in the DMV, she represented heavy. Greg Marcel Dixon brought the house down. My sister Teslin got busy with it. I was phenomenal. Did y'all see how fly I was? I don't like to brag. I like to be humble. But nigga, let me just talk to the ladies for a minute. Hold on. Ladies, did y'all see how fly I was? Ladies, pop your collar. Pop your goddamn collars, ladies. Did y'all see how fly I was and how I was moving and spitting with my fly ass suit? Ladies, did you see it? Did you see it, woman? You know you saw that. I have to say it myself. I was fly as a motherfucker. I had to pop my collar If I'm fly to myself, I know I was fly to you too. I looked and sounded great. I was in a zone, baby. And everybody was in a zone. It's a phenomenal video, man. Phenomenal video. Y'all better go watch that, man. I put it up there. Great stuff. People are like, man, when is the next one? That's how excited. People are like, damn, I wish I would have went. Y'all should have went, man. Y'all, that was history. That was history. That was a historic event, man. Phenomenal. And we got it organized within a couple of weeks, man, to be honest. We got that thing popping within a few weeks organizing it. We didn't even get the location until we didn't even know the location we were going to get until like 2 or 3 weeks before. Yeah. But it was phenomenal. But the next event, the next big nationwide event is going to be, well, I have a lot of events coming up. There's a lot of them. February, we're going to have the theatrical release of the new movie American Maroon, and then we're going to have it on our streaming site. So we're trying to get all that together. We're going to have an event out here in LA, all my West Coast people, and some people might be able to fly in. I might make it available for people to fly in. We're going to have a big VIP event at the museum. We're going to have a soft grand opening there, and that's going to be in February. That's going to be a big event, especially out here in LA. That's why I want to talk to some of my interior decorators out here. I need y'all to holler at me. If you are an interior decorator in LA, holler at me. And my dog is sitting here farting on me because I've been giving my dog Thanksgiving leftovers, and they farting, and it smells like shitty yams and all types of stuff. Good Lord. But I digress. I'm trying to breathe with these dog farts in the house. But the next big event nationwide is going to be Dallas, the Dallas event. We're going to have the Business Expo down in Dallas, and that's going to be phenomenal. The FBA Expo in Dallas, possibly Memorial Day weekend. And we're going to keep everybody posted on that. Let's get brother FBA Warrior in here. FBA Warrior, hop on, brother. Then we're going to get Wade in here. FBA Warrior, hop on, man. I'm good. Man, thank you so much, brother. Happy holidays to you. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. Coming live from D.C., Northwest to be exact. I do want to say respect to Miss Carly Collins and brother Olu for holding it down that Saturday because they were working their butts off, and I want to
Yes,
show
they
my
were.
gratitude to them. I do want to speak about briefly the whole Jerry Jones situation. I can't stand these buck dancing coons taking up for him, so I'm glad that we are on code and pointing out the the contradictions. And Kanye, I don't know what the hell is wrong with him. I mean, he's all over the place. He's hanging with these type of people, but on live he's saying
Yeah.
some, he's saying some things that I can agree with, but the people he's hanging with, I don't understand it at all. So I'm glad that we're all on code and we're pushing forward. And I just want to say that FBA Warrior, I'm out.
Man, much respect to you, brother. Much respect. Let's get Wade in here. Brother Wade, hop on.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? I just want to say I respect the movement. My family's actually from Jamaica, but we've always, ever since I was young, my mom always told me about, the foundation of Black Americans that paved the way for us to be here. So just so you know, not all of us are tellers, man. You got a lot of us that are really
Of course. Of
brothers and
course.
sisters.
All of the foreign brothers and sisters are not tethers at all. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
really
you all right over
appreciate
there, brother?
everything that you do.
Okay. Brother was over there making some oxtails or something. There was a lot of noise going on over there, brother. I don't know what was happening. Let me get some more folks in here. Let's get Joe Butler in here. Let's get Joe Butler. Joe Butler, what's up, brother?
Hello. Hey,
What's up, Joe?
Tariq, what's going on, bro?
What's up, Joe? How you doing, bro? What city you in, bro?
Long time listener, man. Thank you for what you've been doing, man. For real. From Nashville, Tennessee,
Much
myself.
There you go.
I didn't know we got a delay in here, man. Hold on. This is first time on Twitter Space. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Oh,
Look, I got the Metro PCS Wi-Fi, man. My fault. Hold on.
there you go. And I know you probably got a Bluetooth on. Come on, brother. What's going on?
But no, hey, I want to say thank you for shedding light on Mason, Tennessee, with the whole trying to dissolve that Trump hour. Well, they were trying to, thank you for that, man. Because the local news out here didn't say no word about that at all. I didn't know nothing about that until you said something about that. So appreciate that, bro, for real.
No doubt, man. All right, Joe, I appreciate you.
I'll land my plane.
Call, brother. All right, Joe's going through some things over there. Joe's up there making some barbecue in the middle of the night, and he hear delay. There's no delay. All right, let's get Jody Joe. Let's get Jody Joe in here. What's up, Jody Joe? Jody Joe, what's up, brother? Where you at, Joe? Or is Jody Joe a girl? I don't know. Jody Joe?
Yeah, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
What's up? There you go. What's on your mind, Jody?
Oh, my bad. Is y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. What's up?
Okay. No. I'm just checking in. I just tuned into it a little later though. But no.
All right, Jody. Okay. Jody's confused. All right. Thank you, Jody. All right. If you guys are confused, you don't need to hop on. It's okay. Jody was confused. Some of y'all are just coming. It's Saturday night. Some of y'all are just coming home from the strip club. Many of you are confused. You're lap dance drunk. You done been grinded on by hood rats trying to get their rent paid, and that confuses a lot of niggas. You drunk and sexually confused for the night. You don't know what's going on. You've been teased all night by a musty stripper somewhere at a hole-in-the-wall strip joint in Tennessee somewhere. All right. You don't know what to do. You've been in there drinking them janky drinks in a smoke-filled club, smelling like weed, and you got stripper must on you. So that's a deadly combination. That confuses a lot of niggas. Bad liquor, weed, and stripper must. That's a combination that just fucks the mind up. Niggas don't know where they are. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know where you're going. But you're going to work it out. You're going to work it out. Everything is going to be all right. Just take a good bath with some Epsom salt. You got to get that stripper must. You're going to have to use Epsom salt to get that out. That stripper must is a different kind of must. My fellas know what I'm talking about. What's up, Juicy?
Hey, peace, Tariq. Peace of power to the family in this
How are you,
space. How
dear?
are you doing, King?
What's going on, beloved?
Congratulations on everything. It's been a phenomenal year for FBA. Thank you for all the
Yes, it has.
efforts and all of spending your time and your resources for putting all these extremely important projects from the museum to our historical rally and to our FBA Expo coming in. Phenomenal. Also, I wanted to say, I can't wait to see you on 85 South. I believe that's going to be super lit because they definitely need some FBA energy on that stage. So I'm so excited for you to come here to Atlanta for that. Last thing I wanted to say was that I did tag you in this post from CNN where CNN was acknowledging Black Twitter, saying that we were mourning, what Elon Musk has been doing. I said, well, it's interesting that CNN has noticed what Black Twitter is doing as it pertains to our discussions about the new Elon Musk Twitter, but y'all ignored everything as it pertains to Rally for Reparations. So just wanted to say that.
Exactly. Real talk. Thank you so much, beloved. Now, yeah, like I said, I'm going to be in Atlanta next week, actually. I'm doing the 85 South show. So I'll be back down in Atlanta. My Atlanta folks, holla at me. My Atlanta folks, holla at me. I will be down there. What's the weather like? Is the weather good in Atlanta right now? Because I be forgetting now. I go to these cities because I'm bundling up. Because I should have had more warmer clothes for Dallas. I be forgetting. I go to these cities and I see the weather forecast, and it'll say 60. I'm like, oh, I can rock that. 60. Okay, I bring this little jacket right here. That 60 ain't nothing but a thing. Then I go there and it's like 49 damn degrees. I'm like, shit. I'm like, hell, let me get one of these illegal immigrants crossing the border over here to give me one of their jackets. Shit. It's freezing in this bitch. It was cold as hell in Texas. I'm down there freezing my ass off, dude. And niggas outside watching the Dallas Cowboy games. They had like a big screen TV outside downtown. People out there watching the Dallas Cowboys. I'm like, if y'all don't take your asses inside and barbecue something and invite me over so I can be warm and eat with you, shit. Cold as hell out here. So I hope it's not that cold in Atlanta. I hope everything's gonna be cool in Atlanta. Raise your hand if you want to get on. Let's get Draco. Let's get Draco in here. We're gonna get Draco in here. I'm good, man. What's going on with you, Draco?
Not much, man. I hope you get over that sickness quickly, man. I wish you a speedy recovery.
Yes, sir, man.
Yeah.
Much respect. So what's on your mind, Dre?
So I had a quick suggestion because I looked at the goofy white chick that was interviewing the Hebrew Tetherites. That's the term I came up for them. The Hebrew Tetherites. Y'all pass that around.
Yeah.
And the goofy op nigga. And it just dawned on me, like, if you ever do another event like that, or when you do another one, have a couple of your people on the outskirts to deal with those propagandists that want to come and film, a slanted perspective on what we're doing. So that was just a suggestion I had, and I'll land my plane there.
There you go. Well, here's the thing, and I get where you're coming from. But and we had folks looking out, and folks were just looking out on their own. Shout out to the family. The family was just kind of, policing the area on their own. Now let's keep in mind, at the rally in DC, we had eyes in the skies on us too. All right, let's not forget, we had eyes in the sky on us. You had federal agents all on top of the roofs, all on balconies with guns. They were surrounding us, and the people took pictures of them. If you look at them on my timeline, if you look at the Rally for Reparations hashtag, you'll see we posted pictures of the federal agents on the roofs with guns. So they had eyes on us, and they were watching their ops that they sent. You dig? We have to understand that these oppy niggas that they sent out there who weren't effective. They weren't effective there, but they had their ops out there. They had their assets, as they call them, running around there trying to disrupt stuff. You dig? And that Hebrew Israelite group that was there, one of the big Hebrew Israelite organizations, they were like, hey, those guys are not a part of us, which I kind of knew because the way those dudes were dressed in DC, I've never seen the Israelites dressed in that type of outfit. These niggas look like Power Rangers. I don't know where they were from. But some of the other larger Israelite groups are like, hey, they ain't us. They ain't us. And when they were at our event, we made our security, we told them to back them niggas up somewhere. They can't be around what we got going on. We got a permit for this area. These niggas up here babbling and tether-splaining, doing whatever they're doing. I had my security back their asses up off of our plaza onto the sidewalk way in the back to let folks know these niggas ain't got nothing to do with us, because I knew they were bad news. And then now we see some old oppie white chick was out there interviewing them as if they were with us, and these niggas are talking all types of crazy and reckless stuff. Yeah, we're going to enslave the white people. The Bible said we're going to enslave white people. Okay, nigga. And they were trying to act like them niggas were like, no, they ain't with us. They weren't with us with all that goofy stuff they were talking at all. You dig? So it is what it is. It is what it is. Let me see who else we got. Y'all raise your hand if you want to get on, because I ain't going to be on here too long. I just wanted to tap in because I know it's kind of late and I got to, take me some more nighttime medicine so I can get right, because I got to shoot a commercial tomorrow. So I'm going to be doing that. So I'm not going to be up too late. And like I said, my LA people, if you know an interior designer, an interior decorator in LA who's thorough, who has experience with commercial buildings, y'all email me, info@tariqelite.com. That's my email, info@tariqelite.com. Ladies and gentlemen, info@tariqelite.com. Let's get FBA Pizzazz. Let's get Brother Pizzazz in here. What's up, FBA Pizzazz? Oh, what happened to him? Oh, brother disappeared. Let's get T-Way in here. Let's get T-Way in here. T-Way, hop on. Waiting on T-Way to hop in.
What's going on, man? Quick question.
What's up, T?
What's going on, brother?
How you doing, T-Way?
It's working, trying to make a living out here. It's working.
No doubt. No doubt. So what's on your mind?
I don't know if you've covered this before, but what's your opinion? How you feel about the whole Freedman label? If you have covered it, I ain't caught it yet, so.
Oh yeah, I have.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I've covered that before, and I'm 100% with that. We should see. We have to use a lot of. Shut up! Shut the fuck up, dogs. Wait, hold on. Wait. Well, hold on. I hear the police. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. So the police done pulled somebody over right by my house. That's when my dogs are barking. All right. I'm gonna check on that in a second. But yeah, back to my man talking about the Freedman label. Great thing. Oh yeah, absolutely. We should use that because when we use the Freedman label, that will alleviate the white supremacists trying to say that things shouldn't be race-based or whatever. Oh, what they should. Okay, let me hold on, guys. Hold on, because my dogs are throwing me. I'm gonna let their asses in the backyard. Hold on 1 second. Just barking like they gonna do something. They take their ass outside and they both get shot. Hold on. That's why I want to get another pit bull. I got a Frenchie and a. Hold on, get your asses out of here. I saw about that, guys. I got these little cute dogs for the kids. My wife won't let me get a pit bull. She's scared it's gonna eat up the kids. Like, no. I want to get another damn pit bull. And she's like, I'm not cleaning up that shit. And I know you ain't gonna clean it up. You know. But like I said, back to the Freedman label. I absolutely agree with using that because that's what we were designated as. We were using that term after slavery. And the reparations were supposed to be designed for freedmen. So that's a term that we should definitely use. We have to learn how to interchange our terminology in different settings. You understand? In a courtroom, if we're going to talk about getting reparations, the Freedman label would be absolutely perfect to use because that's a status designation. And you're still talking about foundational Black Americans, but you're just not saying the word foundational Black American. You're talking about freedmen, which isn't a racial term, but it's about a specific racial group. So you can play that game too. You see. And descendants of slaves, that's another great term to use from a legal standpoint so that they can't turn around and say, okay, you're making race-based policies, which is unconstitutional and all of that stuff. You can say descendants of slaves, you can say freedmen. What's important, and I've always said this, before we get anything together, we have to have the cultural understanding together. That's where the term foundational Black American comes in. So now we're talking about our general culture and how important our general culture is. So when we talk about our culture, we always use the term foundational Black American. That's why we're so codified now, because we're focused on culture. Foundational Black American, that's really something that helps us focus on the culture. Who are we and what have we done and what is our culture? And our culture is damn near everything. We didn't create it as foundational Black Americans, damn near everything of significance. You dig? And we're going to display a lot of our creations and inventions in the museum. We're going to display a whole bunch of that stuff. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. You that. Okay. We have the white gentleman. We have Mr. Media. He's back. This is Mr. Media. What's up, Mr. Media? Hop on. This is a white male who has some interesting views about Black society, but hop on here, Mr. Media. What's going on?
How's it going, sir? Good evening to you. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
Yes, indeed. What's on your mind?
I have a screen film, like a screenplay idea to pitch for you, and I was hoping to, I just want to pitch an idea to you really quickly. I think you might actually fund it. All right.
Okay. Well, let's hear this screenplay idea. Let's hear.
All right. So it's an FBA themed movie. All right.
Okay.
12 Years a Slave Catcher. Okay. Now.
Okay. Got
the
it.
premise of the movie takes place on the African savannah, and the young man, his name is Bucku to Bucku.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
All right, so Bucku to Bucku speaks like a popping language with his like he speaks like a poppy, like like that. So he starts off like in a tribe, like in a small gang of like young Black men, young Black spear truckers of the time. But he's the most exceptional of the spear truckers, okay? And he works his way up from like age 11. All right, his first project is to go round up a small village of new slaves, okay, to be transported over to like Senegambia or Upper Guinea or Windward Coast or Gold Coast, okay?
Got it.
And his first slave, his first catch that he does on his
got it. Okay. You got the thing is you gotta.
So it's okay. I'll get there. So his first.
You gotta speed up. Yeah, come on. I understand the suspected white supremacists. Your wit is not that good, but you gotta speed it up because I have a film idea.
Okay.
Okay. While you're conjuring some more material, now let me tell you about my film idea. I got a great film idea.
I'm not finished yet. No, wait, I'll wrap it up. I swear to God, I'll wrap it up in about 30 seconds.
Hold on. Let me listen. But I got to give you my idea. I got a film idea. It's about a bunch of. It's kind of like a horror movie. It's a town full of white supremacists, and they realize that their numbers are dwindling. Okay, they realize that they are a global minority, and they're surrounded by a whole bunch of Black people, and all the white women starts having sex with the Black dudes. Got it? And then all the babies are Black, and the movie is called Staying Alive. You think that'd be a great idea? I think that wouldn't that be cool? Staying alive, right?
Hey, Tariq, I'm trying to pitch you a success story. All right,
I'm telling you, Staying Alive would be the.
It's all right. Look, it's the founding people of FBA. Period. All right, that's what I'm saying. Like this is about an 11-year-old who makes his way up to become like the Donald Trump of the slave trade operation of the time where he is, and his main mansion is in Baghdad. Because if you were balling back then, you were living in Baghdad, like the golden era of the Middle East. Anyway, so. And plus, he contributes greatly to the birth of the slave trade that would become, just what it was. Between North America and Africa.
Okay, I got another film idea. Okay, let me throw this one at you. This is the great idea. I think you'll like this one. This one is about a white supremacist with a 12-inch penis. And it's called Finding Neverland because the shit don't exist. All right. So let me.
Very rude. Very rude, Jake.
No, that's not rude. That's not rude. I think that'll be a good movie. Finding Neverland. All right. Get your ass out of here. All right. With your troll material. Anywho, this piece of work. All right. Oh God, man, get to the point with your damn trolling, just all over the place, just dragging on and on and on and on and on. Anyway, So anyway, it's been real. I think we had a good conversation tonight. I think we had a phenomenal conversation tonight. We kept it short, kept it sweet. I don't want to be on too long. But listen, like I said, guys, I'm looking for an interior decorator out here in Los Angeles. Email me, info@tariqelite.com. My brother Macau just sent me a couple of people. Some thorough commercial interior decorators in LA. If you know some people, hit me up, info@tariqelite.com. I'm out. Y'all follow me on my YouTube channel, Tariq Radio. I go live tomorrow night. And y'all be good.
In your Hidden Colors series, you finished at part 5, and you've covered a lot of things throughout it, economics, politics, but there's a theme that pretty much goes through all of them, and it's undeniable, but the importance of Africa is through all your themes. It's almost more than even talking about America in some of your series, but in some of your recent monologues, you have a lot to say about African folks.
No, we talk about the importance of black people, including black people in Africa, the importance of black people. Because when we talk about Hidden Colors, we talk about black people all over the world, which we're all over.
Yes.
We talk about the black presence. There's black people in Asia. There's black people in Polynesia. We talk about the importance of understanding that black people are global, including Africa. And we talk about the importance of us all getting on code with each other so that we can become an empowered group. So that's the thing we talk about.
Now, can we be in code with each other from being from different countries, but we all share the same amount of melanin, but you're from Jamaica, I'm from the United States, this person's from England. Can black people internationally be on code?
We can be, because the white supremacists are internationally on code. You understand what I'm saying? They're the global minority, but if you go to England, the white supremacists in England will act like a white supremacist in Australia, and the white supremacists in Australia will act like the white supremacists here. They've never met each other. They will all get on code. They know the code when they get around black people. Automatic. We, black folks around the world, we don't get on code with each other like that. You get some black folks from Nigeria or black people from Jamaica, they get over here and they'll get on code with the white people against us in many cases. And that's the problem that we have. They're not getting on code as a black international group as we should, like the white supremacists do. And we're not trying to get on code to harm anybody. We want to get on code so that we can protect each other from white supremacists' evil deeds.
So is this really a huge problem that black immigrants come to the United States, they align themselves with the white establishment? Is that a huge problem?
That's a problem, and the reason why it's a problem, because a lot of them, and we have to be very honest about this, they come from societies in their homeland where they're tribalistic, and they're not even on code with each other where they're from. They have a gazillion different tribes. They are very tribal, and they are very hostile towards each other as far as getting resources. And then when they come here, they look at us as another hostile tribe, but we don't look at them the same way. We don't have that type of tribalism over here with black people, foundational black Americans. All black people are just black. We welcome everybody. Our parents and grandparents don't say, stay away from those Jamaicans. Don't go to that Nigerian's house. We don't do that, because we understand that we're all treated as niggas under the system of white supremacy. So this is why we fought for everybody to come over here who was black. Remember, white people didn't want to let no other black people over here from the Caribbean or Africa. In the around 1915, 1916, they had a law that they were putting out here to stop black Caribbeans and black Africans from coming over here. It was black people on the grassroots fighting to thwart those laws. People like Booker T. Washington, other black people in Tuskegee fighting around 1915, saying, hey, we're not going to do that. We're not going to discriminate against those brothers and sisters who want to come over here. You're not doing it to white people, because they had just built the Panama Canal down there in South America, Central America. So after it was done, they're like, okay, where are all these people going to go? Because the US was helping to pay some of those immigrant migrants to go down there to build that Panama Canal. So now where they're going to go? They wanted to come here. They were like, no, we're not going to let that happen. Black people fought to get them here. That's how Marcus Garvey got here. Marcus Garvey got here a year later, because the black grassroots was helping to fight for that. In the 1960s, the 1965 Immigration Act, it was black people fighting to get other African and Caribbeans over here in large numbers because we wanted them to act as reinforcement for us. We're fighting these white supremacists, we need some backup. So when people come over here and not get on code with us and get on code with the white supremacists, that is a problem.
Well, doesn't it work that maybe the black immigrants that are coming from the Caribbean and Africa may not get on code, but once they have kids here, and once those kids grow up, they grow up more like black Americans, and then you get that second generation on code. Does it work like that?
In some cases it does, but you're gonna follow the instructions of your parents. If you got some parents who come from a background where they're somewhat hostile towards us, because we hear all the time how immigrant parents sit up here and say, okay, you go find you some white kids to kick it with. Stay away from them Akatas. They got all types of negative names that they have for foundational black Americans. Akata in East Africa, some of them call us Jareers and Abids, and the Caribbean, stay away from those Yankee kids. So these people got all types of weird words for us, and we're looking at them as just another black person. Hey, that's my brother. He's cool. He's dressed funny, and I'm gonna clown him for dressing funny. The nigga got on some bullshit clothes, but that's still the little homie, so we cool. So we can't have a one-sided Pan-Africanism. That's why there's this FBA movement going on now. Like, hey, we're gonna have to erase the board and let's start chalking up all of the people that's doing some shit that's constructive and the people that's doing things negatively. Because now for a long time, we've kind of ignored the people from the immigrant class who come over here and just kind of be funny style towards us because it didn't really affect us. Now we're in a position where some of these folks are getting elected to certain positions where they're calling shots on what's going to happen in our lives. So that's when we're saying, hey, wait, we can't have this person who looks like me, who looks black, but they're from another place, so they're not in the same realm as us. They think that there's something different from us, but they're acting as our representative. Hell, Barack Obama was that. He's not a foundational black American. Barack Obama's Kenyan and didn't do shit for black people.
Yeah.
You understand?
I don't think people realize there's nothing black American about Obama.
Nothing about him that's black American. And that, you know what, now I started to notice this about a decade ago. I said, wait a minute. I started looking at all the people that was connected to the White House who were in positions of power. And I said, wait a minute, these people, none of these people come from slave backgrounds in America. And I said, that can't be a coincidence. So Barack Obama, his family didn't descend from slaves. Eric Holder, he's from the Caribbean. His family didn't descend from slaves.
So there was a lot of slaves in the Caribbean.
No, I'm talking about here.
Oh,
Here. That's different.
Yeah.
Here,
No,
right here.
If you're from the Caribbean and you black, you most likely are a descendant of
Right,
slaves.
but I'm talking about here. Yeah, a foundational black American. That's very important.
I think Colin Powell is from
He's Jamaican. He's Jamaican, right. It's very different. You connected to the soil here because your energy is going to be different. That's why when you look at movies now, when they talk about slavery and civil rights, they'll get a lot of African actors to do those roles now, because a lot of foundational black American actors who would do those roles, they would get on those slave plantations and those ancestral memories would pop up and they would kind of flip out. John Amos, he talked about being on the set of Roots in the 70s and they were filming on a plantation. He freaked out on that plantation because those ancestral memories come up. It gets too real for you. Our brother who recently died, Michael, what's that brother? He was in The Wire.
Michael Williams?
Yeah. He was on, I think, 12 Years a Slave. He had a breakdown on the plantation. You did? He went down there and filmed, had a breakdown. A lot of our actors and actresses, they get on these plantations and you feel that damn energy.
So they don't want to hire black Americans to do
So they're like, if it gets real for them, that's going to get real for the viewer. You know what I'm saying? That's going to transfer to the viewer. They don't want us to get it, to get that energy that's too real like that. So they really make a lot of these movies for white people to enjoy.
From the culture of the American South, where roots hold stories, comes a natural deodorant inspired by generations of wisdom. Introducing Rootwork, the all-natural foundational Black American-based deodorant infused with the magic of High John the Conqueror root. Our unique blend, enriched with this legendary root, offers 24-hour protection, rooted in the power of nature. Embrace this deodorant that celebrates culture, history, and your well-being. Unlock the magic of Rootwork today. Experience the pure essence of nature. Visit rootworkstyle.com and make the switch to a healthier cultural choice.
While I'm waiting on everybody to fall in, waiting on that big click to come on through, waiting on everybody to come on in. How is everybody doing on the late night tap in? Hope you guys had a very productive day so far. Hope you guys are having a very productive week. It's the middle of the week. Only a couple of more days to go. You guys are going to make it. You guys are going to be good. Just tapping in. I'll take a couple of calls in a minute. Just wanted to see what's on everybody's mind. Don't forget, everybody, go to rootworkstyle.com to get your Rootwork deodorant. It's wintertime coming up. And let's be very clear, people do get musty in the wintertime. And there's nothing worse than winter must. There's nothing worse than that. You're getting your coats all musty. You're going to need some of that root work. Your Christmas sweater smells like camel ass. You need some of that root work. Don't be fooled by the wintertime. You wear them warm clothes. Sometimes you forget you need to spruce them little underarms up under them warm clothes. That's where root work comes in. And it lasts very long. The good thing about root work, you don't have to use a lot of it. You put it up under them arms. It has that High John the Conqueror root in there that comes from our foundational Black American culture. We got you. You're going to be good. Strippers, if you're a stripper, you need some root work. You can't be popping them cheeks and musty. You're not going to get the tips you need. That root work has a very good natural scent, and people love it, and it's an all-natural deodorant. So you get that at rootworkstyle.com. That is rootworkstyle.com. Speaking of musty, the Sexy Red video, I put up a Sexy Red clip, and she's twerking and pregnant, barefoot twerking and pregnant. And I asked the question, I said, dudes, I'm going to talk to the guys out there, but what's sexually appealing about that? I'm not even judging, no judgment. What's sexually appealing about a Bigfoot hood rat, barefoot and pregnant, shaking her ass? And what's sexier? What's sexually appealing about that? I had a bunch of non-FBA people hopping in trying to defend that, and I find that very interesting. A lot of non-FBA people try to defend that nonsense. Well, she's just having fun. Ain't nothing wrong with having some fun. See, they don't play that it's just fun when it's somebody representing their culture. See, these people are representing foundational Black American culture, unfortunately. So, yeah, you got other non-FBA people who will co-sign that and defend it. Let somebody from their culture walk around barefoot, pregnant, and twerking. They wouldn't want that image at all. They would shun that image as we're trying to shun that, the stanky red image. But for real, who's that image for? Even the thirstiest niggas don't, like that, I don't think. Well, but hell, somebody did get her pregnant, but damn. Who's that sexually appealing to? For real, for real. Because it's not even done to be sexually appealing. It's done for the purpose of being as grotesque as you can be. It's not even meant to be sexy, because it's not. Because here's the thing about hood rats. Can we get back into some Mac lessons real quick? Let me get into some old school Mac lessons real quick. For those who don't know about the old school Mac lessons show I used to do. The thing about hood rats, listen, I'm not a prude. I've crept with a hood rat or two in my day. I'm not a hypocrite. There might be some older hood rats now who I've had a romp with back in the day. I've had a hood rat or two, but the thing about hood rats, that hood rats were something that was done behind closed doors. You got with hood rats behind the scenes. Hood rats were never the first choice. Hood rats were always backup. You didn't want to see hood rats before 12 midnight. You know, that was kind of the good thing about a hood rat. You know, they're not bad people. The hood rat isn't a bad person, but you just didn't take them nowhere. You just kind of crept with them when their kids went to sleep. You know, when the club was over, when you went through your Rolodex, and you know all of the working 9 to 5 sisters were probably asleep, and you're like, damn, I'm trying to get something popping, and you start calling down, and you get to the Section 8 part of your phone book, and you know you might hit something. And you crept with a hood rat. You bring something to drink over, and y'all do what you do, and then you go back to the crib. And y'all had a cool little understanding. Then, you know, that was the extent of how we saw hood rats. But now you parading them around on red carpets, and no, that's not something you parade around. No, you don't. The hood rats don't come out in the afternoons. You don't bring them out in the noon. You don't bring them out on prime time. No. That's a late night thing. So yeah, people are justified in saying, hey, some of this stuff, we don't really want to see that. And who is it for? Who's this for? What's the audience for the Suki Reds and all of these people? I mean Sexy Red and Suki Hanas and all these people. Who's the audience? Well, the thing is, I think the main audience are white people. That's number one. White people and young black kids. See, they make that appeal to young black kids. They send the message, hey, look, young black girl, if you want to be a hood rat, there's money in it for you. They'll incentivize it. And again, I don't want to make it seem like I'm beating up on little Sexy Red. I'm not trying to beat up on her. I mean, we're in a system of white supremacy where there's economic deprivation. So people will do whatever they need to do to eat. And there's a lot of people out there, somebody wants to film you and give you some money for being your ratchet self. A lot of people would take that. So I'm not going to fault her too much, but most of my criticism is the white corporate structure that parades that. And speaking of the white corporate structure, I posted an article from Time magazine written by a white Latino talking about hip hop's roots comes from the Caribbean. They're pushing that lie. They're trying to double down now. They know we got what we got coming. They know this movie is about to kill the game. The trailer debunked so much stuff within 2 minutes. But you got to understand how the white supremacists think. They don't like taking an L. They'll try the I'm white, not say so narrative no matter how much information and proof you bring. They're object to deny giving us credit for anything. Y'all heard last night when I was on here debating a couple of these suspected white supremacists, and this white supremacist suspect brought up Lewis Latimer and saying that he really didn't invent the light bulb, and I kept pointing out with proof that Lewis Latimer wrote the very first book on electric lighting. And no matter how much proof, this guy was still, well, nope, somebody else, he must have got it from somebody else. Don't care if he wrote the first book. Just because you wrote the first book on something doesn't mean that you were the first. I don't know who he got it from, but he got it from somebody. Just I'm white, not say so. So they're trying to do that with the hip hop thing, and that ain't gonna work. We're gonna shut that nonsense down. We're gonna shut it down heavy. So that movie is coming soon. So you guys stay tuned for that. Now let me get some calls. I'm gonna get some calls early, because there's a lot of people in here that I didn't get yesterday, and we're going to try it tonight. Let's get Tango. Tango, hop on. Tango. You can turn your microphone on, Tango. Turn your microphone on. Unmute yourself, bro. All right, while we're waiting on Tango to unmute his microphone, let's get Ani.
What's going on, brother?
What's up, Ani? How are you?
Doing good. I was wondering if you saw the charges that was brought against our brother out there in Montgomery.
Yeah, microphone's on.
Yeah, I did see that, brother. Thank you. Hold on, Tango. Hold on, Tango. But yeah, out there in Montgomery, they charged the co-captain, these demonic ass white supremacists, that they took that L, and the brother who got attacked, they charged him, right? Well, these people are getting majorly on code, but Tango, hop on, man.
Yeah, Tariq.
What's up, Tango?
Yeah, listen, man. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. As black people, yeah, man, we need to stop focusing so much on the past. Because if not, our life is just gonna pass us, and we won't even know.
Then why are
Let's
you
focus on the present, man.
Then why are you focusing on the past? Because I haven't said anything about the past. So why are you focusing on the past?
No, but listen, every time you're talking about FBA and Africans and stuff, man, you need to focus on the future, not the past, bro.
What is the past about my lineage that I'm a part of now?
Mate, why talking about the lineage? Forget about it. Move on. It's happened. Done that, Steve done. Do you know
Move
what I
on
mean?
from
We
my
need to focus
lineage?
on the present, mate.
That is my presence. I'm a foundational Black American. What's the past about that? I'm a current foundational Black American, and that's
Yes,
my
but
lineage. I gotta forget.
why'd you ban about it?
What? Why did I
Why do
do
you go on
who?
about it all the time? Why do you go on about it all the time?
Because I honor my mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, grandparents, and ancestors because of the sacrifices
Yes,
they made for
yes, we
me,
all do.
and I show them the respect, and I show them the appreciation of honoring them in the lineage. So what's wrong with?
Yes, but why don't you focus on the future about building black communities now?
That's what we're
That's
doing now, while
that's
paying homage to our ancestry,
yeah, but it's
because I
very
got
hard
the
to do
game from
both.
them.
It's very because
No, sir.
what from what I listen from what I see from your post, yeah, all you're doing is talking about the past, and that makes black people upset. So
What
people,
past are
instead
you
of them
talking about?
focusing on
What past are you talking
FBA's,
about? That's
FBA's
not the
how
past. That's current. That's not the past. So what are you talking about? You're not even making sense, sir.
Tariq, man, you gotta be positive. Tell black people to build black
What's more
communities now.
positive? What's more positive than acknowledging and paying homage to our lineage and the people who paved the way to give us the strength to persevere? What's more positive than that?
Yes, but every day,
Yes,
every
every day. You
week.
know why, sir? You know why, sir? You know why you have a problem with it? Because you don't have any lineage to be proud of, sir, and you're trying to project that onto us. We're not you, brother, and no disrespect. You come from a
Listen,
fleeing lineage, and that's why you're projecting your failure. My family didn't flee from nowhere. They stayed here and fought and made a way for me, and I'm going to honor them every chance I get, sir.
listen, my family didn't flee from anywhere.
Sir, you are a Caribbean with an English accent, sir. You're in Britain right now. They fled.
Listen, listen, my family didn't flee from anywhere. Honestly, Tariq, honestly, as a black guy, yeah,
You have
I'll
a
always
British accent, dude. You're not indigenous to Britain. What are you talking about?
yes, but so are FBAs. You guys are not indigenous to America. Stop
Yes,
it.
we are.
No,
Yes,
you're
we
not.
are.
No, you're
There
not.
was, yes, we are.
Tariq, listen, you're bullshit
Listen,
and look at the
listen,
history. Have you read up the
dude.
history? Stop lying to people and lying to yourself. You're not indigenous to America. Stop that
Yes, we
bullshit.
are.
America was full of Indians. Stop that bullshit.
Sir, there was no United
That is
States
bullshit.
until
Listen, man.
foundational Black
Have
Americans
you looked?
built it.
Listen, most let's say
No,
most
no, no,
most
no,
black
no.
Americans.
You're not gonna. No, no, no. Don't babble. there was no United States until foundational Black Americans built it. That makes us indigenous to the United States. The red natives that were scattered around the land mixed with the black natives, the red ones didn't do anything to build the nation. It was the black ones and the black people brought over here to join the black indigenous people that became foundational Black Americans who built this nation. We are indigenous to the
Tariq,
United States,
Tariq, that is
sir.
bullshit. That is
That is
bullshit.
not
That is
bullshit.
bullshit. Black
Where's the
people are
lie?
from Africa. Black people are from Africa.
Everybody is
Stop this bullshit.
everybody is from Africa from some point, sir. We had an ethnogenesis. We became a whole new ethnic group, sir.
So, all right, if everybody's from Africa at one point, so how are you in FBA? You was
Because
never from the land. You lot got
we
taken
had
to
an
the land.
ethnogenesis. We
Tariq,
became a brand new
take
ethnic
a
group.
DNA test. Take a DNA test,
Sir,
and you'll see
this is tether babble. What part of the Caribbean did your family flee from, sir?
Tariq, take a DNA test. You'll see you're from Africa.
Sir, you don't have a homeland, sir. You're just a fleer. You're just fleeing wherever you can get in where you fit in, sir. And you're trying to project your non-lineage nation having
Tariq,
ass. You're
Tariq,
trying to
you're
project
probably
onto us.
Sierra Leonean. You're probably from Sierra Leone or Nigeria or Ghana.
Sir, Sierra Leone didn't exist when some of my ancestors were in Africa. It didn't even exist.
You're from West Africa. You're
The
from West
nations,
Africa. You're not
sir,
FBA. You
a
are not
lot of
FBA.
people are from West
There
Africa
is
as
not.
far as their lineage
Why
or
do you guys want to?
genealogy.
Why do you guys want to claim to
Sir,
be FBA so bad?
because
Like
that's
that's
our
lost.
lineage. That's
Listen,
our lineage.
these white people have
We have a unique
what
lineage
you
that you
guys have been
don't have.
brainwashed to be. You want to be Americans.
We have a unique lineage that you don't have. We built a nation and didn't flee, sir.
Yeah, but how could you guys build a nation, but then you guys were slaves?
Sir, no matter how we did it, we
Does that
did
make
it.
sense? You're an FBA,
Yeah,
but
it
then you got made a
does.
slave in your own land. You got
And
made slaves in your own land.
Just like you,
That does
that's
not
why
make sense.
what makes sense is that you were enslaved. That's why you fled. You chose to flee.
Tariq, I'm not talking about fleeing. I'm talking about
I'm
you're
talking,
an FBA. You
yes.
built a
You're talking about y'all were made slaves. You were made slaves. All black people globally, except the black people on North Sentinel Island, were enslaved through direct slavery or colonization, which is slavery.
all
So
right,
don't
Tariq,
point
listen
the
to me.
finger talking
If
about you were
listen,
enslaved.
you were you guys
Sir, you were so down bad, you had to flee from your homeland. You cannot point the finger at foundational Black Americans, sir.
all right, Tariq, listen to me, yeah? You guys are FBAs, you built America, you got made slaves, you had to fight your way out of slavery.
As did you, but go ahead.
All right, listen to me, yeah? That's happened. Yeah? That's the past. Let's move on from it. Let's build our communities now. There's so much crime happening in
Okay.
our communities and people.
Then why
Let's
didn't you
build. That's
build
what we
your
should
community?
focus
Why
on.
did you flee? Why didn't you build your community in your homeland? Why
Listen,
did you flee to Britain?
that's a topic for another day.
No, it's a
Let's
topic
talk.
for right now. It's a topic for right now. Why didn't you build your homeland and why did you flee to
Listen,
Britain? And you're pointing your finger telling us what we need to do.
listen, mate. That's a topic for another day. Let's talk
That's a
about FB.
topic for right now, Umbutu. That's a topic for right now. Why did you flee and not do anything about your homeland, sir?
Listen, mate. I've told you already. No one
Okay.
fled.
Thank you
No
so
one's fled.
much. Thank you so much. I don't want to hear this tether failure. It's a topic for another day. No, it's a topic for right now. You don't wag your finger at us. But let me, and all my non-FBA folks, all of y'all are not jacked up like this guy. All of you are not jacked up. But these dudes, people who flee, they feel a certain way about themselves. And they always got us on their brain. They always want to project that shit onto us because we didn't flee. I take pride in my damn ancestry. You're not going to shame me. Well, hell, why don't y'all move on? No, I ain't moving on from nothing. I get strength from my damn ancestry. My people stood here and persevered and survived some of the greatest atrocities and didn't flee. They stood toe to toe with these damn white supremacists. And I'm proud of them. I have a lineage, and we got a lineage that we can show pride in. I can pop our collar. We can pop our collar to the lineage that paved the way for us. That's why when you think of perseverance, you think of foundational Black Americans. When you think of people standing up against adversity, the first thing you think about are foundational Black Americans. Muhammad Ali, Dr. King, Rosa Parks, Malcolm X, Sojourner Truth, Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman. You always thinking about foundational Black Americans, and for a lot of Tethers, that burns their asses. Let's keep it real tonight, and I'm not trying to dump on my non-FBA international family, but cats like that, they feel a certain way because they don't have a Rosa Parks in their lineage. They don't have a Dr. King. They don't have a Muhammad Ali in their lineage. They don't have a Sojourner Truth or a Nat Turner or John Horse. They don't have it in their lineage. You understand? They got cake soap and running shoes. And then they feel a certain way about having to flee and leave their homeland in shambles. And then they want to project that stuff on us. We should have been checking that a long time ago, family. We should have been checking that garbage ass mindset that they try to project onto us. Let me get CC Friedman in here. What's up, Miss Connie? Hop on, lady.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, what you doing over there? You know how to work that phone.
You said, what did you
What's up?
say?
I said, you know how to work that phone. What's
Shoot,
going on?
you know I'm 80.
Oh,
But you know, whenever these melanated immigrants like him say something silly, I have to come up. But one of the first things that we should take note of is there's a testament to our strength. We were in chains. We were constantly beaten because we were always fighting. They were
right.
colonized. They were so weak, they didn't even have to be put in chains. And they were the majority. No, think about that. They were so easily controlled mentally that they couldn't even run up on that small percentage. That's crazy. So when they talk like that, it's like, what are you talking about? Number two, this whole forget your past. Their countries are in dire straits right now. Their people in their homelands are in dire straits. And they have the audacity to tell us to forget about what is currently happening to us. And then the last thing, they keep saying it was in the past. And this is why they
Right.
can't, yeah, they can't speak for us. I've asked them in spaces, tell us our history then, since you know so much. So it's still going on, but all they think slavery. They don't know that our Freedmen Bank, billions of dollars were stolen from us, our lands being stolen, our prosperous towns being burned down, us being raped. This has never stopped for centuries. And you told us to watch Silver Dollar Road, right?
Yeah.
Excellent film. Thank you. I have a
Oh, yeah.
friend right now. Yeah, I have a friend right now. Amazon, the company Amazon, and some white politicians, same story. This is happening in 2023. Thank God this guy has, he's financially successful and he's fighting, but they stole his property in Ohio and just colluded, same exact thing. So, just in closing, they don't know anything about our history. They don't know that we've always fought. There's never been a moment of peace between us and whites. And they just want us to forget about it so we can all be one big black Negro that they can just bite off of and, cloak themselves in our history. But thanks for letting me speak. Peace, love, and
Thank
reparations.
you. Thank you, beloved. Man, 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 man. Yeah, I hate when folks try to project their stuff onto us. That's not gonna work. Y'all not gonna shame us from not giving props to our ancestry, our lineage. No, 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 no. That's why we're gatekeeping our lineage. We're gatekeeping stuff now. I'm very proud of foundational Black Americans and what they've accomplished and what they've endured. Yeah, when people try to say, well, you guys were slaves, boy, what do you think colonization was? What do you think that was? That was slavery. That was nothing but slavery. They enslaved the entire nation states over there and created different tribes. Boy, y'all better get off that finger pointing talking about y'all were slaves. See, that's the reason why we as foundational Black Americans, we've been able to fight back, because we know what they're doing to us. We know what it is. We know it ain't no love. So we know we got to put in some work to get whatever we need. Over there in some of these countries over there in Africa, you don't realize that you've been enslaved. You think, well, it's just the corrupt Negro that's stealing all the money over there. You know, whenever you start talking about the problems in certain African countries, and they always deny white supremacy. They act like white supremacy doesn't exist. It is not white supremacy. It is the government. It's the corruption. It's these niggas who are corrupt. These corrupt niggas. You know, who put them corrupt niggas in there? You understand? These corrupt puppet leaders are put in there by the white supremacists. Your economies over there still controlled by the white supremacists. When they colonized these folks, they started giving them last names. The people in West Africa, for the most part, didn't have last names. That's a new thing. They did the same thing. They would name us, and then they would name you. They did the same thing, and then not just name you, they renamed your whole country. They're like, what y'all niggas? What's this called? This is called Eredo. All right, well, nigga, this is the Gold Coast now. All right. All of y'all niggas are part of the Gold Coast. Now go sit over there and let me give you your last name, because we need to tax you niggas. So we need to know who's who. So Uboye, your name is going to be, let me see, you got big ears. So what's the Yoruba word for big ears? That's going to be your last name. They were literally doing it like that. They were literally giving people last names like that. It's so Cat's got a lot of nerve. Oh, we got Habasha King. All right, let's get Habasha King. You're in Ghana, brother. Where you from? I see some flags on here. Where you from? You waving your hand. You're waving your hand like crazy. Habasha.
I'm gonna want to be respectful here. We can have a interesting conversation, Mr. Tariq.
Okay, now I couldn't hear the first part of your thing because I think you were getting an Uber order and it was messing your phone up. Now, what were you saying on the first part?
Yes. Tariq, how are you? How's your night today?
I'm good. I'm good, man. How are you?
Good.
Now, where's the flag? You from?
Yes, sir. I'm from Ethiopia, the great nation of Ethiopia, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Now, I have a few questions. This is thank you for bringing me up. I hope the family's good. You know, everything's good with you. You know, I'm very polite because that's my Ethiopian culture, is to be polite.
Right.
Let's start off with this. The previous guy who was here, he's wrong for saying what he said. Shame on him, because, you know, it's just, you don't bring up traumas, people's traumas, and use that against them. So shame on him. Secondly, if you're going to say colonization is like slavery, then basically the whole world got colonized. Everybody's basically slave. That's what you're saying, basically. India, China, every country. There's not one country that hasn't been, except for Ethiopia, by the way. We were never colonized. We're never, yeah, there you go. So are you basically saying, yeah, go ahead.
And by the way, with Ethiopia, shout out to the foundational Black Americans who went over there, the 1930s and 40s, to help fight against Italy. It was a foundational Black American brother out of Chicago who went over there and taught the Air Force. He was working with Haile Selassie showing them how to fly planes and get reconnaissance on the Italian military. And he helped form the first airline in Africa, which started in Ethiopia. So a lot of foundational Black Americans were lining up over here to help fight the Italians off of you brothers over there, because we didn't want to see Ethiopia get colonized. But go ahead.
Basically, you guys were cannon fodder. Excuse my language. You know, I do believe in delineation, so there was no point or reason for you guys to fight another countries. I'm actually angry at Ethiopia for requiring other people to fight. That means they didn't win on their own. So you guys were used as cannon fodder, basically. And that's sad.
Well, we saw other Black people. We were like, hey, these are our
Sir,
brothers. Even though
we're not Black, sir. We are not. We don't consider ourselves that. Yeah.
I know that. I know a lot of you think that you're Arab, but we, being the kind-hearted people that we are, we saw you as the Black people, and we said we don't want other Black people being colonized. So we helped try to get these white supremacists off your backs. And you don't seem too appreciative.
No, thank you. Moving on from that. So, I would say FBAs, please stop obsessing over, the African community. Also, Africans stop obsessing over.
That's a projection.
Yeah.
Projection.
No, I'm both ways. I'm not saying one way. I'm saying both ways. We both are.
That's not a
okay.
both way. We don't. What makes you think we think of you in any shape, way, form, or fashion?
And I'll tell you, where I live in basically Arlington, Virginia, big Ethiopian population, huge. I live in Ethiopia, and I used to live in Ethiopia, came to Arlington, Virginia, go to school here. A lot of the FBAs.
What part of Ethiopia are you from, by the way?
Har. So I'm Harari.
Okay.
It's a unique area. It's not like, I don't know. I call myself Habesha, but I'm not actually Habesha. I'm Harari. It's a play on words, basically, to anger people. A lot of the Habesha on here, they're trolls. So, anyways, that's not the point. The point, Tariq, man, when we came over here originally, we used to delineate ourselves and used to make the FBAs angry. They were like, why? Why are the Ethiopians so proud? Why do they delineate? Because we don't consider.
Why are they so what?
No, FBAs, when we came over here in America, we delineated ourselves always. We're very hyper nationalistic, ethnocentric. We used to delineate ourselves. So when you go up to us, we used to say, we're Ethiopian. And when people ask us, are you Black? We would say, hell no, we're not that. We're not a skin color.
What makes you think mad about? We don't get mad at.
Not this new generation, this new breed. I call you guys a new breed, and not this new breed of FBAs. I'm talking about when I was.
No, we don't care. We've never cared, sir. That's a fantasy that a lot of you tethers indulge in. You think that we give a damn. We've never given a damn. I can tell you from foundational Black American experience, we've never given a damn about you so-called delineating or not identifying as Black, because a lot of the tethers from there who come over, you've always been funny style. You guys were the cab drivers who wouldn't pick us up. We've always seen how funny style you were, especially out there in that DMV area. We've always seen how funny style you were. So we never cared. So do you guys sit up fantasizing about us getting upset about you not claiming Black? We know that you don't. We know that many of you identify as either dark Caucasians or Arabs. So
fair enough. Another thing is, growing up, a lot of you FBA men used to fetishize our women because your women, you hated them, and you always fetishize our women, Ethiopian women. And we used to check you for that. We used to check you and tell you, no, you're not going to be accepted in our family. So you used to get angry. Like I had an FBA brother come up to my sister and say, can I marry her? And I said, no way. You come from a lineage that I can't even make sure that you are from. You don't even have a father, I told the dude. So how can I be mixing with people who don't even have fathers? 72% of your community don't have fathers in their lives. Like they're born out of wedlock. That's an
Sir,
unnoble community. It's ignoble.
sir,
Where's the nobility?
sir, you come from a lineage of female circumcisions and you don't even know your birthday if you don't stop. Sir, y'all got orphans running around. They don't know who their mama, daddy is if you don't stop. If you don't stop, sir. Stop playing
Yeah.
games.
I'm
Right?
not even playing games, my friend Tariq. I'm not playing games.
Sir,
We
stop.
always weren't accepting of you guys. You guys were the ones bigging us. We Ethiopians have a big head. Like we are noble. We always
And I don't even think you're Ethiopian because now I hear a Latino accent coming out. The more you talk, there's a Latino accent coming out. Sir,
no, amigo, ¿cómo está? No, I'm not actually Latino.
yeah.
It's all jokes. I'm not Latino. I swear to God.
No. I hear a Latino accent. Are you over there seasoning some chicken with Goya right now, sir? I hear a Latino
No,
accent.
I eat kitfo. I eat kitfo.
No, I think you eat pico de gallo. I'm smelling an empanada over the phone. I think you're a
Tariq,
Hispanic.
please. No, I swear to God, on everything I love, on my God.
Well,
I'm an Orthodox
swear
Christian. On
if you
God, I'm not.
if
Yes.
if you swear on chickens in your backyard because I hear some chickens
I
clucking.
swear on them chickens in my backyard. Swear
Okay,
on my country. Okay,
no.
Tariq, my friend, here's the thing, man. You are a very charismatic individual. I do believe your you're basically delineating yourselves is helping us as Ethiopians because we don't want our in Ethiopians, basically using your identity to get places, to go to places. So we want them, we want, I want my community basically to be on their own feet, which they've been doing now. So good for them. So Tariq,
Yes,
continue delineating. It benefits you guys. We
yes,
never actually wanted, yeah,
and while
we
you're
never
getting
wanted anything to do with you ashy dudes. Like,
yes,
I'll
indeed.
tell you
While
something.
listen, and while you're getting on your feet, put some cocoa butter on them feet because you're very
Nah,
ashy.
bro.
And
Nah, bro.
nobody's trying to get with your women. Much respect to them, no disrespect to them, but nobody. Listen. A foundational Black American, the last thing she wants to get with is a little waterhead Ethiopian dude like yourself. That's the last thing, and I think that's what's burning your ass. I've never seen an FBA sister say, "Ooh, girl, this Ethiopian nigga tore this pussy up." You've never heard that, sir. And I think that's the thing that bothers you, sir. But it's okay. You're going to be all right, and much respect to you, and shout out to you and your injera bread or whatever you like to eat. All right. Man, boy, these tethers. Boy, these tethers stay projected. Talking about their women. Nigga, our women ain't checking for you. Oh, goodness. Man. Let's see. We got a lot of people in here tonight. Let's get FBA Goddess. FBA Goddess. What's up, FBA Goddess? Miss FBA Goddess. Let's turn that microphone on, ma'am. FB, okay, what happened to you, beloved? You were here and then you bounced. All right, let's try some other people because we got a lot of folks in here. Y'all raise your hand if you're ready. Let's raise your hand if you are ready. Man. Where y'all at, man? We got a lot of folks in here. All right, we got people, somebody with a fake account using my picture. Boy, you Tethers. Boy, you Tethers be having FBAs on the brain, don't you? Well, let's get Viral Drip in here. Viral Drip. Viral Drip.
How you doing, sir? Thank you for allowing me to speak. The last speaker, I
Yes.
don't know where he was from, but one thing I want to mention, he spoke out, said something about he doesn't have any respect for Ethiopia getting help. Instead of saying thank you,
Right.
I want to speak on that because that's been coming up in your space quite a bit. The Black Americans were denied to go over to Ethiopia. So when they went, they had to find another way to get there. But at the same time, nobody speaks about this much. The Italian Americans were allowed to go and fight for the side of Italy. And I'll close.
My man, I appreciate that. But yeah, they wouldn't let many of us go over there, so we had to finesse our way. We literally had to fight our way to go over there and help them fight. It wasn't an easy thing. One of my brothers out of Chicago, Brother John, built a damn plane. He built his own plane to fly over there. So look, we do so much stuff for people, and they are completely ungrateful. So that's why we're gatekeeping. We're gatekeeping heavy. All right, let me see. Let's get Derek. Let's get Derek in here. Hop on, Derek.
What's good, Flex?
I'm good, man. How are you, Brother Derek?
I'm all right, man. I'm out here in Hawaii, stationed out here for the last 3 years from Atlanta. I got some pertinent information to pass to the family. So
Yeah.
it's going to change the topic of the conversation. But so the Corporate Transparency Act goes into effect on January 1st, 2024. Bank account, all that stuff. So of yourself holding the application. So if you don't file, if you fail to file, there's going to be a $500 a day fine from the IRS. So that's going to affect a lot of people because everybody been on the earn your leisure type wave and stuff like that, trying to get your LLC and your business started. So I wanted to pass that out to the family. I land my plane right there.
Okay, I gotta look that up. That sounds weird. Okay. Yeah, that sounds strange. That sounds real strange. Wow. I gotta holler at my damn. If that's real, that sounds very strange. I gotta look into that. All right. Let me see who we got. Let's get a couple of people in here because I still got work to do. Working on this movie, microphone check. So I'm doing a lot of work here. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get one more good call in here. One more good call. Y'all hop on because I ain't gonna be on here too long. Let's get one more good call. Where y'all at? All right. Let's get. Let me see. Let's get average Black American. Average Black guy. What's going on, brother? How are you?
I'm pretty decent, man. It's good to be in the space. That brother you was talking to, man, he has us on the brain consistently. He actually lightened his skin. I don't know if you could look at the photo that he had, but the man had the little cake soap going and lightened his skin. So, yeah. And he's consistently saying the worst thing. One of the things that stuck out is something that a lot of tethers will say about Black Americans and us being in America, like we're lucky. They say that our greatness is because we're around white people, white culture, is the reason why we've become great. And of course, you can always tell them back, we made it in spite of white people. White people are obstacles that we've had to overcome. We could have been further along without them, but he believes that their greatness is because of white people. Our greatness is because of white people. And I land there.
Yeah, you know what? That whole narrative, and see, the white supremacists, they've convinced people that, things wouldn't pop off without them. And let me tell you something. If it weren't for systematic white supremacy holding Black progress back, because we know that our progress, they put a cap on it. We're held back. Whenever we start progressing too much, or we progress without their permission, oh, they yank that chain real quick. If they weren't creating a system of deprivation and sabotage, we would have more advanced societies, I believe. I believe we would have way more technological advances, societal advances, medicinal advances. Let's keep it real. I want Black folks to understand this. A lot of issues we have in society, even though we have a lot of, technological advances in relations to the rest of the world, we would have more if it weren't for systematic white supremacy holding people back from their greatness. If it weren't for economic and educational sabotaging, because we get sabotaged from top to bottom. And when we start to excel, they say, hey, we gotta put a cap on that. We can't let them take this knowledge and use it for themselves. That's why whenever a Black person comes up with some kind of invention that's going to revolutionize something, notice that Black person always ends up missing or dead. I want y'all to think about that. The minute a Black person comes up with some kind of invention that can really revolutionize a nation or can be self-sustaining without the current status quo, that Black person turns up missing. And this happens all over the world. There was a brother over there in South Africa. He came up with this water system, water system that didn't rely on the nationalized system. I forgot the exact logistics of it, but hell, that brother ended up, quote unquote, falling out of a window. Over here, there's a brother, I think he's down in Mississippi. He has that giant water machine where he was taking it up there to Flint, giving people clean water for free. This brother created this machine, and some suspected white supremacists allegedly went up there in the middle of the night. Yeah, Moses West. Thank you, Sister Connie. Brother Moses West. And some white supremacists sabotaged his machine. I want y'all to go look up an interview Moses West did. He said, hey, whoever did this knew what the hell they were doing. The way this thing is set up, it's not some shit where a random person can go mess with it. The way they sabotaged it, this was somebody who had, they knew what they were doing, meaning these people were had some kind of engineering skills. So this wasn't just like a crackhead or something. Remember the brother up there in Buffalo, that security guard who got shot and killed by the white supremacists? He had a water system that he created. This brother in Buffalo created this water system, this free energy water system. And he was working as a security guard, and then the white supremacists showed up and killed him and a whole bunch of other people. You see? I don't believe in them many coincidences, family. It ain't them many coincidences in the world. The minute we create something revolutionary, all of a sudden we get offed. You see? So we would have way more technological advances and advancements if it weren't for these people throwing a wrench in the game. So I want us to understand that. And there's a reason why they like to promote
us being in a childlike state, because a lot of us think being in a childlike state, man, we kind of got it made. We just let white mommy and white daddy do all the work, and we can just sit around drinking, smoking, partying, bullshitting, twerking. And when some of us get out of that mindset, we become threats. Us talking about being empowered, that becomes a threat because you're waking up. That's why the word woke is so negative. That's why they have an anti-woke movement. See, we're supposed to be perpetual children in their eyes. This goes back to the main topic what we were talking about earlier. That's why they like the sexy reds. They like that because that's a modern version of the plantation. A silly, simple-minded Negro, preferably the woman, because if the woman is simple-minded and hood-radish and feeble, over-sexualized, well, the kids that she produced, she's the first teacher, she's going to do a number on them. So the white supremacists, they got minimal work to do when the kid gets of age. They want the mothers to have the plantation mammy, Jezebel mindset to infuse in the children. That's why it's very important for them to get the women on the bullshit, you see. And I think that's why they're putting out these horrible images of sisters right now. And they make sure that it's FBA sisters that they show fucked up like that. Because they know our potential. They know that a Rosa Parks type will inspire us. They know that a Dr. Welsing will inspire us. This is why they don't like to talk about these revolutionary sisters. That's why we talk about them. That's why you can go to the Hidden History Museum. If you're in Los Angeles, go to the Hidden History Museum on Jefferson Boulevard and learn about these powerful sisters. Dr. Welsing, Shahrazad Ali, so many, many others. So that's why it's up to us on the grassroots to teach this stuff, to chop up game with each other and share this knowledge, and then give the knowledge to the young folks, and not just the young people, to the young adults and older people too. This knowledge is for everybody. And by the way, the children's book, I have a children's / young adult book that will be out in a couple of weeks. All right. This book will be out in a couple of weeks. It's a great read. It's a great table book. It's a book for children, young adults. You can grow into the book. Very good book, and it's going to be available in a couple of weeks, right on time for the holiday season, for the Aratasase holiday season, right on time, because that's important. That's very important. Us sharing that knowledge and getting that knowledge out there when the kids are young. But anyway, family, let me get out of here. I don't want to keep y'all too long. So right now, family, you guys go to rootworkstyle.com. Get that Rootwork deodorant. Remember, who was this person giving me a thumbs down? Who was this Barry dude? Barry Acon. Why are you giving a thumbs down, Barry? Hold on. Barry, why are you giving a thumbs down? What's that about? Barry, what's up, bro? Yo, Barry, hop on. Use that little ashy thumb to push your microphone on.
Oh my God,
What's up, Barry?
Dana,
Oh, Lord, you tethers are not with.
Dana,
Damn.
Dana.
Dude, well, these tethers are not witty at all. Tethers, boy. Now, who is Dana? Is that the name of your gerbil and it got lost in your homeboy? That nigga has his homeboy's legs cocked open, yelling for his gerbil. Dana, come back, nigga. Dana, I got to get him back. He was going to suffocate. So, yeah, you need to get Dana the gerbil out your homeboy. And don't call me while you're trying to get your gerbil back. You shouldn't have put it up there in him. You shouldn't have done that, brother. Y'all know not to do that.
you're letting the gerbil fidget up in your homeboy, but you need that gerbil for bush meat. So you you had some sex play and then you got hungry. So now you got to call the gerbil back and get the barbecue grill going. Dana, I got some hot sauce. Lord. Anyway, excuse me. Who is Dana with the data? Now y'all want to, I'm about to get off. Now everybody want to get turned up in this motherfucker. Why y'all trying to get turned up all of a sudden? Hold on, Dana, hop on. Was he calling you Dana? Or was it Dana the gerbil? Who was he calling?
I don't know no damn Barry.
Okay.
I don't know her. Don't put that on. I'm not the gerbil. I don't know that man. I just wanted to come up and say I don't know him as no relation.
Oh, okay. We didn't know. Thank you, Lord, but somebody please find that man's gerbil. All right. Hold on, let me get Barry up. Barry, can you describe the gerbil so we can help you if it crawls out your home?
Dana, you know me. Dana.
No. No. What does Dana look like? Was Dana like
Dana
like
with
kind
the
of gray?
data? Dana with the data. You know me. You know.
Okay. But if we find the gerbil, we'll text you. Okay. If we find it, we'll text you, brother. All right. I don't know what's going on, but you sound like you really want your gerbil back. There's a sentimental attachment to it. All right. But anyway, let me get out of here, man. Y'all have me on here all night bullshitting. All right, go to rootworkstyle.com. Go to Rootwork Style. And dude, you and Dana the gerbil, y'all really need to get some because whatever that room smells like right now is going to need some deodorant. So go to rootworkstyle.com, rub a little bit on Dana. When you find Dana, rub some of that on Dana, rub some on his fur. And that'll get the stains out. But rootworkstyle.com. All right, guys, I'm out.
How y'all been, man? I ain't been on live in a few days. Forgot when I was on there last, but I'm here. Everybody pop on in the room. Let me know what's on your mind. We're in here. Shout out to D. I see you, D. I see you, Ty. DJC. How y'all doing? Hope everybody's having a good holiday so far, holiday week. Hope you're spending time with your family and all that good stuff for Thanksgiving tomorrow. But nevertheless, let's just chop it up a little bit. I'll take some calls in a minute. Just want to see what's going on. What's up, D-Tub? And I see you. Don't forget Aretasese, the new holiday coming up December 24th. Foundational Black American holiday we're going to be celebrating December 24th. We got some beautiful cards that we're going to start sharing. I got some cards I want to show you guys. I'll probably show it on my broadcast this week on YouTube. Y'all need to follow me on YouTube at Tariq Elite. But a few things we're going to touch on. So Ye is back in the news. Ye is back in the news, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, where we at? Excuse me. So Kanye's back in the news, and he's out here running with Nick Fuentes. The other day, Nick was running with Milo. So Ye was rolling with Milo. I can't pronounce Milo's last name. I don't give a damn enough to remember how to pronounce his last name. Milo Snuffleupagus, or whatever his last name is, the alt-right LGBT suspected white supremacist. So he was hanging with that guy, and now Ye was running around with suspected white supremacist Nick Fuentes, who's hardcore with his white supremacy. So is this the chess move? I'm waiting on that chess move that I kept hearing people talk about. This Machiavellian chess move that Kanye was doing. When is the chess move happening, guys? All I see is checkers. All I see are checker moves.
Checker moves, and you just jump. That's when you just jump on anything. You just jump on any opportunity. I'm not seeing anything strategic or chess-like. So what's with the chess moves? All the chess move people are real quiet. All the chess move people are very quiet. Why is Kanye still rocking with these alt-right types? What in the world is that about? And that's why, again, it was so hard to kind of defend Kanye, because, again, I don't know what Kanye's angle is, and nobody really knows what his angle is, but he's real buddied up with these alt-right types, and you can't really defend that. You can't defend the likes of a Nick Fuentes. That guy says all types of crazy stuff about black society. Nick said he told some lie on me when he was on No Jumper. He was on No Jumper. You guys can YouTube that. He was on No Jumper recently, and he said some kind of weird lie about me. I forgot what it was, but it was some kind of weird ass lie. And they wanted me to debate Nick Fuentes, and I said, look, I'm not going to debate Nick Fuentes because he's a time-wasting troll. Because once you start beating him up with facts, he's just going to start tapping out by trolling. He's one of those kind. That's what they do. They tap out by trolling. So it's just a pointless thing. They use trolling as their way to tap out, you see. But I'm waiting to hear the chess move from these cats. So we got to start calling all of this stuff out. Let's stop having wishful thinking about people's actions and intentions. Sometimes they're just doing stuff that's kind of coonish. Sometimes it's just cooning. Sometimes we try to rationalize cooning. Sometimes it's just cooning. So we have to understand what things really are and accept them for what they are, ladies and gentlemen. Also, earlier, I just reminded myself of something. I retweeted a story from, I think, the New York Post, one of those publications, of a brother. He got killed. Somebody shot him over some Balenciaga shoes. And we posted the suspects. It was a couple of damn Tethers. I think one of the Tethers has a Liberian background, and the other Tether has a non-FBA background. And some people in the comments got mad. Oh, damn, why are you pointing that out? You damn right I'm pointing that out. Yes, I am pointing that out. No. Y'all not going to dump your Negroes on us no more. You're absolutely right. I'm going to point it out. Because when you do something positive, you're sure to point that out and distance yourself from us. You want to take your win and go to the other side of the room? That's fine. Take your L with you. When you take an L, take that L over there on the other side of the room with you. Don't dump your L's on us. I told y'all, I'm for real. I don't want no L's from no other damn group. Don't dump your riffraff ass niggas on us, killing folks over shoes. And then like, well, here's some FBA niggas who killed too. Right? We got to take that L. All right, we got enough L's we got to take. I ain't taking yours. We take ours, you take yours. How about that? When some goofy FBA niggas do something stupid, all right, we eat that. When Tethers do some stupid shit, you eat that. We got to eat everybody's trash. I'm good. No, let's separate the trash. I don't want to eat your trash. And the dude who shot up that Walmart out there in where is that, Virginia? The guy who shot up the Walmart yesterday, where the questions are out about this dude's background. His last name is Bing, Andre Bing. And this dude, that hairline is giving foreigner. See, they'll just label him as black. And he shot, some of his co-workers at Walmart. Half of them were black. And we don't really go do random shootings on other black folks like that. Just random, and we don't know them. We don't do shit like that. That's some shit that Tethers do. FBAs don't really do that. You dig? And plus the dude hairline, his hairline is looking real non-FBA-ish. That's the reality of it. And his last name is Bing. His vibe is off. And he targeted other random black people for no reason at all. So
we're trying to see what this guy's background is. And when they hide people's backgrounds like that, when they scrub the internet of these people's backgrounds, you know that's kind of funny style. That's some funny business right there. Again, I don't want to absorb anybody's riffraffs. If there's some riffraffs out here, we don't want to have them absorb themselves into FBA culture. We ain't trying to have that. What's up, Secret Sister? We got a lot of folks in here. Let me get some calls from the family in here. We got a lot of people in here. I'm still getting over a cold. I was kind of, when I got back from Dallas a couple of days ago, I was very sick, but I'm getting much better now. I didn't stay sick for long because I started hitting that elderberry, my herbs, and my sour sop. So I've been knocking that shit out. What's up, AP?
Hi, Tariq. Just enjoying listening.
My man.
Making some good points tonight. And sorry you came to Dallas and didn't feel well going out of it.
Yeah. I love Dallas, though, man. The people in Dallas are phenomenal. Beautiful, beautiful place. Where are you from, AP?
I live in DFW. I'm a little closer to Fort Worth than Dallas.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Yeah, the beautiful people in Dallas, man. And Dallas is a beautiful city, very underrated, very slept on. You know? And that's one of the reasons why, thank you for the call. That's one of the reasons why we're having the event out there in Dallas. I've always gotten a lot of love from Dallas. A lot of professional Black people out there. You can go to Dallas and go to a bar or a restaurant, and there's just a bunch of professional Black people in there chilling, man. And I love that vibe. So real good progressive Black folks out there. And when we have the event this May, we want everybody to come down. We're getting all of that organized now. We're going to lock down the venue probably within the next week. So we're locking the venue down, and we're having committee meetings, and we're organizing the different types of events we're going to have. The different types of workshops we're going to have. Our biggest concern now, we're trying to holler at the city about allowing us to have food truck vendors there or across the street. So that's the only issue that we're having now. We're dealing with the city as far as having food truck vendors there, because that's very, very, very important. We got to have food truck vendors there. So we're getting it together. It's coming through. What's up, Sir Mage? I see you, player. I'll get you on in a second, brother. Let me get some more folks in here. Let's get Miss D in here. What's up, Miss D? Also, before I get Miss D on, let me say this. My brothers and sisters, some of you guys write? Because we're doing some stuff for the museum. We're swamped with a lot of stuff we're trying to do. We need some people to assist us with writing biographies, just short biographies. If you are knowledgeable about some of our master teachers and certain things within the conscious community and certain things within the empowerment community, and you are a good writer, we would love to have you assist us with writing some biographies about certain people within the movement, and some serious people who want to help out for real, because we're swamped. We got so many people doing so many things, and we need more assistance. And I have a lot of people who are not in California who say, hey man, what can I do? That's something that you guys can assist us with. Email me, info@tariqelite.com. If you can assist us with that, that would be greatly appreciated. info@tariqelite.com. For example, we want to do a piece in the museum about Dr. Amos Wilson. So we, need somebody to write a little bio about his work, and we need people who are familiar with people like that. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're familiar with the Amos Wilsons and other master teachers and other things like that, and you can write some brief stuff about it, that would help us out a lot, because we're featuring so many things in the museum, and we're getting all of that together now. Because, like I said, we're going to try to have a soft opening in February. So we're
cramming right now. We're doing so many things. There's a lot of little logistical stuff that we're doing. We're trying to um, we're remodeling stuff. We're getting all the pictures and documents together, and um, a lot of the security stuff there. We're adding security doors. Just a lot of little knickknacks we're doing. There's just so many things that go into stuff like that. But I digress. Let me get Miss D. Hop on.
Hi,
Hey,
Tariq.
dear. How are you?
First time speaking with you from Houston,
There you
Texas.
go. How you doing, beloved?
I'm doing okay. I was wondering, I heard you say that for the museum you're gonna do a soft opening.
Yeah.
Were you gonna get the people that donated as the VIP, or how were you gonna do it, or have you decided?
Well, probably for the main opening, we'll get all of them in because again, the soft opening is not. We're not going to fully open. We're just going to kind of open it to promote it to a certain degree. So we're still working all of that out. But you're in Houston. Um, again, we're working all of that out because a lot of the people who donated for the big grand opening, that's when we want to have everybody come on through as far as that. So we'll keep everybody posted on it. Again, the opening in February, there's going to be a private screening for the new film. So that's going to be limited capacity because we can't have all the stuff in the museum if we're going to have the screening. You know, it's a whole bunch of things that's going on, but we're working it out. And we'll keep you posted. We'll let you know what's going on. But thank you, beloved.
Okay.
All right, let's get our brother Sir Major in the building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good brother Tariq. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. What's going on with you, fam?
I'm doing all right. Couple things real quick. On Friday, I've got the father of Shaquella Robinson coming onto the show. We're going to be doing a space, and so I would love to invite everyone out for that.
Good.
To hear this brother speak is going to be really inspirational. So there's that. And then also, I wanted to get your thoughts on the viral video of the internet troll / government informant, Mr. Charleston White. Did you see that video where he was provoking someone to fight or to pull out a gun, and he pulled out a strap?
Yeah.
And he was the only one with a gun. Did you see that? Your
Yeah,
thoughts?
I saw them. Yeah, that's interesting. Let me touch on that. But thank you so much, brother. Let me touch on that. Yeah, that was interesting. There's a video of Charleston White. I think he's in Chicago somewhere doing an interview, and they got into an altercation with the interviewee. The interviewee wanted him to stop disrespecting certain people who got killed, and Charleston started jumping bad at the dude, and then Charleston pulled a gun out. So that was interesting. He pulled a gun out. Um, that right there, I don't know about that one because what happens now is that Charleston, he's established himself as a legitimate threat, right? Some people can look at that and say, and I'm just looking at this from, you know, from a legal standpoint, what can be used as justifiable defense. So now that Charleston has pulled out a gun during an interview, now somebody can really get at him and be like, hey, well, I had to get at him because you saw how violent this guy is. So, I was afraid for my life. You see, he's pulling out guns on during interviews. So I was afraid for my life. So I look at things from that perspective. I look at things um, as far as how people how they can establish certain scenarios in the future. You dig? No matter what you think about it, good, bad, right, or wrong, justified, non-justified, when you do a move like that, when you're doing an interview and you pull out a gun, you've now established yourself as an extremely violent and dangerous person. So now, unfortunately, inadvertently, you showing motherfuckers how bad you are, but you've also shown people how dangerous you can be. So now, if somebody's around you, and the minute you start raising your voice, and then they pull out something on you and they get the drop on you, they can have a legitimate argument. Well, damn, look at this guy. I thought he was going to do me like he was doing those guys in the interview. I thought he was going to pull a gun on me. You see, people do stuff like that. So you got to be very careful when you do stuff like that. You in an interview and you just gonna pull out a gat. You don't pull your shit out unless you gonna use it for real, for real. Don't be out there pulling it out for show. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. And yelling, "I don't give a damn, I don't give a damn." That's not a good look. Just for your own safety. That'll turn around and bite you in the ass. What's up, Jocelyn? I see you, beloved. How are you, dear? I see you, Taz. All right. Let's get Ollie Stare. What's up, Ollie Stare? How are you, brother? Well, let me get you add a speaker on. I didn't add you. My bad. I'm slipping. Ollie, what's up, man? Ollie Stare. What's up? Waiting on Ollie Stare to hop on.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. What's on your mind,
what's
brother?
going on, brother Tariq? Calling from Springfield, Missouri. Two things.
There you go. What's on your mind?
Well, two things. I do photography. Right now, I take pictures mainly outdoors and everything else. So I'm willing to do some photography work, and I'm doing a subject on taking pictures of mainly Black people here in the United States.
Okay.
Yeah. So also too, I also posted a story to you about this issue going on in the Dominican Republic, where you got these white Latinos in Dominican Republic just attacking and deporting Haitians out of their country.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. And from what I understand, I don't know, there's some feedback going on, brother.
Yeah, it's raining outside.
Okay, there you go. But let me touch on that. So yeah, over there in the Dominican Republic, they're telling dark-skinned Americans, like if you visit over there, you better be careful because those racist ass Latinos who are just as black, by the way, because I've been to the Dominican Republic, they're just as black as us. But they're saying that if you are a dark-skinned American just over there visiting or vacationing, you got to be careful because the officials there might just detain your ass. You dig? Just because you're dark-skinned. You dig? And really dark-skinned with who speak English. If you're dark-skinned and you speak fluent English, they'll be like, oh, So, the racism there is just the same as it always been. They've been on that nonsense over there, and then they bring that same racist mindset over here. And again, I've been to the Dominican Republic, and they literally think that they're dark-skinned Spaniards. I went to a museum out there. I've talked about this story many times, and there was the sister there talking about the history of the Dominican Republic, and she kept talking about it as if they were all Spanish. She kept talking about their Spanish ancestors and forefathers. They didn't say nothing about all these black ass Dominicans. Okay, how y'all get so damn black? You keep talking about all these white Spaniards, and y'all sitting around here, everybody has a goddamn afro. Y'all not gonna touch on that? I'm waiting. She just kept going on with the Spanish, and Bishop San Juan did this, and Christopher Columbus, and Fernando de Soto, and she just talking about all this Spanish shit, talking about all these white Spaniards. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with your black ass? Y'all not gonna tell me about the blackness? How all these black people are here. And there's nothing in there about how y'all so damn black. Nothing. Not one thing. It was all about white Spaniards in the museum. In a country with a bunch of dark-skinned people with afros. That's what's in the Dominican Republic. And this is the thing. The dark-skinned people with afros who don't identify with anything black. They don't identify as black at all, for the most part. It's a very interesting dynamic. So we better understand, just because people are melanated don't mean that they have the same mindset as us. That's been a trick bag. We got to stop falling for. We better stop falling for that. Just because somebody is dark, we think, oh, hey, that's our brother. No, you know, every brother our color ain't a brother. Let's get Chaco Mongo in here. Chaco Mongo. What's up, Chaco Mongo? What's going on with you?
I think that is important because you know, and they get mad at us over reparations. Take it up with them. Don't take it up with us. Take it up with them. Like what have we done to you? You're as black. They're as black as Ace of Spades, and
Yeah.
they want to be white so badly. And I was talking to this dark skin or maybe fair skinned Dominican woman, and she didn't notice the racism until she got to the United States from the Dominican Republic. And she there's this Dominican white man married to a black woman from the Dominican. And she's like, "Oh, whites are better." And she literally had to educate that white man to the point that even his black wife was saying, "Yeah, that's true." He was shook to the core over it. I mean,
Wow.
what is wrong with them? I mean, they're gonna get their wake up call. They're gonna be the new plantation Negroes at some point.
Yes, it's real heavy, man. Thank you. East Sider. Let me get East Sider in here. East Sider, what's up, bro?
It's funny that you mentioned that, man. And I'm looking at how how they talk about on this nationality and black mean dead and all that. I'm pretty sure that every nationality got their own language for for their black population. So
Yeah,
I landed there.
there you go. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let's get Darius Jackson in here. Darius Jackson. What's up, brother? Darius Jackson.
What's up, Tariq, man?
What's up, man? How you
Man,
doing,
I'm
fam?
doing good, man. Hey, I've been a long time listening since Matt lessons. Hey, man, I just want to
Yes,
say, man,
sir.
I appreciate everything you're doing. Man, keep doing what you're doing. Don't let these white supremacists stop you. That's all I want to say. I want to land my plane right there. Another question I want to ask you. Why do you think some people who are like Native Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, why do you think they kind of like want white acceptance on that type of level, like far as like how we moving right now?
Right. Well, a lot of them want white acceptance because, the white society, they incentivize black people to go against their own interest or the interest of the group. I'll say that. In fact, truth be told, we're the only group whose people, and when I say group, black people, we're the only people who have folks incentivized to go against the group. Like when Charles Barkley hopped on TV the other day, just for no reason whatsoever, dumping on black society as a whole, literally for nothing. And another thing, we have to blame the white people at CNN for putting him up there. All right, we don't shadow box. The blame is also on CNN for putting him on TV to say that foul stuff he said. Just out the blue. He hopped on TV. Oh, yeah, by the way, black people are just terrible when it comes to gay peoples. Black people treat gay people the worst. They just terrible. Black people, ain't nothing wrong with gay peoples. What? What the hell? Random as hell. Like, what the hell did that come from? We're sitting here minding our black business, and they put this big butter biscuit eating Sambo on television just to dump on all of us. We ain't doing nothing to no gay people. What are you talking about? But again, didn't one of those networks give that fool like $100 million recently? Didn't he sign a contract? Because I don't follow a lot of those sports shows. But didn't one of those sports channels give that man a $100,000 contract? So yeah, if if you give a coon $100 million, they get coon Tourette's. They just start. You don't even have to tell them to start dumping on other Negroes. They just know instinctively where they at. I'll do it. Oh, blacks are horrible. They terrible. Blacks are just terrible. The minute you get the check, everybody terrible. We ain't shit. Wow. But again, CNN, they put him on television. They knew he was going to be cooning like that. That's why they put him on there. So, and that's a liberal network, quote unquote. So we have to understand that game that they play. All right, let me get my brother McCall in here. Let me get my good brother McCall in here. What's up, brother McCall? Hop on, brother. If the reception is good, brother McCall. Where you at, brother? All right. I was trying to get you in, brother
Great.
McCall. Wait, there he is. There he is.
How art thou?
There you go, my good brother. How are you, sir?
Over here on the continent, living the dream and winning FBI style, of course.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Just wanted to add to this illustrious conversation and thank you for calling your dear brother up. Kanye
Yes,
West.
sir.
Well, not strategic at all. He's simply looking for love in all the wrong places. That's his strategy, period.
Yeah.
Secondly, black people, we were called colored not because of the color of our skin, but because the whites colored our minds. And I land with that. Love you there, brother. Keep that jab in their face and take good care of
Yes,
yourself.
indeed. Thank you so much, good brother. All right, let's get P. Shelton in here. Let's get P. Shelton in here. P. Shelton. What's up, P?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, P. What's going on,
Hey, I
brother?
have a question. Do we actually care about the possible deportation of the people that killed that girl in Mexico? Do we care about that, or like speak on that if you can?
The deportation of them?
Like, I know they're supposed to get like arrested or something like that. I know the FBI is supposed to be looking for them or something like that now.
But deported? I don't get the
Oh, not
deported part
deported. I
because
mean, I
they.
think they're gonna get extradited. As far as like the
Oh well,
prosecution of it.
that's very interesting, and thank you, P. You know what, Sir Major, when you talk to our sister's dad, find out who has the jurisdiction over that because that's a real tricky case. Does Mexico have jurisdiction because the murder had happened in Mexico? Or, I see the FBI, they're talking about getting involved because these are U.S. citizens. You dig? So let me get Sir Major on real quick. I want to know how the jurisdiction of that works. It's a real tricky thing. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, brother. So we actually already have that answer already covered. So uh, it's the catch-22. So Mexico is going to actually proceed with the case. Mexico,
Okay.
the FBI is going to extradite. The Department of Justice is going to extradite them over. Mexico already has an arrest warrant issued. They're going to Interpol is going to be getting involved. They're going to be locating these individuals. The individual, they won't release who's all on the arrest warrant. That name. So right now they're only looking for one person. They won't say which
Okay.
person that they're looking for. But again, more details are coming up on Friday.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So be sure to tune into that. That's going to be interesting. Shout out to Sir Major. That's going to be very interesting to see. That's interesting. Elijah, hop on, brother.
Yo, Tariq, what's up?
What's good? What's happening with you, fam?
Nothing much. I've been listening for about 5 years. I'm only 19, but I really love the work you do for us as foundational Black Americans.
I appreciate that. No
But
doubt.
I wanted to speak on Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
It just seems like every time he opens his mouth is something stupid coming out of it. Like, this man called Kyrie an idiot, but then he gets on CNN and talks about black people are the biggest threat to gays when it was a white shooter.
Right.
Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, they pay their Sambos real well. They pay their Sambos well. They shut up that gay club out there, and the white man, they're questioning his sexuality. There was some stuff where they said he claimed to be non-binary, and then they interviewed, I think, his dad, and his dad was talking real reckless. So they don't put that homophobia label on them, because the dad, I think they interviewed the guy's dad, and the dad was like, "Oh yeah, thank God my son wasn't gay," and whoop de whoop, and yeah, we don't do that gay stuff over here. And they're not throwing the homophobia label on this guy. They only reserve that nonsense for us. Yeah. Let's get the realist out. The realist out. Let's get the realist. Hop on the realist. What's on your mind? The realist, what's up, man?
Hey, what's good, Tariq?
I'm good, brother. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I'm a football fan, right? And during the whole Colin Kaepernick situation where everyone was kneeling for justice, I'm not sure if you know him, but the Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, he said if anyone on his team kneels, he will kick them off the football field. I mean, off the football team, right? So just recently, photos resurfaced of him being one of the bullies at Little Rock. I think it's
Right.
University or high school in 1957.
Yeah.
And I mean, now he just got exposed for being in support of segregation. So I'm just wondering if Shaq, Charles Barkley, Shannon Sharp, Skip Bayless, I was just wondering if they gonna talk about that, and I'll land on that.
There you go. Thank you, brother. And yeah. So yeah, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, they got a picture of him during the Jim Crow era being a damn Jim Crow white supremacist, which is not shocking. And I don't want to hear about all that's ancient history, because yeah, the shit they said about Bill Cosby was ancient history, and they still sat up there and put him in jail over some bogus nonsense. It's only ancient history when it comes to them. Y'all better understand. Remember, all those pictures from the 1950s and 60s of these white supremacists throwing rocks at black folks and throwing bottles at them and sicking dogs on them. These white supremacists are still alive. Do y'all understand that? They try to make it seem like that stuff is ancient history. These white supremacists are still alive right now. You understand, the woman who got Emmett Till killed, she's still alive. Her ass is still tinkering around. These old school white supremacists from the 1950s and 60s who were doing their anti-black racism wide open, they're still walking around here. They're your judges. These are your doctors. These are the elders in the white supremacist community. These are people in high positions. These are your politicians. These are your Joe Bidens. You understand? These people didn't go nowhere. They're still running around here doing their thing. All right. All right, let's get some other folks in here. We got some trolls in here. Hold on, let's see who we got in here. Media Saboteur. What's up, man? Hop on. Media Saboteur. What's going on?
Hey, Tariq. Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. And what's your name, buddy?
Media. Media is my name for all intents and purposes. Why not?
Okay. There you go. Now, where are you from?
New York City.
There you go. So what's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, so I was just wondering, and you may notice I troll you every now and then. I just it's all in good fun. It's fun times.
Yeah. Oh,
Freaking, what's your take on this? Do you, or I should say, answer this question, please. Was the black divorce rate in the black community in general, were they better off during what would be known as peak white supremacy era or modern day, so-called not white supremacy era? The black family.
where does wait? Let's stop there, because
The
where?
black family, though. The black family.
Hold on, wait, hold on, because we have to unpack what you're saying, sir. Where does white supremacy not exist right now?
Well, I'm using white supremacy for just for the intents and purposes of you using the term white supremacy. You use it a lot. I don't blame you
I
for
do.
using it. I'm not going to say you're wrong for using it. I don't know. Maybe a lot of white people do think that we're superior on some kind of subconscious
Okay,
level.
let's
I don't
slow
know.
down. Let's slow down.
Go ahead.
Let's slow down. Because you said back in the day with peak white supremacy as compared to now in modern times, as if we are not in peak white supremacy now.
So
We are in.
when black people were actually getting lynched and being hung from trees, for example, that time, that era, circa 19.
So now we're being lynched and shot by race soldiers. Nothing has
No, I
changed.
think
They
you know what I mean. No, we're not going to go that nuanced into things. Just simple, common sense, broad stroke terms. No one's getting hung from trees today. No one's getting their bodies burned, their corpses burned from trees.
because they've updated the lynchings.
But
They've updated the lynchings.
like I said, you're
So now,
going into new age speak. You're going into new age Tariq Nasheed kind of
no.
parlance here. But I'm
What's
talking
a lynching?
about circa
What's a
1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s.
slow down? Slow down. What's a lynching? A lynching is just an extrajudicial killing. It's not about rope. People equate lynching with just rope. That was one way to lynch a person. That was common back in the day because they had to make a big show out of it because you didn't have the mass media as if we had it now. You would have to do it in public and then put it on postcards and send it around. Now you have television. Now you can just murder a black person without going through the courts, and then it's spread on mass media. It's the same thing. We have lynchings now. We have to establish that. So it's not just hyperbole, I'm saying. We have lynchings now, and it's done on a regular basis. Right? Media?
All right, so let's go. Let's zero in on 2 time frames. All right.
Got it.
The first time frame, 30s, 40s, 50s. The second time frame, 90s, 2000s, 2010s.
Uh-huh.
All right. At which one of those time periods were black families in better shape, as far as the parents staying together, as far as the education being focused on for the kids, as far as kids not being born out of wedlock? Which 2 time frames? Which of the 2
Well,
are more ideal?
it's kind of like what prisons are better to be in, San Quentin or Folsom? That's literally what you're asking me. And neither one is good. Some prisons have better food than others, but that doesn't make it a good thing. So you're asking me to compare prisons, and that's not a fair comparison because all prisons are bad. Saying that we did better under peak white supremacy as opposed to mid-level white supremacy, that's not saying anything because we're still under the system of white supremacy. We're still being subjugated. We're still being harmed. So by your calculation, which is very accurate, when we were together as a family, we were getting brutalized. And when we have been broken up as families, we're still being brutalized. So the problem isn't the family structure, it's the brutalization of systematic white supremacy. So why, sir, are you not trying to dismantle that?
I'm just pointing out 2 disparities here. One in the event of 20% divorce rate among black families back in
Prison
the 30s, 40s,
condition
50s, and then one that equates to something
that
closer
you're
to
just
80%
pointing out
today.
prison. You're pointing out prison conditions. You're just pointing out a prison that has more comfortable beds. Why are you not attacking the prison system of white supremacy with us to dismantle it so that we can have an equitable society?
I guess I just reject the prison analogy. I just don't understand it. Maybe
No,
I'm not
you
as witty as
clearly
you. I'll
understand it,
accept that.
sir. You clearly understand it. White supremacy is a prison system. That's all it is. It's a prison system, and they've made the whole entire planet a racial prison system, and we're subjugated under that prison system. The white supremacists, they've mastered creating societal prison systems. They did that with the Holodomor back in the day, where they turned the Ukraine into a prison system and started subjugating and starving the people. You understand? They've done that with the globe. They've turned it into a racial prison system. So Actual prison is just greater confinement, as Neely Fuller says. But you do acknowledge the existence of systematic white supremacy today, right?
I don't know. That's a funny question, actually. That's funny you asked that, because I don't entirely disagree with the left's kind of categorization, their labeling of this thing called unconscious bias. I actually don't disagree with that. I think that fundamentally everyone is racist, and I think that fundamentally everyone has their ethnic group's interest at heart when they act on in many different domains of life.
Okay, I didn't ask
But
about unconscious bias. I asked about white supremacy. That's a very specific term.
well, I don't know if I accept that everyone's a white. You use it too much, though, is my issue. So I don't know if I can just accept the use
But
of the word white supremacy.
your community taught me that. That's a word that your community came up with. Sir, your community has Confederate statues with white supremacists who self identified as white supremacists all over this country, sir. I didn't do that. They're the ones imprinting in my brain that they are white supremacists. When I go to Atlanta, there's a big statue of Henry Grady, who was a white supremacist in his own words. They have buildings all over Atlanta named after this man. You guys ingrained the term white supremacy in my brain and into society. So I'm just repeating what you said. So how is that wrong, sir, or how is that incorrect?
I guess I just don't identify with whites. Look, I'm a '90s kid. I was taught. I had racism beaten out of my brain by old white, nearly octogenarian elementary school teachers back in the day. I literally got my ass kicked the first time in fourth grade for saying nigger in an all black classroom. It was quite the experience. It
Now,
was
why did you say nigger in an all black classroom?
I think I was just trying to fit in, to be honest. And funny funny enough, I did wind up eventually kind of fitting in a little bit. It was like I needed my
Fit in.
ass kicked first,
How
but
are you going to fit in by saying nigger? Fit in with who? The white supremacists?
no, the black kids. I just told you I was in a class full of black kids back then.
Black
But
kids
I
don't
just
go
don't
around.
identify. I don't identify with
Black kids don't go around saying nigger. They
well,
don't say that.
like I said, that. Of course,
Right.
I drew out the R. I shouldn't have drawn out the R. But anyway,
Right. Yeah, you
I'm
do that.
not gonna.
So
I'm not gonna.
it's safe to suspect that you are a white supremacist, right?
That's your. I don't agree with that. I don't know. I
It's
feel
safe
like
to.
I had a. No, I don't agree with that. But you know what? I'll tell you this, Tariq.
Mm-hmm.
You and Kanye, when you become king of the blacks, I'm putting in my application for general manager of the blacks.
Got it. And I will put you
You're welcome,
as king of the supervisor of mayonnaise. Okay, you'll be
Oh,
the
don't
supervisor. You will be
don't say
the
things like that. That hurts
you will be the
feelings.
mayonnaise supervisor and the ambassador to unseasoned meat. All right. Thank you so much. Let me get some more people in here. All right. So suspected white supremacist doing his thing. Who is this person? You got a troll account with me and my good brother Jay Leno. And shout out to Jay Leno. Jay Leno was just released from the hospital because he had some accident in his car and he had some burns on his face. And they just released Jay Leno from the hospital. And get well soon to Jay Leno. Jay Leno is actually a solid dude. I like Jay Leno. And I did some stuff on Jay Leno's on the Tonight Show back in the day. Jay Leno, very, very solid guy. What's up, whoever this person is with the troll account with my picture on there? Turn your microphone on. Tariq's burner. Turn your microphone on.
Tariq, what's going on, man?
What's going on, man? Now, where you from, brother?
Man, I'm from Seattle, Washington.
There you go. So, what's on your mind? So, what? Why the account of me? Am I on your mind like that? What's going on with that? You got an account with me on there.
No, I just wanted to talk to you. I just want to chop it up about an issue, I had at work.
You work? It's not
Yep.
like you're working now. Are you driving Uber? You're picking up customers now.
No. I was just smoking a backwood.
There you go.
I tried to pick one up.
All right. There you go. All right. I hear an accent. Where you from? For real, for real. Where you from?
I'm a Yoruba.
Okay, that's not a Yoruba accent, but
No, but
so
I mean,
what's
I've been here. I was born here though. That's the thing.
I know you were born here. You're an anchor baby. Where did your family anchor you from?
From Atlanta, Georgia.
No, 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 no. Atlanta,
No,
Uganda.
my parents are. I said I was Yoruba. Are you slow?
No, no, no.
I
You're
said,
not saying anything. You're what? Oh, so you're
no,
Nigerian.
yeah, I'm Nigerian. I'm from Seattle, but like
Then
originally
why
we
do you?
came from Atlanta, Georgia. That's
Then
where
why don't?
that's where my family settled, but we came to Seattle,
So,
Washington.
so why was it so difficult to say that, sir?
I mean, because you just kept interrupting me. That's why.
Because it's taking you forever. I mean, you're trying to deliver your Postmates orders and you're trying to talk on the phone, and you can't do both. You got to slow down on Bluetooth. So now, what's on your mind?
No, no, no.
What's the whole thing?
No, no. I just want to ask you a question. Like, why is there like so many like FBA women in I'm in Seattle, Washington, right? Like, why is a lot of FBA women just like seem obsessed with white people? Like, it seems like the FBA people are like fighting to date white people. Like they're arguing like oh like you like the white man, you like the white woman. It's like a competition basically. Like, what's up with this like competition between FBA people?
Sir, your homeland has a big giant statue of a white Jesus in a country full of hundreds of millions of black people, and you're asking me about FBA obsession with white people?
But like you see it on Twitter. Like, do you not?
Most of the bedwenching we see is coming from women from your community, sir. That's where the bedwenching is coming from, and the bed bucket too, because the dudes be running up after snow bunnies too. So what are you talking
No,
about?
no, 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 no. I see the niggas talking about like I need a snow bunny. These black women exchange. You ever see the page Black Men Plus White Women? I can DM you the page.
Dude, the dude who got stabbed up by that white woman down there in Florida, that was one of your brethren. Did you see how he was acting on social media about white women?
Okay, like we all have coons in our community. That's true. But it seems like the
Sir,
NBA, it's like there's like
sir,
competition.
sir, do you see that big swole dancing nigga all on TikTok dancing around white women? Are you really trying to go there, sir?
Okay, but Tariq, I figure out like what your hatred is with Nigerians, and it's just because we're
I
pop.
don't have no, 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 no. I don't hate no Nigerians. Don't
Just West
project.
African in general. Like, you know what I'm saying? We
You're
got
pro-
Giannis Antetokounmpo, the
you're
best player in the
projecting.
NBA.
You're, okay.
What about
So
Francis Ngannou in the UFC, the heavyweight champ? Like, come on, we're just killing it right now. West Africa, like, bro. I give you guys your flowers. Like, it should be all love. We just, what I'm saying, we giving out daps and all that. Like, we're just, sharing accomplishments. But it just seems like you come with hatred,
hatred of what?
hatred of our success, brother.
If you're so successful, why are you in Seattle driving an Uber?
Bro, I'm not driving an Uber, man. I'm driving late
Even
night
you had
food.
to laugh.
I'm grabbing late night food. I'm grabbing some carne
e-
asada.
Even you had to laugh at yourself,
No,
knowing how
you're
ridiculous.
hilarious, Tariq. No, no, I gotta give you credit, bro. Like, shout out to
Right,
you though. No, 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 no.
but don't talk about how successful you are, and your ass is over here
No,
among us.
no, I'm giving you your credit though, Tariq. Like, nah, I gotta like I've been
Man,
following you
you
since like
start talking about
2016.
somebody. All right, well let's
I'm
speak
happy
truth
for
to
you. I'm happy for you, brother. I just want to let you know I'm happy. I don't want you to think I'm hating, bro. I'm
no,
happy.
no, stop, calm down, because there's a lot of this passive aggressive energy with a lot of the tethers. You got to stop that.
I'm
We
not
see it.
passive aggressive at all. I'm just
Yes,
saying
you
you
are.
niggas are hating.
Now,
I'm being direct. I'm
who
like, you niggas are hating. I got love for you guys, but you guys be hating.
hating on what? What do you have to hate on?
Ah, man, this jollof rice.
Yes, indeed. We're not hating on the Joloff. Knock yourself out.
Giannis Antetokounmpo,
Yeah,
Nigerians
Uncle
in tech.
Katupo, whoever. We're not hating on any of that, sir. So what is there to hate on?
Yeah, but let's talk about like the East Africans though. Like, why
No,
do
we're
you feel like
talking
they be
about
hating on?
you. No, 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 no. We're talking about you, Damiano. What is there to hate on?
I mean, just the fact that we don't have like out of wedlock birth rates. We're not
The
like
hell you
70%.
don't.
We
The
have
hell
like
you do.
intact families.
The hell no. With all them orphanages that white people go over there and pick kids up like they're shopping for groceries. Really?
But I mean, like they're adopting your kids too. Like no one's adopting
Not
FBA kids.
really.
It's
Not
real
really.
sad.
Not really. No, not really. No, we don't give our kids up for adoption. They have to take our kids. We
They
don't give
take,
our kids up for
but
adoption.
you're not taking them. You're a millionaire. You can take like a whole bunch of them.
Again, we're not giving our children up for adoption, so it's not pocket watching. Boy, y'all Tethers love watching our FBA pockets. Boy, y'all are real passive aggressive with that pocket watching jealousy.
Hey
But
man, this is
y'all
part of my
have
job to
massive. Y'all
undermine
have
you. I don't
now. Wait, Ubuntu. Slow down,
gives me
Ubuntu.
motivation
Y'all
to
have
undermine you.
Ubuntu. Slow down, Ubuntu. Um, yeah, that out of wedlock stuff. Get off that. That's massive over there in your culture. Out of wedlock babies, baby mama, paternity fraud. Y'all master that. Please stop telling that lie. All right, y'all got that paternity fraud on lock. Out of wedlock babies, anchor babies all over the place. Come on. We're going to speak truth to power. Hop on, sir. Hop on. Turn your microphone back on, buddy. Chet Welle, turn your microphone
You
on.
lying, sir? You
There
lying,
you
sir?
go. Nobody's lying, buddy. Nobody's lying.
Come
Uh,
on, man.
but brother, we
I
gotta
got
we
love
gotta
for you, Tariq, but
I
you
got
gotta
love, but
pipe down. You gotta pipe
you
down.
got but you gotta stop with the jealous. So look, you got a Finster account with my picture on it. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop that jealousy, man. Yeah, look. You got
I
to have more
mean,
confidence in
I
your.
grew up. I grew up around FBA, so I pretty much am FBA. I'm part of the culture.
No,
I have the black experience. I am FBA. We're all FBA.
no. You're not.
Nigga,
No,
nigga, look at me, nigga. If the cops pull
no,
me
no,
over,
no,
nigga,
no, no, no,
I
no,
can bring
no,
the Yoruba accent on you, nigga.
no,
If the
no, no.
cops pull me over, nigga,
It
do
don't
you think
work.
they're gonna tell the difference between me and you, nigga?
No, yeah, because our hairlines are way different. They're gonna know the difference. So
We do
no,
not have a big forehead like the Somalians, nigga.
no, you're not FBA. You're not gonna tether your way into FBA culture. You
Oh,
got
we
your
gotta
own
go with
culture.
these
You got
fucking.
you Ubuntu. Calm down. You got your own culture, and that's a good thing. Enjoy it and be proud of your own culture. We're not knocking you. Be proud of your own culture. Go over back home and lift your culture up. Wallow in the success. Create some success for your culture. Build that culture up, and then take pride in your culture. Don't be over here trying to tether among us. That ain't it.
Did you not marry a half Jewish woman?
No. And what's wrong with Jewish
That's why
people?
you're scared of the Jews.
Now, what's wrong with Jewish people?
Okay. Let me. On a serious note, Tariq, though.
What's no? Okay, there you go. Stop trolling. Now you're
No, no,
corny.
yeah, no. I'm not gonna troll, no, bro.
Okay, because see, and that's another thing with you tethers. You have no comedic wit, and that's why y'all don't really get along with a lot of FBAs because you're mad corny, you're not witty, and then you reduce yourself to trolling, which makes you look lame. All right, because you don't really have no material. All right, so that's why you have to go back and understand what your culture is. Get your culture, learn and love your culture, and then you can come up with some material to deal with foundational Black Americans. All right, but anyway, let me get you out of here because you're boring at this point.
I used
All
to
right,
sell
Ubuntu.
backwoods and
All right,
Hennessy and all them
all right,
together.
Ubuntu. All right, Ubuntu. Go ahead and deliver them orders. All right. The Applebee's buffalo wings are getting cold. All right. All right. Let's get Jason in here. Let's get Jason in here. What's up, man? I'm good. Jason, how
I'm
are
doing
you?
good. Thank you for letting me speak. So I'll be quick. I know you like people to be concise. That white supremacist who came up, I just want to say for the space that he was trying to say that basically white supremacy was good for black people. That's what he was trying to low key say, and all that other stuff about
Yeah,
his elders beat the racism out of him. They clearly didn't because he's still clearly a white supremacist. Um, but that's
exactly.
it. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, brother. All right. What's up, Marcel? Shout out to brother Marcel. Um, the footage from, and I know I've been promising the footage for the FBA the FBA rally for reparations. I'm gonna have it tomorrow. I saw some of it. It looks very good. The footage is real, real good. Everybody looks good. Marcel was spitting fire. The footage looks great. So hopefully, because my editor is overnighting it, hopefully they deliver it tomorrow. I know tomorrow's a holiday. Hopefully they are able to deliver it tomorrow. We'll see, either tomorrow or Friday, because they had to overnight it because the file is so big, like 2.5 hours, and it's like in 4K. So it's a hella big file. But the footage looks absolutely phenomenal. And I cannot wait for you guys to see the rally for reparations. Brother Greg Marcel Dixon was spitting hot fire. Teslin was spitting hot fire, and everybody looks good. Teslin looks good. Jade was looking phenomenal. Everybody's in 4K high definition. The audience looked great. It's great footage, man. So I can't wait for you guys to see that. So you should be seeing that tomorrow or Friday, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's get a couple of more people in here. Let's get observationist. Observationist, what's up? Hop on. Observationist, hop on, brother. Waiting on you to pop on. And while we're waiting on him, let me see some other folks in here. Oh, let me get the real Terry. Yeah, this is the brother who does the Gerald Levert. He does the Gerald Levert songs. The real Terry Harris. What's
How
up,
you
brother?
doing, Tariq? Man. Hey man,
The Gerald Levert tribute band for
oh,
Gerald
not
Levert. My
not the
bad.
tribute band, man. I'm an artist. I got music out. I've had 2 independent #1 records, but I just called to say I think Kanye is not moving as we speak as a group. The movement behind you saying, "Hey, I'm not the leader." Notice how we're building as a group. So him being a new chess move, he's not understanding, as you said, without a base. Like if they come after you, what they're afraid of, like I remember the tribe was speaking, his fan base is too big. So they know they can't come after you because we're here. Like, no. He ain't the leader. Here's the movement. So he's setting
Yeah,
himself up for, like you said, you're out on the island. You're not going to be the group. So I
yeah.
appreciate it, man.
Now, brother, you performing anywhere soon, brother?
I'm actually off, man. Now, just finished up because I just did a new album, and we're doing that. But if you get a chance, man, check it out. I'll be a great opening act because the Gerald Levert tribute show. I do the OJs, I do Gerald Levert, and there's a big fan base. So normally I'm touring, so we're off until the first of the year.
There you go, man. I can't wait to see you in concert.
Uh,
Oh,
well, look,
oh.
man, you can use me as the opening act, man. You got the OJ's music. You got so much music you can do that'll bring OJ's made some great records, man. And, I'd be a great opening act, man. Like, I wouldn't even charge you just to show you, man, that's what I do. I got my shows and I do
Yes,
the Gerald Levert tribute show.
there you go, my
I
dude. I
appreciate it. Thank you,
appreciate
guys. All right.
uh, Terry Harris, the Gerald Levert tribute band. Should we have Terry Harris at the FBA Expo? Coming to the stage. Coming to the stage. Straight out of Valdosta, Georgia. John Casanova. All the ladies sing. Me and Romeo ain't never been friends. Everybody on the left. Can't you see how much I really love you, babe? Everybody, y'all want to make some money? Shout out to that brother. The Gerald Levert tribute. I am not, hey man, there's a market for a lot of stuff out there. There's a market for everything. Let's get Miriam in here. Miriam, I like the dress you got on here, dear. Look at Miriam. Miriam out here trying to catch something. Look at Miriam. I see you, Miriam.
Hey there, Tariq. How are you?
I see Miriam. You trying to catch with your dress, aren't you? You out here trying. I,
No.
but what's on your mind?
I just wanted to bet you back right on the white supremacist that was up here trying to give you a hard time knowing he need
Oh
to
yeah.
dove back into that mayonnaise and meth over there. And and then you had this jollof rice spreading. I don't know what it is with the pocket watching, and then to think that he has the audacity to think it's okay for him to use nigga. No,
Yeah.
no, no, bro. Go somewhere with that. His Postmates was flying out the window and everything else while he was trying to hot with you. They can't hang
E-
Tariq. Just peace and love to the
Exactly.
family, and I enjoyed the rally. It was so beautiful, and I had the pleasure to meet some of the beautiful, powerful brothers and sisters there. Sister Tasman, Sister Jade, and Brother Afro Elite, and Dr. Short, and boy, I wanted to meet you, but you was flocked.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, indeed. But yeah, but we got to have you come down to Dallas.
Oh, we're
And
there. We're definitely there, family. Peace and love and all support.
thank you,
You're
beloved. Thank you
welcome.
so
Bye
much.
bye.
All right. Let's get what's your name? In Devite?
Divete.
Diete?
Divete.
Debete. Debete. Now where you from? South Africa? Where you from, brother?
I'm from Zim.
Zimbabwe?
Yes, 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 yes.
There you go. Oh man, what's on your mind?
Yes, I just wanted to spread some love and unity within us, Africans and African Americans, FBAs. Um, I represent my country and I just come with peace and just saying if only one day we could just be, speaking about developing our communities and spreading love across one another's because our struggles are the same. Be it my country, Zimbabwe, we are sanctioned by your country, but we are still surviving. And
Yeah.
yourselves, with this white supremacy happening in your country, but you're still surviving. You're doing, you guys are doing so well that side, and enough respect to you. I think you've been to my country before. I'm not sure,
Yes,
but
I have.
yes. So
Love the people in Zimbabwe. Love
yes, yes,
love them.
yes, yes, yes. So yeah, enough respect to yourself, and yeah, big up, and hope you guys health and wealth and everything. Blessings to you guys, and same to my people and
Much
my country.
there you go. I appreciate you. Yeah, I love Zimbabwe, man. I've been out there and I fell in love with the people. They showed me a lot of love in Zimbabwe. Yeah, some of that dude talking about you be hating on Africans. No, I don't. I got a lot of love for Zimbabwe, man. I've helped so many people over there, and they showed me so much love. I wish they had something where they could do a dual citizenship thing so we can really build something. That would be good, but ain't nobody really biting on that, unfortunately. But it is what it is. I ain't tripping. Paris, let's get Paris on here. Paris.
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
Hey, Paris, how are you?
Good, good. I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the rally. I had a fantastic time when I was there, and I wanted to thank you for putting that all together and getting it going.
I appreciate you. What city you from, dear?
I live in Evansville, Indiana, but I'm from Savannah, Georgia.
There you go. Cool. I appreciate you coming through, and I hope you come to the rally. Well, not the rally, but the expo in Dallas in May. We're looking at Memorial Day weekend. Actually, that's where we're looking to have it. Let's get in. What's your name? Nana. Shit, I can't
Yeah.
pronounce it. Igbo.
Good morning, morning. Sorry, I live in Europe. Tariq, I've spoken to you guys before, a couple of months ago when you were hosting one of these Twitter spaces. I'm Nigerian, a Nigerian doctor. I don't know if you remember. Um, back a couple of
I can't.
months. Can you hear?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say, look, what you guys are doing is really important for the Black community. I don't live in America, but I share the pain. I feel the pain. I'm a Black man. I have Black kids. I have a Black wife, and whatever you guys are going through over there sort of transcends to every other Black person around the world. So keep on doing what you're doing. I see Deslin is here. Marcel is here. I follow all you on the Twitter page. As for Kanye West, I don't really know how to approach Kanye West's problems. On one hand, you don't throw away your kinsmen, but on the other hand, all sort of skin folks are not kinfolk, so to say. So I don't know. I'm just watching to see how things develop with Kanye West. But yeah, keep doing what you're doing. We support you all. We love you all. We are one. I've always believed that,
the plight of Black Americans, if eradicated, will transcend to every other Black person around the world. So keep doing what you're doing. More blessings. Stay true.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Let's get a lock and load. Lock and load.
Hey, what's up? What's up, my brother? Peace and love to you. I'm so proud of you, my brother.
Appreciate that,
You're
brother.
fighting a good fight. You represent us, everybody. When our brother got the ball, we must block for him at all costs. Okay? And I appreciate you. Brother, what's on my mind is that I feel that, especially in the last year or two, there's been a full assault on Black American FBA culture, on FBA history. You know, this I just seen a couple of days ago, Will Smith is doing a movie.
Yeah.
That shit burns me. That shit burns me to my soul. Also, you know, I've been having time and I've been thinking, you know, I'm real big a student on hip hop. And I'm trying to figure out who are these people that call Kool Herc the father? Who designated that to him? Who are these people that did that? Because we need to see who was that. If it's African Bambaataa, he doesn't have the right to name somebody the father of hip hop. It's not even his culture. I want you to look up. There's a YouTube video. It is blacks. It is a Chicago street gang, 1968. They are rapping over a beat and there's graffiti in the background. But that wasn't even something unique for Chicago. That was happening in Detroit. That was happening in Chicago and other places in New York. Because rapping and rhyming was a way that we did our introduction. And so I don't understand how they keep trying to make and say that our culture, something that has been permeated through Black America, our inner cities, our South for decades, and all of a sudden, everybody attributed to this one dude that all he did was play fucking records.
Yep. Let me land your plane on that, because there's some. I wanted to go back on the Will Smith thing, because you brought up something very interesting, and I don't want to lose that. Did y'all see the trailer? There's a new movie that Will Smith is doing. I think it's called Emancipation. And he's playing, this is based on the life of Whipped Peter, a man named Gordon, aka Whipped Peter, who is from Louisiana, and he was fighting for his freedom. And it's based on a true story. Whipped Peter was a real person. There was a very infamous picture of Whipped Peter that was distributed in the north of his back with all of these whelps in it. That picture, when they talk about slavery, you see that picture a lot. Now, the problem is, in this movie, Will Smith has an accent. And they were like, what's up with this accent? And they wrote that Peter, which isn't true, he came from Haiti and then went to Louisiana. And he's running around the movie with a Haitian accent. Him and his wife has a French Creole accent, which wasn't true. Whipped Peter was not from Haiti. He was from Louisiana. And I don't like how they did that. There was no reason for them to do that other than to take our culture of perseverance and fighting for freedom and our culture of having dignity within the struggle, to take that away from us and give it to a foreign culture. I don't appreciate that. This is why we as foundational Black Americans, we have to gatekeep this type of stuff, because when it comes to us being portrayed in a dignified way, they have to other us, make us something else, take us away from our ancestral homeland and our ancestral culture, which is FBA culture. That man wasn't no damn Haitian. He wasn't running around with a Haitian accent. You dig? If you show a Black person, you have to make them non-FBA in order to show them as dignified. You see? Even, this is the trick bag that they're doing. if they're going to show one of our FBA heroes, they have to get a non-FBA actor to do it. But if you get an FBA actor to portray a real FBA hero, they have to portray the FBA hero as something non-FBA. So you got all of these little trick bag ass dynamics going into these projects, and that's very deliberate. That's extremely deliberate. So it's very important for us to set the record straight when it comes to history. History is important. History is very important. And not just history, the dominant society, they understand that not only is history important, all of their stories, even if it's not factual, it's important that it's told a certain way. Their fantasies are important to them where they have to be told a certain way. That's why if you have Black people playing fictional characters in white stories, white society, they act a fool about it. Look at how they're acting about the Little Mermaid. We're talking about fictional characters. They have a Black girl playing the mermaid. All of a sudden, hey, don't play with that now. Don't play with our fantasy and our fiction now. They don't play with fiction, let alone real life events that portray them in a positive light. European history. Now, they jank around with Black history all the time. That's why they do movies with white Egyptians and all of that stuff. But as far as European history, they got to keep that lily white. And their European fantasies, they have to keep that white. That's why the movie The Wiz, they were real mad about the movie The Wiz. The Wiz, they hated the movie The Wiz back in 1978 when that movie came out. Because you were trampling and blackening up a white American icon, which was The Wizard of Oz. That's a very important film in white culture. That's one of their iconic films. They're like, hey, you don't touch our stuff and blacken it up. How dare you make a Black soulful version of our iconic films? You did? They hated that movie. Yeah, so they hate when we touch their culture at all. But everything we do, they're supposed to rummage through it and ravage it and flip it and remix it and rape it and turn it upside down. And we have to say, nah, we're going to gatekeep our culture. We're going to gatekeep it. Let me get one more call in here because I don't want to talk and get hoarse. Octane. Let's get Octane in here.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Octane?
Hey, man, I got a question. Every time you come up with the Dems and then you ask them, you're talking to them about reparations, they always say it's bad messaging, or they'll say we need to do a study. So why don't we just do a documentary and interview people, talk about, land theft and things like that, things that people experience, their financial situations, and kind of try to lay that to rest.
Well, yeah, you know what? When we show the footage of the rally for reparations, when we show that, we pretty much, because we did it almost documentary style. You see a lot of the people on stage, but we interviewed some people in the audience. So we've already done something similar to that. So I can't wait for you guys to see the footage tomorrow of the historic rally for reparations. That's going to be on my YouTube channel, free. You get to watch it for free. That will either be up tomorrow or it will be up this Friday. So you guys, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, subscribe to Tariq Radio. That's the YouTube channel. Subscribe and hit the bell notification so that when I post new videos, you will be notified. It's very, very, very important. Tariq Radio. The full 2 hour and 30 minutes, because there was a long day. We had to cut down a lot of the speakers because some of them were going on and on and on and on and on. So we had to cut down a lot of stuff, but we compacted all of the good stuff, and it looks real fly. And you guys are really, really, really going to enjoy it. So anyway, let me get up out of here. I see you, Afro Elite. I see you in here. I see Brother Cornbread in here. Like I said earlier, guys, I want some people who can write, some writers. We're getting a lot of stuff ready for the museum. So I need some people who can assist us with writing bios about some of our master teachers and other historic figures, just brief bios. Email me info@tariqelite.com. And if you're good at writing, and we'll give you credit in the whole shebang. If you can assist, that would be great, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, y'all, I'm up out of here. Y'all have a great Thanksgiving with your family. Popia Kuche and Lula Vuve to the family. Peace.
Are you tired of being overcharged and forced into paying a monthly subscription for your Mac and Windows software? Well, if you are, currently we're having a 50% off discount on all the latest Mac and Windows software, such as AutoCAD, SolidWorks, Photoshop, Microsoft Office, and much more. Our 50% off discount will be ending soon, so be sure to text us "Need Software" to 213-640-9738. That's 213-640-9738. We aim to please, so expect 24/7 technical support, the latest premium software, instant software links delivered to your email, and PayPal buyer's protection guarantee.
Racism is the most powerful system on the planet, yet it is often perceived as the most taboo subject to discuss. World-renowned activist and best-selling author Tariq Nasheed takes on this challenge head-on in his new book, Foundational Black American Race Baiter. This is the most important book you will need in order to understand the mechanisms of systemic racism and how to counter this system. Get Foundational Black American Race Baiter now at Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com. Also get limited autographed collector's editions of the book at officialfba.com.
Been messing up. What's going on, guys? What is happening with you guys, man? We're here. We are here live. I'm just letting everybody know on social media that I'm live right now. Hold on. All right, what's up, man? I'm here. How's everybody doing? How is everybody doing this evening? Let me just throw this stuff on social media, then we'll be good to go. Excuse me, feel like I'm coming down with a little cold here. But I'm here, family. Glad to have y'all tuning in. Let me throw this up on Facebook, let everybody know that I'm live and all that good stuff. Let me put that up here. Hold on 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Let me do this, and then we're going to be good to go. How y'all doing, man? We're here. We're here. I'm somewhat on time. My time is off because I'm still in Dallas right now. So it's 9-something here. And, I usually do the show at 7 West Coast time. So my time is off, the jet lag, the whole shebang. But I'm here. And I feel like I'm coming down with a cold. Shout out to whoever sent me this shirt. Somebody sent me this phenomenal shirt. I don't know who sent it. People send me so much stuff. Y'all send me so much amazing stuff. And I thought this was a pretty cool shirt right here. It says, yes, I'm a Black American. And yes, I love soul food. I like this shirt. So shout out to the folks who sent this. Oh, man, don't tell me. Okay, I'm at one of these hotels where the connection is janky. Oh, God, it's going to be one of them deals. Okay. Oh, I hate these hotels where the reception is janky. I'm already seeing that the stream is messing up. Damn. Okay. Okay, looks like it's going to be one of them nights, man. I might just have to postpone the show because it's one of these hotels where the reception is mad janky. Okay. So look like I'm gonna have to just wait and do the show tomorrow when I get back in LA, because it's gonna be one of them bad reception nights. The reception is gonna be acted up. The reception at this hotel is real, nah. And I hate when that happens. I hate when I get a off and on reception at a hotel. It works for 5 minutes and then it stops and then it starts lagging. So, you like the shirt? You can hear me though. You guys can. Am I good? Am I good? The audio's good. It sounds okay. You can hear me fine. You sure? You good? Okay. Oh, I hate these janky ass reception hotels. All right, I'm looking at the. All right, if y'all say we're good, we're gonna try to rock. That's why it took me a minute to start up, because I was trying to download some stuff, and the reception is like kind of janky. Okay, Teslin said I'm coming through just fine. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna rock with it as long as it's good. I'm gonna rock with it. Audio is good. Everything is good. All right, since y'all say it's good, I'm gonna rock with it. All right, so what's up, man? We're here in Dallas. We're trying to get everything together for the FBA Expo that we're gonna have in May. We're planning on having an FBA Expo this coming May. Well, I'm at a 4.5-star hotel, and it doesn't have a 4.5-star feel where I am. I think that 4.5-star goes to the lobby, because the rooms and the reception, as far as the internet, that ain't 4-star. It's giving Motel 6. All right, but I'm here nevertheless. What's up, brother Raheem Shabazz? I said I was about to sneak off and sing with the white people. I saw some of the low-res footage of the FBA conference, man. Phenomenal footage. We're rendering the full file. That should be ready hopefully by tomorrow. I did not get my turkey leg. Very interesting stuff out here in Dallas. Love Dallas, man. Shout out to Dallas. Love the vibe of the brothers and sisters here in Dallas. Got my moringa bitter. I was talking about this last night on Twitter Space. No, actually on Instagram Live. How I went to the mall, and I didn't know the name of the mall because the mall did not have a name on it. Family, you know you're in the hood when you go to a place and you see a mall and there is absolutely no name on the mall. They've taken the name off the mall. And I went down to this place. What's the name of the mall again? Redbird. Went down to Redbird yesterday, and got me some herbs, some herbal drinks. Went down to Redbird. Shout out to Redbird. People are like, "Oh, that's the hood. That's the hood." It sounds like somebody vacuuming. I know it's the computer fan. So I went down to Redbird, went to the African import store. Shout out to the brother there. I talked about him last night. This is what I got, some moringa bitters. And then the brother sold me some, this is kind of nasty, but black seed oil. Got some black seed oil. Stuff that's real good for you. I need to take some now because Oak Cliff, that's what it's called, Oak Cliff. It's the super hood old mall, yeah. And you can, let me tell you something, you can tell when you go into the hood because the GPS starts talking funny. The GPS stops naming streets. You know, usually when you're downtown, like, make a left on Corbin Street. Make a right on Arawak Street. When you go straight at the next light, make a left on Colorado Boulevard. You know, it does that. But down, when I got over there by Redbird, the GPS started naming shit that was around here. Turn right at Popeyes. Make a left at the next check cashing. Like, okay. The GPS started talking. Make a U-turn at the Pitbull Kennel. Like, shit. What kind of... Okay, it's not saying anything about the mall. The mall had no name on it. So, yeah, the mall is under renovation. Yeah, so they're doing renovation on the mall. So it looked abandoned. The mall looked abandoned. And I almost didn't go in it, but I went on in there. And, you know, the guy was cool. The African brother was cool. That's the brother who was, kept trying to sell me stuff. And he tried to sell me some hair tonic. He was like, hey, your hair looks good. But look, if you really want your hair to grow, I have some Jamaican castor oil. I got some of the best Jamaican castor oil. Look at my hair. Look at what it is. Don't you, my hair. And his hair was toe up. And like I said last night, the dude put some. It made his hair grow around the edges instead of the middle, so it looked like a damn Christmas wreath. And he's trying to sell me some of the damn hair tonic, and I'm like, no, I'm good on that. I'll be real good on that. But I got some other good stuff from the guy, so everything is good. You know what's interesting? What's funny? I've been taking Lyfts and Ubers. Around. And there's a lot of Pakistanis out here, Afghan people out here. A lot of them out here. And today I went to another mall. Shout out to Brother Derek, gave me a nice cut. Shout out to Brother Tim, hooking me up with Derek, gave me a fresh cut. I went to this mall and the sister picked me up. She was an older sister who's a Lyft driver. Old school sister. Had to be like probably 70. You know, somebody's grandma. Old black grandma, old black southern grandma. So I said, come on, baby. This mall be getting me all confused. Told me to go, the GPS told me go around the back. I don't know what it is about Dallas, but the GPS systems out here are real janky. Every single Lyft driver and Uber driver has gotten lost based on the GPS. If you in town, you're trying to get something to eat, you better go on over there. They got a, you familiar with Papa Do's, baby? You know, tell me about Papa Do's and all this stuff. Oh, I'm buffering, hold on. All right, let it get together. All right, we good? All right, let's wait on it to buffer. All right, let's wait on it to buffer. We're waiting on it to buffer. There we go, we're back. All right, wait, almost back. It's still struggling. All right. Oh, I hate these janky receptions, man. I hate when these hotels have janky reception. All right, waiting on it to free up and get right. Am I good now? I'm good now? All right. So, it's still acting up, but hey, I'm going to make it do what it do. So what was I talking about? Where did y'all hear me last? I was talking about the sister who picked me up, and she was telling me about the different restaurants. She was like, oh, there's a Papa Do's over there. You gonna get you something to eat? So the sister was telling me, you know, just small talk. Boy, these darn drivers out here, somebody done hit my car, and they done sat up here and trying to revoke my license. You dig? So just old black grandma talk. Yeah, Dallas is old land, lots of spiritual energy. Yeah. So, yeah, the driver, talking about the old school, the sister, talking about the old school Uber driver. So, wonderful lady. So she's making small talk, old grandma talking. She said something very interesting. It was, we got downtown. My hotel is downtown. And she was like, you see over there, baby? Over there, that's where that boy shot them police is at. She's talking about Michael Johnson. All right. Now, usually, old black people, especially old black grandmothers, are like, oh Lord, we gotta forgive, and you know. Usually, it's on some, hey, oh Lord, we ain't supposed to be doing all that. We gotta love everybody. Because she was very spiritual. She was like, they up here trying to revoke my license. I just gave it up to God. They gonna try to revoke my license, and somebody hit my Uber. I left it to God. I'm just gonna leave it to God, because He's gonna make sure everything is gonna be all right. God gonna see a way when there ain't no way. I mean, she was one of them. She was thumping that Bible the whole ride. She was thumping that Bible. She was the Bible thumper. You know? Yeah, these people out here trying to revoke my license, out here hitting me, and they gonna side with them other people's. Yeah. The Lord ain't gonna fix it. Jesus gonna fix it. Ain't nobody gonna fix it but the Lord. So anyway, so we're downtown. She was like, over there, baby, that's where that boy shot them police. And you know what? They got what they deserved. And I was like, whoa, Grandma. Y'all, the people out here killing all these black folks. They sure got what they deserve. Like, whoa, Dallas Granny is a rider. Nigga, That kind of shocked me because you don't hear old young Southern black folks talk like that openly. Yeah. Grandma was with the business. The Dallas grannies was with it. When you hear grannies talk like that, you know it's a new paradigm shift out here, dude. Nigga, grandma said they got what they deserved. This is like a 70-year-old Bible thumping grandma who said this. Yeah? So, whoa, okay. Okay, granny. All right. All right. So the Dallas grannies, they're with the bullshit. Yeah? Man. Yeah. So it's a different vibe out here. It's a whole different vibe. And nigga, everybody's toting out here, by the way. You understand me? Everybody's toting out here in Dallas. Nigga, I got in one of my Uber cars. I put my luggage in the back. The motherfucker had a gun case in the back, in the trunk. I saw a couple of drivers. There was a brother had a gun case right in the trunk. I said, I know what that case is. I ain't mad at you. Yeah, you getting an Uber out here. If a brother's driving an Uber, you put yourself in the trunk, you might see a gun case. Yeah, people are toting heavy out here. Real talk, everybody's carrying out here. But the event, guys, that we're going to have is going to be at a place called the Black Academy of Arts and Letters. Beautiful venue. A lot of good black folks running it over there. It's sponsored by the city, from what I think it's kind of connected to the city, but black folks are running it. And it's a beautiful venue, man. A beautiful, shout out to Brother Curtis King, who's the director over there. Good brother. Solid brother, man. Real good FBA brother. And I love this venue, man. The theater, they got a theater downstairs. They got another smaller theater upstairs. They got a lot of rooms for vending. So it's going to be phenomenal, man. So we're going to make this event really pop off for the family. We're going to really make it pop off for the family. But listen, let's get into what we're going to talk about today. Today we're talking about the Jim Crow re-up, man. Right now, the white supremacists, man, they're going back to just straight up and down old school Jim Crowism. There was a case where there was a school board that just blatantly fired some black people, just literally for no reason. Some black superintendents were on a school board. The white folks got together and literally just fired them, wouldn't even give a reason why they fired them. It was just some blatant anti-black racism. They're up here talking about some CRT, critical race theory. This was in Berkeley County, South Carolina. The first ever black superintendent, they just fired this dude. Didn't even give a reason why. Didn't even give a reason why. Listen, I want y'all to see this. Hold on. Hold on one second. Where we at? Hold on. Let me show y'all this. All right. So watch this.
Superintendent of the Berkeley County School District, effective immediately.
That's Deion Jackson, the black dude.
Do we have a second?
Thank you. I'd like to know the justification and the rationale reasoning for firing an individual who just was proficient in his first annual evaluation.
So the brother was proficient, the brother was extra thorough. Literally no excuse to fire this brother.
What's the reason, Mr. Chairman? You made the motion. What's the reason why are we terminating his employment?
Mr. Barrow, I'm not going to discuss personnel matters in open session. All in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay. Nay.
The motion carries 6-3.
It is unbelievable that on the first night of a new board that such things would come up. Unbelievable.
We have another motion. We have another
Chairman.
motion.
I make a motion to name Anthony Dixon.
All right. So basically, They just I'm white and I say so the situation. They didn't even bother to come up with a good excuse. They start later on. I guess they were talking about some damn CRT, and that we told people CRT and the woke agenda. All of those are just dog whistles. All of that is a bunch of damn dog whistles. Those are nothing but dog whistles. He was too thorough. See, we're the only people, ladies and gentlemen, black people, and I want us to understand. We got to get off this thing where we beat ourselves up about we have to do better. Let's get off that. Because when we do better, that's the most threatening, us doing better. When we are thorough, when we handle our business, we become even more of a threat. This is why I think it's very important for us to get around like-minded black people. This is another reason why we're having these events, so that we can network with other brothers and sisters, so we don't have to be subjected to that type of nonsense, so that we can have a base of people with the same mindset who can support each other. When we see something going on and we see brothers and sisters being targeted, we can go over here and wrap our arms around these brothers and sisters and help them financially and make sure they're good. You understand? This type of, because what they're doing now, they're going to Jim Crow re-ups now. They're not even having a pretext for the bullshit no more. You dig? It's not even a pretext. They're just doing open Jim Crow at this point. It's just I'm white and I say so. We got to have it together on our end. We don't need to sit around here listening to their bad faith excuses as to why they sit up here and fire us based on race. What happened with that situation, and there was another video that pointed this out, the 6 committee members who voted to get that black man out of there, they must have been meeting privately, which is against the rules and the tenets of that school board. They obviously met up privately behind the scenes to sit up here and put a motion to have that black man fired. That's why they were saying, hey, where's this coming from? Where did this motion come from? They were sitting here planning that shit behind the scenes, just like in Los Angeles. Remember, in LA, those anti-black, white, Hispanic city council members were sitting up here behind the scenes. This wasn't an official meeting, but behind the scenes, plotting on disenfranchising the black citizens of Los Angeles. So they sit up here and have these little secret-ass meetings on how they're going to plot on us and put little policies together to undermine us. You understand? Real talk. So that's why we are going to have to take it upon ourselves to just get codified. Start networking more with each other so that we can look out for our brothers and sisters out here, man. It's pivotal. It's enough of us to handle the business we need to handle, man. I'm tired of us having to grovel to these people with their janky, racist, bad faith ass arguments. Yeah, I hope he does sue them as well. But this is why we need a network of like-minded black people so we can handle our business, man. Speaking of that, shout out to our brother Kyrie Irving, the sister who got killed in Mexico by her friends, the Chantella, I think that's her name. They had a GoFundMe for that sister, and my brother Kyrie Irving put $50,000 on the GoFundMe. Shout out to that brother, man. Much respect to him. And shout out to some of those Israelite cats who were in New York. They showed up to, I think the game, they showed up to the basketball stadium outside in full force. Now, I don't know if those Israelite guys are the same as the ones in D.C. The ones in D.C. were on some goofball nonsense. But I do take my hat off, again, because some of these Israelite groups, from what I understand, some of them are different from others. Or was it 65K? Okay, he gave 65,000. Okay, I thought it was 50,000. It was 65K. Okay, shout out to him for the 65K. We stand with Brother Kyrie. But I do take my hat off to the Israelite brothers who stood tall, stood out in full force at the stadium to stand up for Kyrie. You know, stuff like that is very noteworthy. You got to pop out collar to that. And speaking of the Shanquella young lady, I hope she gets justice. That was very horrible what happened to her. Her so-called friends got her down there to Mexico to jump on her like that. That was a real sucker move. And we got to understand certain things, man. We got We got to watch who we hang around, man. We really got to watch the people who we're around. We got to watch jealous ass people. Don't be going out of town with people who you have a vibe with that might not be as scrupulous as it should be. Yeah. We need to watch who we hang around. And also, man, we got to understand another thing too. When you're in a certain position, don't let people in a lesser position trip you up to get caught up. Blueface, the rapper Blueface. Blueface got caught up with an attempted murder charge. What happened was Blueface, I think he was in Vegas. They were at a club and some little hating dude, some hating nobody was kind of, I think he was making jokes or just kind of trolling at them or something. I think they got into some verbal altercation with some random nobody nigga. And then they go outside and the confrontation kind of escalated outside. I think the dude might have been antagonizing Blueface, and Blueface pulled out a gat and shot at the, allegedly, because they showed a video. I'm not going to show the video. I'm going to say allegedly. Blueface allegedly pulled out a gun and shot at the dude's truck. Now the dude, and he took his tweet, I think he took his tweet down, but right after Blueface shot at the dude, that nigga ran to Twitter. Oh Lord, Blueface just shot me. The nigga who Blueface shot at, allegedly, ran to Twitter and made a tweet about it. Oh no, Blueface just shot at me. And then he deleted the tweet later. But now Blueface then got hit with an attempted murder charge, man. Over a goofball, nobody ass nigga. Man, come on. Yeah, I think he looked like he tried to hit Blueface with the car. This is what I keep telling y'all. You dudes do, you got a lot of niggas who do little goofy stuff like that. They'll see a person who's papered up and then they'll try to instigate an altercation with them so that this person can put hands on them and they can run their asses to the damn police, run and tail so they can go try to get a bag. Just a clout chasing clown, man. We gotta watch that type of stuff and not get caught up in trick bags like that, man. Unfortunately, that's the kind of environment we in. We got a lot of dusty, buster-ass dudes who trying to make a come up. When they see a papered-up dude, when they see somebody who has something to lose and they have nothing to lose, you know, they're going to go for theirs. And this is why you got to be very cognizant about the spaces you hang in, man. We just can't be hanging out no more, man. We just can't be hanging out in non-constructive places. Yeah, that goofy nigga ran to Twitter. You dig? So we got to understand the game out here, man. It's real out here. So we got to be very, very cognizant of what's going on out here. Other stuff that's going on out here, ladies and gentlemen. There was a shooting at a club. What was that? There was an LGBT club. There was a shooting at a club. Was it in Colorado? And then a gay club got shot up. Like, I think 5 people died, and prayers out to their family. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate that you don't go in there shooting people. That whoever did that wasn't cool. And I don't know all the details of it. But what I don't like is that a lot of people from the left will immediately try to politicize it. Oh, and the bodies aren't even cold, and they're hopping on Twitter. Oh Lord, it's the right wingers, their fault. It's their fault. Oh, so now you're about to see all types of bills being passed. They're about to come up with all types of bills and policies. The money is about to start flowing because of that shooting. Yeah. And again, God bless the families of the people of the victims. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. I mean, that shouldn't happen at all. But the way people are vulture-like when they try to politicize these things immediately, that's something that's, there's no honor in that either, by the way. Looking for a political angle so they can finesse some dollars, you know. Oh yeah, they're going to get a bag. This is Pulse Nightclub Part 2. This is going to be like Pulse Nightclub Part 2. Colorado Springs, that's where it happened. Oh yeah, they immediately said it was a hate crime. Yeah, they didn't waste no time. They immediately said it was a hate crime. They didn't waste no time at all. And I'm speaking of people getting fired and non-black people being on certain job positions. There was a picture over at Twitter. Somebody took a picture of the Twitter headquarters, and this is some of the Twitter employees. And people are like, damn, are any brothers and sisters there? Where the hell are the black people? So this is who's running Twitter. You dig? Let me tell y'all something. This is the trick bag. They sit up and say, yeah, we got we're hiring minorities here. So technically, there are a bunch of minorities there, but ain't no black people. There's not one black person nowhere in this picture. See, this is why the minority word trips us up. They got a bunch of minorities in here. You look like you got some Latinos, some Asians, some Middle Eastern people, probably some LGBT. So the minority quota is filled. Ain't no black people. Ain't no black people in that picture. You see? That's why the term minority, we should have been abandoned that word. Claude Anderson told us about that word and how dangerous minority is. It's a trick bag ass word, man. It is a trick bag word. And some people will say, well, there's a lot of non-black, and most of those people who are people of color or minorities, though they're white identifying. These are white identifying, ladies and gentlemen. And here's the thing. People will say, well, black folks just don't want to get into coding. Black folks are more interested in entertainment and sports. No, not true. Black people want to go where the money is. And if black people learn coding and there's nobody hiring them, black people are just going to have to look for another field. There's a lot of black people who would love to get into the coding game, and there are black people who are in it. You know? But the thing is, they're not hiring black people, man. Don't let people get it twisted. Black people are going to gravitate to positions that's hiring. Yeah, there are black people in those positions. And, usually what they do, they have one or two Negroes at a time. They're not going to have a whole lot in those positions. There's no black in the tech field in LA. But the thing is, they're not hiring them. So a lot of black folks are like, well, shit, let me get into another field. If I spend all of this time learning this field and they're not going to hire me, I got to make a living, so I'm going to have to do something else. So don't let them run that game. It's not that black people don't want to code. Black folks, we want jobs like everybody else wants jobs. We want good job positions like everybody else. So what they do, they go and get foreigners and incentivize them to learn coding and then promise them jobs. They get these immigrants and they have jobs sitting up here waiting on them, letting them know, hey, let's do this course, get this coding going on, and when you're done with your certification, you have a guaranteed job. They do that with immigrant groups, dude. You dig? They do the opposite with black folks. We don't get no guaranteed jobs. It's one Negro at a time with us. That's the reality of it. That is the reality. Don't let them sit up and say, well, we just don't want to do it. Bullshit. We do want to do it. Yeah. They box black coders out. Yes, our brother Nipsey was putting people up on coding. Nipsey was doing that. Having things where they're teaching STEM and the whole shebang. Nipsey was doing that. He absolutely was doing that. Yeah. So don't let people tell that lie. Don't let people tell that lie. Let's get our people into the tech game and teach them that, and so they can have that game, and then let's hopefully get in positions where we can create jobs for them. You dig? Let's try to create jobs for them, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And Disney, this is what Disney got going on, guys. Disney got this going on right here. Disney's new movie, Strange World, features their first openly gay teenage character. So he had to be a person of color. I think he's a mulatto dude. From what I understand, I think they said the mother was, I think he's biracial. I don't know. I think the mama's black and the dad is white. I don't know, man. But this type of stuff on Disney, I don't know, man. I just anything relating to sexuality pertaining to children, I'm just not with that. Anything pertaining to sexuality with kids, I'm just not with it, man. I'm not co-signing that. I don't think it's cool. That's just not cool. And again, right now, we're getting into some Jim Crowism. With the dominant society, they're not even hiding any agendas now. Some of the movies and some of the shows that's coming out, they're just going hard body. It's a war on black men and women. But they're going hard body. Yeah, I didn't stop my kids from watching Disney. It's a lot of inappropriate stuff on there. You want to see something inappropriate, family? Look at this is the new movie here. And I retweeted this on Twitter. Look at this movie here. Family, this is on FX, the FX channel. It's a movie called Kindred, all right? This movie on Kindred, it's called Kindred. It's about a black woman who's a bedwench who has a white zaddy. She goes back in time. She keeps going back and forth into time. And she's ending up on a slave plantation in the 1800s. Let me show y'all the trailer, guys. I'm like, okay. This is the trailer for Kindred. All right, hold on.
Wake up, Tina. Wake up. Wake.
All right. So now she's in the 1800s now.
Sounds like you were just sleepwalking.
This has never happened before.
Can be caused by sleep deprivation, stress. You know?
What is it? Am I dreaming? Is this a dream?
All right.
The date, the year. Tell me the year. It's 1815.
We just heard a lot of screaming. Is everything okay in there?
How long was I gone?
Less than a minute, not even seconds.
It felt like I was gone for an hour. I know how this sounds. Am I crazy? Surprise.
You're not crazy. Whatever this is, it's real.
FX's Kindred. All episodes.
All right. Okay, well, the divestors. This is, family, this is why I popularized the term bedwench. This is, ladies and gentlemen, why I popularized the term bedwench decades ago. Because this is how they see those relationships. They see those relationships as extensions of the bedwench master relationships. That's just how they see it. Yeah, I made a joke on Twitter. I said the working title of the movie was 12 Years Candace Owens. But the fact that they got this woman bedwenching in modern times and then she goes back to a plantation to bedwench some more. Okay. They're letting you know what your position should be. This is like slave play. You notice all of these slave play-ish type of films and productions coming out. You say the book is actually good. Okay, now let's look at the book for a second. Octavia Butler, who's a black feminist who wrote the book. You know, they're going to put big money behind that. But look at the premise of the book, by the way. Look at the premise of the book. Hold on one second. This is the premise of the book. All right, because this is based on a book. You know, they had to put it on a black person. Like if they do slave play, they got to put it on the Jeremy guy. Well, the black man wrote it, so it ain't racist because the black person did it. It's that type of thing. So this is the Kindred book. Now this is very interesting right here. Dana's torment begins when she suddenly vanishes on her 26th birthday from California in 1976. She's dragged through time to antebellum Maryland to rescue a boy named Rufus, heir to a slave owner's plantation. She soon realizes the purpose of her summons to the past was to protect Rufus, to ensure his assault on her black ancestor, so that she may one day be born. What the hell? Okay. What the hell? So she's supposed to go back here and protect the white slave owner and assist him with assaulting her ancestor, brutalizing her ancestor so that she could be born. What kind of premise is that? What the hell? Family, you would never see them do anything like this revisionist fantasy, sexual deviant nonsense for anything pertaining to the Holocaust. You wouldn't see them do that. They play these little goofy games with our history and our trauma and trivialize it, and then they'll put it on a black person with a black feminist who we gave $200,000 to write the book. Well, she did it. Yeah, you just gave her $200,000 to write the shit. You understand? Yeah, so fantasy nonsense, they put big money behind this stuff. They put big money behind revisionist fantasy supernatural bedwench nonsense. And our history is so great, you don't have to do that. That's very offensive to our history as foundation of black Americans. Very offensive, ladies and gentlemen. Am I buffering here? Man, I was at a mall earlier today here in Dallas. Saw something very interesting. Let me share something with you guys. It was a World War II store. Look at this, guys. And the World War II store had a bunch of World War II relics, and they had all types of Nazi flags in there. All right. This is at the World War II store. Hold on, let me show you guys this. Hold on. That's at a mall up here in Dallas. They had these big Nazi flags in there, man. This is at a mall. This is at a mall out here.
What store is this? It's the World War II Museum. Okay. Interesting.
And they had black soldiers in there. Black soldiers. Okay, but yeah, I thought that was very interesting that they had Nazi memorabilia there. At the World War II, I guess the World War II Museum there. Okay, I'm buffering. Hold on. I'm like, wow. Yeah, and I mean, the Nazi flags were bigger than the damn American flags. So it's talking about World War II. Yes, indeed. What mall was this, guys? I don't know the name of the mall. This is another mall that didn't have it's not Redbird. Is it North Park? I don't know the name of the mall. This mall didn't have a name on it either. I can't think of the name of the mall, but yeah, it's in the middle of the mall. I mean, damn, I'm walking past and I saw a big Nazi flag. I'm like, wow. That's the Galleria Mall by Dallas North Tollway. Okay. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. So, that type of stuff, they'll commemorate that. Well, this is out here in Dallas. Is that North Park? I don't know if it's North Park Mall or not. But listen, speaking of World War II, our history is so great, we don't have to make stuff up. We have so much of our history that is hidden, ladies and gentlemen. So much of our history that is so thorough, we don't have to make up revisionist bedwench fantasies with magic bedwenches traveling in time. Stop it. Speaking of World War II, do y'all know the one of the biggest military manhunts of World War II was not a foreign enemy? One of the biggest military history, one of the biggest military manhunts by the U.S. government was not against a foreign power, was not against a foreign individual. The only comparison I can think is Osama bin Laden. That was a military manhunt, but I think they knew where Osama bin Laden was. I think they knew where Osama bin Laden was. But in World War II, do you guys know the biggest manhunt the U.S. government, the U.S. military launched was against the foundational Black American? Do y'all know that? There was a manhunt over in the India-Burma area. It was a black soldier that they had a massive manhunt for. You understand? See, this is why we got to know history. There was a brother named Herman Perry. Herman Perry was from North Carolina. They were tired of the Jim Crowism in the South. Not David Fagan. No. David Fagan was another one. Not David Fagan. David Fagan was another one. David Fagan, they had a manhunt for him in the Philippines because he was with the U.S. Army. David Fagan saw what they were doing to the Filipinos. They were trying to genocide the Filipinos, so he deserted the U.S. Army and taught the Filipinos guerrilla warfare and went over there and helped the Filipinos fight against the U.S. government. All right? And David Fagan, they tried to pretend that they killed him. They never killed David Fagan. He died of old age. David Fagan lived in the mountains as a Maroon. He had him a couple of Filipino wives living in the mountains in the jungles of the Philippines. The brother in World War II was a brother named Herman Perry. There's a brother named Herman Perry. He moved from North Carolina to D.C. with his family. Young brother. Then they drafted him. They drafted them for World War II. They sent him and other black people out there to the India-Burma area. And this was the height of Jim Crow, and they racially segregated the Army at the time. The Army was extremely racially segregated. They would mistreat the black troops, something crazy. So what they did, they got the black troops and had them build this road. The road starts with an L. I can't think of the name of it. But they sent them out there to build this road in the jungle because this road was supposed to bring supplies from the Chinese allies or whatever. So they had Herman Perry and all of these other black men. They relegated these brothers into backbreaking work. They were forcing them to work for 16-hour days. And you have these racist white sergeants and commanders that they had over the Lato Road. That's the name of it. The Lato Road. So they were building this long-ass road. They were breaking the rocks and they're working in a jungle. Y'all got to understand, because I've been over there in those Asian jungles. It is hot over there. The brothers were getting malaria. The mosquitoes were killing them. The brothers were getting eaten up by leeches over there. And they were forcing them to work 16-hour days. They were just denigrating the black soldiers over there. And if they didn't want to work them long-ass days, they would throw them in the military jail hole. And the hole was worse. It was rat-infested. The food was horrible. They just mistreated the black people over there. And you had one brother, Herman Perry, they put him in the hole. They put him in the hole, and he got out. He said, man, I ain't never going back in there. I'm not going back in the hole like that. They're not about to put me back in that demonic military jail over there in a jungle, rat-infested, no good food. I'm just... no, they're not going to do that to me. I'll die before that happens. So our brother Herman Perry got in trouble again for being late or something like that. He was late for something, I don't know. So the sergeant came, a white sergeant came to arrest him, to basically try to put him back in the hole again. So Brother Perry had a gun, and he told the white officer, hey man, don't come up on me. This ain't gonna happen. So the white officer tried to test that. He was like, yeah, this Negro might be on the opium or whatever. He might be high because they smoke weed out here. So yeah, I'm gonna run up. let me teach this Negro a lesson. He's one of these white Southern, tough as nails. I know how to put these Negroes in check. So he tried to run up on the brother and take the brother's gun. The brother gave him a couple in the chest, shot him in the stomach, chest. So the brother gave him a little something, killed this white man. So the brother Perry knew it's a wrap. He knew that was the end for him. So what my brother did, he ran into the jungle. Herman Perry ran into the jungle and stayed in the jungle, evaded capture. They were looking for this brother. He evaded capture for about a year, I think. So he stumbled upon an indigenous tribe out there. He went in the jungle, stumbled upon an indigenous tribe, chopped up game with the tribe. The tribe welcomed him in. The tribe accepted him. And he ended up, the tribal chief let Perry marry his daughter. So he married into the tribal family. So you got this FBA brother living as a Maroon in the jungle. It's the Naga tribe. He's living in the damn jungle. You dig? This is the real Rambo. Yeah, he shot the dude. Yeah, he shot the white dude, and the white dude died. So, he knew they were on his bumper. This was the real Rambo. This is where all that Rambo shit comes from. This is real life. This is where the real Rambo stuff comes from. This brother was living in the jungle with these indigenous Asian tribes over there. They welcomed him in. This brother was doing it, evading capture. He was kind of going back and forth, getting supplies, sneaking. They couldn't capture him. So eventually they caught him, put him in jail because they were going to hang him. He knew they were going to execute him. So the brother, while he was awaiting an appeal, because they gave him a little time to make an appeal with his lawyer, while he was waiting on an appeal, the brother ended up getting some wire cutters, cut open a fence, got back in the jungle, evaded capture again. So the brother was back out there on the run, but the military was pissed off. They were trying to find this dude. They put all their resources into finding this dude. They didn't want the press and the public to know about it. That's why most people don't know about this. They didn't want the public to know that you got this black man out here who done killed a white man and he's evading capture. They didn't want nobody to know about it in the press. And he's living like a Maroon. Yeah? So eventually, because what the brother was doing, he was going back and forth, and there were some other black people who were kind of helping him in the military, low key. This is when we were on code. So he would kind of sneak around certain army barracks, and he had supporters. He was a hero among the black soldiers because the black soldiers knew that they were being mistreated, so they were silently rooting for the guy. You dig? He was a hero to the black soldiers out there. So he would kind of correspond on the low, just like the Maroons did in slavery. We have to understand, during antebellum slavery, the Maroons would come out of the mountains, or come out of the swamps, and they would go to the plantations, and some of the people in the plantations would kind of trade stuff with them, give them supplies, give them resources, give them intel. You understand? So there was a connection. There was a real Underground Railroad connection. So our brother Perry, he was doing the same thing. A lot of other black troops were secretly supporting him, giving him supplies. He was taking some of these supplies back to the tribe that he was clicked in with, and the tribe was like, shit, that nigga got something called spam. Because, they had canned meat, and they like, ooh, that spam is good. Bring me some of that spam, nigga, I'll make you a chief. So they were eating the spam. So he had a good relationship with the tribe. And what happened was a couple of the black folks, a couple of black dudes who kind of knew his whereabouts and he was kind of interacting with, them folks got to him and they ended up turning on them. I think they offered some of them niggas some money or something, and some Negroes, a couple of coons, ended up turning on them. That's how they get us. That's how they usually get us. The white supremacists usually get us at the hands of another black person. We get turned in by another black person. Yeah, that's spam. A lot of those Asian countries and Pacific Island countries, they started eating spam around World War II, like in Hawaii. They love spam in Hawaii. The native Hawaiians love spam, and that was introduced around World War II. You go to Hawaii, they got spam sushi. You go to McDonald's, they got spam burgers at McDonald's out there. They love spam. Yeah, that canned meat does something to them. They love that spam. Yeah, they're like, whoa, shit, good. We ain't got to kill a pig. We got a pig in a can? Shit, give me some of that spam. Because, they would get those wild pigs and kill those pigs. And, you have to do a lot to kill it and smoke it. And you have to have a whole ceremony to get them pigs, right? Yeah, salt pork. That's all it is. Spam is salt pork. Yeah, spam is salt pork. Canned meat, salt pork. Yeah, I ate spam when I was a kid. They like spam in South Korea. Yeah, they love that spam out there. Yeah. Yeah, they got whole spam restaurants out there. You lived in Pearl City. Yeah, if you lived in Hawaii or been to Hawaii, you'll see the spam game is real out there. They love spam. Yeah, back in the day, if you wanted to get that salt pork, you had to go kill a pig, and then you had to get the hula girls to dance, and then you got to smoke it. Then you would have to dig a hole in the ground, and then put some hot coals on the ground, and then light it up, and then put the pig in there. It's a whole process. If you go to a luau, they show you how to roast a pig. It's a whole process to roast a pig. And then somebody come along and say, no, nigga, give me a can opener. Let me show you something. Like, oh, shit. Ooh, this nigga got magic powers. There's a whole pig in here. You dig? Yeah, there's a whole, those indigenous tribes, many of them, and my buffering, hold on. I'm buffering. Hold on. Can y'all see me? Yeah, I see some delays. There you go, I'm back in. So, a lot of those indigenous tribes, that particular tribe, the Naga tribe, they didn't like the white British. They didn't like them. But usually those tribes have more of a warm reception to black people. And I've seen this with my own eyes. When I went out there to Malaysia, I went into the jungles and I saw one of these indigenous black tribes out there. If you go into the jungles of Asia, deep in the jungles, man, there's black tribes out there. I'm talking about tribes that look like brothers and sisters walking around Detroit. You dig? You got indigenous black tribes out there, and I'm telling you what I've seen with my own eyes, and I even got footage of it. You got tribes that look like black folks over here who's been there for thousands of years in Asia, dude. And I talked about this before, because you have to take a canoe to get to them. You got to get to them by the river. They're so deep in the jungle, you got to take a canoe to go to their village. Yeah, with afros and the whole nine. And I remember we were on the canoe, we were going there on the canoe, and there were some white people on there with us. When we were pulling up to the village, they saw the white people, they started rolling their eyes. Oh, dude. Then they got up and started going inside their huts. But then they saw us, they saw me and Lexi, and they were like, oh, what is this? So they were friendly to us. Me and my lady, they were friendly to us, but they were real funny style with the other people. So we were kicking it with them, we were playing with their kids, the whole shebang. So their reception to us is more warm than it is to the they instinctively know something's going on with the dominant society. That's a colonizer. They done got the word. Just like North Sentinel Island, they don't even play that game. North Sentinel Island, they say, hey, y'all don't even show your face around this bitch. Yeah, if you come around here, we just gonna hit you with this spear. Don't even come over here. You dig? But a lot of those tribes are somewhat hostile to the Europeans. You dig? A lot of these tribes over there are very hostile to some of these Europeans because they heard. They're like, hey, we saw what you did to that other village, so we ain't rocking with you. Yeah. But anyway, back to our brother Perry. So he was kicking it with the tribe. They eventually captured him. They had a massive manhunt. They eventually captured him, and they made sure that he couldn't break out. And eventually, they hung that brother. They eventually executed that brother. But that brother went out like a G. Brother Perry went out like a G. Now, that's the story that you should talk about. They don't like talking about those stories. They don't like talking about stories where black folks stood up for themselves against tyranny, against white supremacist oppression. Because, yeah, they didn't deserve to be mistreated based on race. My dude went out like a rider. He went out like a damn rider. He went out like a G. And they hid that story. They've been hiding that. There's a book called Hell something. Damn, I can't. There's a book about it. Called Back to Hell, something like that. Yeah, something about hell. But there's a book about that that was written a few years ago. Yeah, he had the spirit of Nat Turner. His name was Herman Perry. Foundational Black American writer coming from North Carolina. And I wonder if he had some Maroon lineage from North Carolina, because the brother went out there and survived in that damn jungle on his own for that long, because they were saying you can't survive in a jungle like that. You see? The white supremacists can't do it. They thought that he was going to die, because understand, in those jungles over there in Asia, nigga, them jungles are real. Africa don't really have jungles like that. The jungles are in Asia. The jungles out there are real, nigga, because they got tigers and all types of stuff for real, for real. They got tigers and them Asian bears, and you know, they got it for real out there. So they were like, yeah, this nigga ain't gonna survive out here in this harsh jungle. And that brother survived and thrived. Yeah. Yeah, they got pythons. Yeah, it's real in that jungle out there in Asia, man. Yeah, snakes, bugs. Because again, we went out there to Malaysia, and we were in the jungle, deep in the jungle. And where we were staying, they would have warning signs, because you would hear monkeys would be all over the place. And they had night cameras that could kind of catch certain things. And at night you see panthers and tigers and bears walking around the camp. So the shit was real. Yeah. It was very real. Yeah, man. So they're like, that nigga ain't gonna survive. He survived. Yeah, tigers are bigger, and tigers are more stealthier than lions too. Tigers are stealthy. You don't see a tiger coming. You dig a lion, you see a lion coming from, you know, oh, that lion is coming over here. But if you're in the jungle, man, tigers are very, very covert with it. So you don't even know what hit your ass. And tigers got hops too. They jump high as hell.
From the culture of the American South, where roots hold stories, comes a natural deodorant inspired by generations of wisdom. Introducing Rootwork, the all-natural foundational Black American-based deodorant infused with the magic of High John the Conqueror root. Our unique blend enriched with this legendary root offers 24-hour protection, rooted in the power of nature. Embrace this deodorant that celebrates culture, history, and your well-being. Unlock the magic of Rootwork today. Experience the pure essence of nature. Visit rootworkstyle.com and make the switch to a healthier cultural choice.
Lord, I've been on mute all this damn time, man. Well, I'd just be damned. So what's up? Welcome everybody in the room. Huh? We got to start all over now. We got to start all over. Because I was straight on mute. So welcome everybody to the room. Let's start from the beginnings yet. All right, welcome to the live right now. Lord. Man, and y'all sitting up here, there's hundreds of people in here just sitting around while I'm on mute. Nobody said nothing. Okay. These Twitter spaces, man, the technology. What's up, D? What's up, Sir Major? But anyway, let's start over. Shit. All right, first of all, let me shout out to everybody who got the Aratisase package deal with the new book, Hidden Heroes from A to Z. We got a new children's young adult book that's on sale. You can only get it with the package deal, and this deal lasts for a week. You go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com, you get the brand new book, phenomenal book for children, young adults, and older people too. If you're an adult, you're going to like the book too. It's a book that your children can grow into, that talks about random Black heroes. We have so many, and this is the first volume. Nice, easy read. Great book, man. It's very important to embed the right images for our children now, because there's a propaganda war against our children. We can't look at children's shows no more from the dominant society. There's always going to be some kind of agenda. Man, I was watching, I think, Coco Melon with my kids, one of them shows, and I think they got Coco Melon Lane, one of them shows. I forgot what it was, but I'm watching it, and all of a sudden, one of the kids had two daddies. I'm like, oh, Lord, here they go. Here they go. It's always something that they slip in. They slip it in. You think something is innocent, then they'll slip some funny style in. So it's really up to us, family, to control the images that our children see. We see now, have y'all seen some of these videos of teachers complaining that little kindergarten children are coming to school talking about Pound Town and they're quoting Sexy Red lyrics? There's several videos of teachers complaining. Hell, I saw one video where the teacher was encouraging the kids to do that nonsense. See, that's a psychological war that's being waged on our kids. See, the Sexy Red shit, that's for our children. I want y'all to understand. See, adults generally, and I'm talking about non-hood rats, generally adults, we're repulsed by that. We see that funky nonsense, we're like, oh my God, what the hell? But kids, if you keep programming that to children, they absorb it. They don't know any better. They don't know how to process this stuff. They think it's normal. They try to normalize degeneracy. And it's up to us to reject that stuff. One thing I'm glad that Lil Nas X fell off. It was about time he fell off. He tried. They tried some shit with him where he made an announcement that he's pregnant and that he's Christian, and he still wants to blow dudes just because he's Christian. So he's trying to troll his way back into the mix, and people didn't even bite on it. That went nowhere. People just like, yeah, whatever, nigga. Yeah, you just trying to get clout, and we ain't giving it to you. So thank goodness he went on and fell off. Ain't nobody going for his troll tactics no more. You understand? And it's very important that we control the images, control the narratives of what we do. We just have to start doing it. We got to stop complaining about the dominant society. Well, it's important to point out what they do, but we shouldn't expect them to do what's needed. And that's going to have to be up to us. We're going to have to pull those strings ourselves. And that's what we're doing. It's very important for us to define, and I did a broadcast about this the other day, about defining our culture, defining our identity, defining the things that we need to empower us, because we're not going to get it from the dominant society. You dig? How's my sound over here? Hold on. Let me test my sound for a minute, guys, because I'll be up here talking and sometimes my sound is janky. How's my sound over here, guys? Hold on 1 second. Is my sound good, guys? Am I good with the sound? How is my sound, ladies and gentlemen? Am I good with the sound? Y'all give me a thumbs up if y'all can hear me pretty good. If my sound is good, can everybody give me a thumbs up, please? Good? Okay. All right. Just double checking, ladies and gentlemen. But other things that's happening in the media right now, there are a lot of down in Alabama, there was a situation where a white female cop was basically torturing this brother named Michael Washington. It was a place, I think it was by Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I don't know why this brother got pulled over, but he was in handcuffs. And the female race soldier had him handcuffed, and then she just started tasing him in the back, like, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. He's like, oh yeah, what the hell? What are you yelling oh yeah for? Like, she was getting off on it, tasing this brother in the back, and he's all crying. Yeah, because that taser's hurt, and she has it directly on his back, and she's like, yeah, you punk ass, yeah, you bitch ass. I mean, this is a damn cop doing this. So now, brothers down there, they kind of turning up a little bit, and there's some protests going on down there, rightfully so. You see, and I think they gave the woman a paid leave, but see, when y'all let these race soldiers do this, and I'm talking to the people in the intelligence agencies, y'all sit up here and let these race soldiers get away with this, and then you give them slaps on the wrist because you're on this white supremacist code. And then when a Micah Johnson shows up because of the atmosphere you created, then y'all want to start knocking on our doors, asking us questions. You see, when Michael Johnson did what he did down in Dallas, man, the FBI was visiting everybody. They went to everybody's house. They came to my house asking, basically trying to intimidate people. But yeah, don't come asking us nothing. Don't come around. Don't ask me shit. You guys are creating that type of energy when you have these people who are supposed to serve and protect up here torturing people and getting off on it. There's going to be a backlash. There's going to be a backlash, and then people are going to be like, hey, F it. And that's an energy that you created. We're not going for that. We're not going to be subjugated and tortured by people where our tax dollars are being used so that these people can torture us. Damn that. So people are going to start doing what they need to do, and people are going to be like, fuck it. If y'all going out like that, we going out like that. You understand? You better watch that energy y'all put out. Don't think that bullshit is cute, and the little rank and file white supremacists love co-signing that nonsense. You understand? This is why we got to stop being afraid to stand up for what we're supposed to get, because we got this thing where we don't want to offend people. Man, we should have been over that. We should have been over that, man. Damn offending anybody, because if we're too nice, people are going to be offended. If we step up and stand up for ourselves, they're going to be offended. If we peacefully protest, they're going to be offended. They're offended by anything we do. So we might as well produce justice, ladies and gentlemen. We might as well produce justice. Speaking of justice, man, we're still stomping on reparations out here in California. What's the chick up in San Francisco? The mayor, Breed. They just announced she slashed some spending. There's some kind of budget slashes that she made, well, her handlers, and they just made her the fall guy. And part of that budget was the $2 million for some reparations committee. They said they slashed the budget for that. Okay, y'all can play these little games if you want to. Y'all keep playing these little janky games. And the Democrats are really burying themselves. Y'all play these games all you want. We'll let the Democrats crash and burn. Yeah. Y'all already hanging on a string right now. And a lot of people, are looking at the Republicans. And the Republicans are in a dilemma right now, because right now it's an easy win for the Republicans. But the thing is, they're still not going for the gusto, because, see, the Republicans, and let's be real, they need to run on an anti-black platform as well. See, that's what their whole platforms are about, running on some kind of coded anti-black rhetoric wave. Anything that has to do with anti-blackness, they got to jump on that. That's part of their damn MO. So they can't hold their nose long enough to take advantage of a landslide from the Democrats. I mean, they can really do a landslide. All they have to do is openly do a little bit for black folks. So that's the dilemma that they're in right now. They're like, how can we pander to black people without actually giving them something? Because we see that black people are turned off by the Democrats, and we don't like them niggas either. So how can we stick it to the Democrats without alienating our white supremacist base who likes to see us stick it to the Negroes? So that's where the Republicans are right now. They're trying to figure out how to get some black voters without actually doing anything. See, that's why I'm not jumping on that Republican bandwagon. You understand? And I think we got a Republican here now. Let's have him chime in. Dr. Davinsky. Now, Dr. Davinsky, now I know you're Australian, right? I don't even know if you're in the United States and you're eligible to vote. You're in Australia, right?
Yes, brother Tariq, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good. But you're a right winger. What do you feel about the right wingers' approach to pandering to black society?
Well, I think both sides pander. The liberals definitely pander, the right pander. We just like tokenism. And I think that's for every group, really. If you have someone of a different face advocate for your positions, then it gives it a bit more, I guess, authenticity, because it's like, look, this is a more universal idea.
Right. Now, what else is on your mind?
Well, I've got a quote for you, Tariq, because I know that you shy away from the Jewish question quite a lot. You just like, well, they're white people, blah, blah, blah. But I've got a quote from Marlon Brando, the actor that played The Godfather. And I'm just wondering to get your thoughts on this, because in my perception, stereotype threat is a very negative phenomenon. And people tend to play into stereotypes. Stereotypes are very powerful. And the stereotypes that are out there of black people, especially from the 80s and 90s, were that of degenerate criminals, to the point where that anyone who doesn't have any exposure to black Americans in real life, your first exposure is through Hollywood. And what exposure is that? Is that of gangster rappers, that's of thoughts, just these degenerate images. So Marlon Brando says, "We've seen every single race besmirched, but you've never saw an unfavorable image of the clack. Because the Jews are ever watchful for that. They will never allow that to be shown on screen." So without just saying the Jews are white, do you have any bit more of a nuanced take on the Jewish question and how it relates to the unfavorable images portrayed of black Americans?
Well, the thing is, the Jewish media, as you guys say, they work hand in hand with white supremacist law enforcement. So they're the two wings on the same bird. When we're killed by Anglo-white supremacists, the so-called Jewish media, they protect these white supremacists. They protected Kyle Rittenhouse. They didn't show Kyle Rittenhouse as he really was, beating up on girls. The media didn't show any of that. So they work hand in hand with the Anglo-white supremacists. That's why there's no real distinction. They work hand in hand with the Anglo politicians and the Anglo presidents. There are no Jewish presidents. We don't have that. But they go right along with them and their policies of anti-blackness. So during slavery, there were Jewish slave owners, there were Anglo slave owners, there were white Spanish slave owners who all worked together to sell us to each other. Hey, I got a good price on a Negro for you. They were all working together against us, the Confederacy. Judah P. Benjamin was Jewish. He was second in command in the Confederacy, working with the white supremacists. The Confederates were white supremacists in their words. They have a Jewish Confederate cemetery on the East Coast, sir. So they all work hand in hand. So why should we differentiate between two groups that are both oppressing us together?
Well, what I'm saying is that there's an overrepresentation of Jewish influence in specifically the entertainment industries. And these are the industries that push out these images of certain people, the drunken Mick, the greasy wop, every ethnic group, every marginalized ethnic group has had negative portrayals of them.
So
Besides
why
the Jews.
so now when we look at rap music, 80% of rap music is absorbed by white society. All of the negative movies and things like that show black people negative, that's absorbed and gravitated towards by white society. So the question is, if the Jewish media is putting this stuff out, which I'm not disagreeing with you, a lot of that stuff is put out by people in the Jewish community and the white community that's negative about us. But the thing is, people in your community, the Anglo community, and other white people, they love to see that. So why do y'all like it so much?
Well, I'm not Anglo. I'm Irish Hungarian. And
Uh-huh.
when you look at if you look at the consumer base in America, it's no surprise that the majority of the consumer base is white, considering most of the population is white. But if you take the per capita, the average white person versus the average black person, I guarantee you that the average black person consumes more hip hop than the average white person.
But per capita, it doesn't matter when we're talking about raw numbers. The billions of dollars generated from the negativity comes from the raw numbers, and the raw numbers show that it's the white consumers that's spending most of the money. When you go to some of these big concerts, almost all the people in the audience are white, and you got these black people on stage doing all of this stuff.
That's actually good for the black artists, right? It's that's their consumer base. But what I'm saying is that the images that are portrayed of black people, and I do think it's changing now. Like if you look at the early 90s kind of Hollywood movies, if there was ever a minority role in that, the role would always be that of, like, let's say there's a black actor in the movie. It's always like, here's the black guy. Well, now if there's a black actor, it's like, here's the doctor, or here's the whatever. They actually play a role.
But hold on. But the thing is, these people and producers in Hollywood do it because there's an audience for it, and there's a white supremacist audience for it. They understand that white supremacists like seeing that stuff. So you're working hand in hand with them. That's why I don't differentiate. I remember when Oprah years ago, when Oprah lost weight, her viewership went down. The white supremacists didn't want to see a skinny Oprah. They wanted to, this is real shit I'm saying. They wanted to see a big old plantation mammy. They wanted big Oprah. You understand? The white.
How about this, Tariq? You've got a majority black audience. I guarantee if you put out a poll there saying only black people in the audience vote or something to that effect, say, do you like gangster rap? I promise you the majority of your black audience will say yes. So this isn't like a white phenomenon. The thing is like white
what's
people,
a gangster rap
let me just
song?
finish this point. The thing is,
hold
white
on,
people
no,
generally...
wait, I'm gonna let you finish, but we gotta stop because you suspected white supremacists, y'all say stuff and then y'all run around. Suspected. I'm not saying you are. We just
suspected. Was that after you accused those young kids of stealing ladies' black?
Oh yeah. But name a gangster rap song that's out right now.
Well, gangster rap has fallen less favorable. Like we have kind of niches now with drill rap. So like the main kind of rap music now is transcended, and I think for a good reason. It's transcended that gangster era. So now like the most famous rappers are like
there's no gangster rappers. See, you suspected white supremacists. Y'all need to update your stereotypes because you guys are
gangster rap. What do you mean? Chicago drill, London drill. There's even Australian drill. That's the gangster rap of this era.
Yeah, okay, so now that's gangster rap. Well, Ice Spice is a drill rapper. She goes on stage and
hang on, Tariq, come on now.
Is that? I mean, really? No, Ice Spice is a drill rapper.
No, she's fucking.
I'm not. That's Google it. Ice Spice is a drill rapper. Yes,
dude, Ice Spice talks about like sex. She's basically like
right. She's a drill rapper. She's one of the top drill. That's the category she's in. She's a drill rapper.
Drill rap.
Yes,
like,
it is.
I fuck with savages. You fuck boy. You can't hang. You can find me on the block with my fucking gang. Like that's drill rap, bro. That's Slim Jesus.
And notice you know all the words to that stuff. I don't even know all the words to that. See, you suspected white supremacists love that type of stuff. Y'all get off on that.
Suspected white supremacists. Yeah, Tariq.
Yes, but go to Ice Spice's Wikipedia page.
She's not a drill rapper. Please, for the love of God, put up a poll
to her
saying
page.
Ice Spice a drill rapper.
No. That's what drill rap is. Drill rap it encompasses a whole bunch of stuff. Drill rap is just the beat. It's about the design of the beat, not the content of what they're saying. You have a bunch of
Drill
drill
rap's a
rappers.
specific kind of violent imagery.
No, it's not.
Like tit for tat. It's literally like gang music.
No, it's not, because Ice Spice doesn't
It's not-
talk about that. She talks about throwing her coochie on people, and she's a drill rapper.
Yeah, that's why it's not drill rap.
You're just doing them white, and I say so. It's 100% drill rap.
It's not. But so what hip hop do you partake in, Tariq? Are you totally shun the genre altogether, or what are some good?
No, I'm
rap-
still a hip hop fan. I love it. I'm a huge.
Is it true that Latinos invented hip hop in New York?
And stop it. You know that. That's why I'm doing a documentary on it right now. I'm doing a documentary that's going to be the quintessential.
I heard Fat Joe was actually the founder of hip hop. Is this true?
Stop it. But we got
anyway,
the movie
bro.
coming.
Nice to catch up with you, Tariq. I'll tune in another time, but I've got to bounce.
All right, man. Thank you so much.
Peace.
But yeah, Ice Spice is a drill rapper. That's the category she's in. She's a drill rapper. These people talking about some gangster rap. Stop it. Stop it. Hey, you got a couple of rappers. You got some rappers who rap about dusty shit or whatever. Let me say that, because I one thing I hate, and I know y'all hear my dog snoring over here. My dog snoring like a big nigga, just sitting here snoring. Lulu. Okay. My dog is disturbing me with the snoring. Hold on, let me play a sound to wake her up so she won't. Okay, all right. Had to stop her from snoring. But I don't like people who create this narrative that there's violence in the Black community because of the music. No, I don't buy that. That ain't true. That the music is making Black people violent. It's not the music. It's the circumstances. You understand? It's the circumstances, because what happens is when they sit up and blame the music, that means they try to blame, well, it's Black people. You're the cause of all of these problems. Because if we're going to go there, if we're going to say, well, it's the music, well, who's distributing the damn music? Who's giving money? Who's the A&R reps, if we want to go there? But again, it's not the music, man. And y'all heard me say this before. I had friends, man, back in the day, some of my buddies in the streets that I used to roll with, and these were some hardcore gangster dudes. And before they went out doing dirt every night, these dudes would get high and listen to classical music. These dudes would sit around smoking weed, listening to Beethoven. These niggas would get high and listen to classical music. I'm like, what the hell are y'all listening to? And like, this shit mellows us out, man. When it just mellowed them out. Whenever they got high, they just wanted to get high and chill and sit around and listen to classical music. And then in the middle of the night, they went in and started putting in work in the streets. So these dudes, man, if dudes gonna get into some gangster business, dude, they'll listen to Bach, Beethoven. They'll listen to anything, dude. Like Ice-T said. Ice-T said, a nigga, they'll do a drive-by listening to Mariah Carey on your ass, man. It don't matter what the music is. When gangster shit goes down, gangster shit goes down. Some of these niggas will whoop your ass with Aretha Franklin in the car, dude. It ain't the music, dude. You understand? A lot of these gangsters be driving around bumping oldies. These niggas will blow your head off playing Frankie Beverly in the background. It ain't the music. Yeah, you understand? It's the circumstances. Man, we got a lot of people in here. Let's get Nathaniel. Nathaniel, hop on. Hop on, Nathaniel. Nathaniel, hop on. Turn your microphone on. And family, while I'm talking, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com and do two things. Get your tickets to join us at the Hidden History Museum on December 16th. We're going to have a great comedy event, holiday celebration. What's up, Nathaniel? Nathaniel, I can hear you. Okay, Nathaniel, go ahead.
Hello, Tariq. Tariq, can you hear me? Yeah.
Man, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Why have you been ducking a talk with an intellectual like me for a long time? I mean, we have a
You
lot
got
to
five.
discuss.
You have 5 followers. Who are you to duck? Your followers are
mean-
ducking you. Everybody's ducking you. You have 5 followers, dude. Everybody on the planet is ducking you. But go ahead.
I mean, we just have so much to talk about the illegitimacy of reparations, the racism that you spew every day online. I mean, for example, you just posted about how this teacher who was beaten up by this beast the other week, and you're victim blaming her. That's just insane. The hate from you is just ridiculous.
Now, why is he a
Like, how can
beast?
you have this almost 6'5" beast just banging on this innocent woman who was just going about her day, no connection. And you're blaming her. You're saying that she is the grift, and which is a projection. You're the grifter.
Well, sir, why did they have that kid there in the first place? He should not have been in that setting.
He's a student. Are black kids supposed to not go to school?
No, you don't go to a school where you don't have handlers if you're special needs. They have IEPs, they have people who handle special needs children, and they didn't have that for that kid. So why would they have him in that setting?
But how does this particular teacher who was beaten up by this animal have anything to do with that? She's not in charge of the IEPs
Okay, well,
or the
the
special plans for
school
the
is
autistic.
right. So the school district is. Why is he a beast? And he's already diagnosed with special needs. They already know. So why put him in a setting where there's going to be vulnerable teachers, right?
That was not who you directed your blame to. You directed your blame
But
particularly
yeah,
to the teacher.
but you're sitting
You
here
need to
calling a
look.
special needs kid, or you're calling the dude a beast. I mean, what you thinking? You getting some kind of racial points off calling a person who doesn't know any better a beast?
I mean, what do beasts do? He knocked her out unconsciously for several minutes while people watched.
Well, he didn't know any better. That's why he's in a special class. He doesn't know right from wrong. He doesn't know any better. If he's doing that over a video game, you know he doesn't have the psychological wherewithal to control himself. That's why he's in a special class, and that's why they needed certain handlers for him that they didn't provide for him. The system failed him.
Why are you saying that this particular teacher, though, triggered him? Which is not true.
You don't know what happened. And this teacher going around talking about she want to see him punished, that's unethical. Because down there in Florida, you have teachers now that's going to incentivize other teachers to go out here and get a bag if they feel like they're not getting paid enough. Hell, they'll let one of these black kids do something to them, and then they can be a victim, and then they can come up. And I think that's very unethical, knowing that these children are special needs.
Oh, now that's a projection, thinking that she's scripting. She suffered a traumatic brain injury, 5 broken ribs, severe concussion. I mean, you saw your community,
She seems like she's pretty good. She's walking around giving statements, so she's not in a wheelchair or anything. She's doing pretty good. She got enough sense to say, "Hey, throw the book at him." So she got enough sense to say that. And the thing is, sir, now and by the way, you sound. I hear an ethnic thing in your voice because you don't sound like an Anglo person. Where are you from?
Well, I'm Italian.
What part of Italy is your
Yes, we
family
do.
from?
Sicily. I guess we do have, maybe 1 to 9% African in us, but I mean that's negligible. So I don't see the relevance in that.
I know. I could hear an ethnic background. I can tell you weren't an Anglo. I could kind of hear a little piece of the melanin in your voice. When your family come over here from Sicily, when they get here?
They came via Ellis Island in 1938.
Okay.
Under depression.
Okay. Now, you said something about reparations. Now, what you don't like reparations? What are you upset about reparations for?
Yes, reparations is completely illegitimate. What are your grounds for reparations?
The same
What
grounds
would
that
you receive reparations for?
the same reason that Japanese got them, the same reason that Jewish
The
people got
people who
them.
those
The people.
people were directly affected by something. Your ancestors, you have no connection to them. What is your connection to your ancestors?
I am my ancestors. What are you talking about?
How are you your ancestors? Completely different
I
beings. They don't even know who you are.
well, I am my ancestors. They know who I am because I'm them. So
How
what
do
do
you
you
know
mean?
your ancestors would even have liked
What
you?
now? Now you're just trying to troll because you don't have anything logical, and your trolling is corny. Um, I want the same reparations that the Native American tribes get. We want reparations just like that. Do you have a problem with that?
Well, firstly, it's against the Civil Rights Act of 1964, 1963.
How
It's
so?
against mod
No,
for
it's
you
not.
to give.
How?
You're giving a handout based on racial classification.
No, we're not. This
That's
is
illegal.
lineage based. No, it's not. We're not having reparations for black people. It's reparations for the descendants of freedmen. It's a status. It's not race. See, just like Native Americans, you're not
Yeah.
giving it to them based on them being red-skinned people. You're giving it to them based on their lineage and tribe. Same thing with foundational Black Americans. You're giving it to us based on lineage, sir.
Well, that would mean I would be eligible because my maternal side of my family, we have about 4 or 5 generations ago, we had a slave master who made it with one of the slaves and produced my great great
Sir,
great.
you just
gra-
said your family came over from Italy in
That
1938.
was
Which lie you
that
gonna
that
stick
was
with?
that was my paternal side.
Sir, you got to get your lie together. You got to get your lie
But
together.
even if it wasn't the case for me, are you saying that there aren't white people in this country who have slave lineage?
But the thing is, that they're not foundational Black Americans.
Why do they have to be foundational Black Americans?
Because those are the people who are affected by slavery. The descendants of freedmen, we were affected by it, and we still carry the effects of it. If you are a person who's classified as white, you benefited from white supremacy. So you're not qualified because you're not from the lineage, sir.
Which again, that's racist. That's against the law. You can't say, "Oh, white
No,
people who have."
I can say what?
You can't say that white people who have slavery ancestry cannot be eligible just because they are white. That's against the law. That's against the Civil Rights Act.
No, because you are trying to do the $5 FBA thing, just like y'all did the $5 Indian thing. See, many of you
And we're
whites,
going to be successful at it.
right? And no, you're not, because that's what you're trying to do. You don't have any descendants who were nowhere near slavery. I believe both of your parents immigrated, or your grandparents immigrated over here from some crap hole in Europe, and then you suspected white supremacists tried to act like y'all had some kind of black ancestry somewhere in America far down the line when it's convenient. Y'all try to be Rachel Dolezal, and that's not going to work, because one thing is we're checking paperwork. You have to have an ancestor on the 1870 census listed as a freedman, and you don't have it.
We've already given you hundreds of billions of dollars in reparations.
Sir,
Do you realize that?
no, sir, the hundreds of billions of dollars goes to you degenerate tethers who flee from your homeland. You get welfare, food stamps, EBT, Section 8. So we've been giving you welfare for the last few hundred years, sir. We haven't received it.
White people are the only race of people where we contribute more than what we get back from the government. So how does that include us when
Sir,
we are a net positive effect on the welfare system? You guys
sir,
drain from the welfare system.
sir, if you are really Sicilian, y'all weren't even considered white until the 1920s, sir. So what are you talking about?
That's irrelevant because
It's very
Italians, we
relevant.
give more.
It's very relevant. So don't sit here try to pop your collar for whiteness, and they didn't even accept you as white until the 1920s and 30s, sir. They would call you guineas. Why did they call you guineas?
What's this fixation with the past? It's like you guys do this for your inventions. You don't have any modern inventions, so you always go back 100 years ago. You don't have any. You don't have any modern literature. You
Name
don't
a
have any
modern,
modern genres.
name an invention out of Italy in the past 100 years.
Well, I'm not an Italian. I'm American. Probably no.
Sir,
Can you name one
that's
black
my
invention
point.
from the last 20 years?
That's my point. You're so ashamed of your degenerate background, you don't even want to claim it no more. I claim my foundational Black American ancestors and lineage. You are ashamed of where you came from, so you try to hide your shame under the banner of whiteness. That's why you project your filth and degeneracy and insecurities onto us. I'm very proud of my foundational Black American ancestors. I'm proud of the Dr. Kings. I'm proud of Ida B. Wells. I'm proud of Nat Turner. I'm proud of Harriet Tubman. I'm proud of John Horse. I'm proud
Again,
of
it's
so
these
many.
people who aren't even here anymore. Can you be proud of anyone
They
who's
are
here right now?
here. They
What's
are
this
here.
fixation with?
No, sir. They are here through me. They're here through C.C. Friedman here. They're here through Black Alpha Network. They're here through Nikki the God. They're here through Sir
The
Major.
Grifter Network.
They live through us, sir. See, they didn't flee and neither did we. See, you fled. Your family fled. Y'all don't have anybody to look up to. That's why you want to project that shit onto us. Who do you look up to in your lineage? Chef Boyardee? Who you have to look up to?
I look up to Christopher Columbus, Amerigo
If you
Vespucci,
don't stop.
Al Capone.
Who Christopher Columbus, who had black Moors showing him how to get over
He's the
here.
reason why you're here. He's the reason why you FBAs are here.
We're the reason why he was able to get here, because he needed black Moors to get over here. He needed the Nina and the Pinta. These were ships owned by the Moors in order to get here, sir.
He created FBAs.
He needed Moorish
Europeans.
translators. He needed Moorish translators to come over here with him, sir. Stop it.
We created FBAs. You guys would not be here without European explorers such as Columbus.
Sir, there were black people already here. There were black people already visiting
really?
here too. Yes, really.
Really?
Yes, yeah.
How?
That's what.
Really?
That's what your boy Columbus said that, and his son said that. That's what they said, sir. They said they saw the same people over here that was from Ethiopia. Ethiopia is what Africa was called, sir. You understand?
You guys barely have ships that can come to America as is. How did you get from Africa to
Abu Bakari and those guys had thousands of ships where they came over here, sir, coming out of West Africa. There were already ships. The Moors had ships. They were doing trading over here, sir. We had ships. Ships were nothing new. We had ships, sir.
The term FBA doesn't even make any sense, because what year was this so-called ethnogenesis? What year exactly were FBAs created?
Well, the
doesn't even make any sense.
ethnogenesis started around 1526. That's when we started to become foundational Black Americans. 1526.
And when's the cutoff? Because we brought slaves over hundreds of thousands at the time.
Well, the cutoff, I would say the cutoff, 1800s. That's why during formal slavery, we were becoming foundational Black Americans. Just like 1800s, y'all became Italy. There was no Italy before like 1880. There was no such thing as Italy. Italy didn't exist as a nation state. Yeah, that's why when many of the first immigrants who came over here from that region now known as Italy, they would put down Sicily or Sicilian. But yeah, you guys didn't even exist as Italians. So you knew booty. Foundational Black America.
Speaking of FBAs, I watched your new documentary called American Maroon. And you say this phrase, this erroneous phrase where you say FBAs, or where you say the only two places where FBAs never took an L, or Black people never took an L, was the Great Dismal Swamp and the was it North where you say the only two places where FBAs never took an L or Black people never took an L was the Great Dismal Swamp and
Yep.
was it North Central Island?
Yep.
How was that how was living in squalor in areas that are dilapidated without AC, without modern medicine? How was that a W?
Sir,
How's that a win?
nobody had AC and all of that other stuff in the 16, 17, and 1800s. So what are you talking about?
No, you're saying the people of North Central Island are winning right now. The people who
well, they
just
never took an
throw
L.
spears at.
They never took an L from white
They're
supremacy.
living in L. They're
No,
living
not
in L
really.
right now. How's
No, how are they living in L? They're chilling. They got their family. They can eat fruit all day. They can fish all day. They got their women. They got their children.
would you rather be in the mansion that you're in right now or over there? If
I
they're
would love
living
to.
in,
I
they're
would
not
love
living
to
in
go
that.
visit over there. I would love to visit over there,
Oh,
but I'm not.
really?
But I'm not from North Sentinel Island. Now, my ancestry goes to the Maroon swamps, though. My ancestry does go there, so I have some Maroon ancestry, and they never took an L in the Great Dismal Swamp. The Maroons over there, they whoop your people's ass and never took an L.
Again, these are undeveloped areas. What
The
FBA would
the
want to
the
live in the
the,
Great
the,
Dismal Swamp as it is
the
now?
Great Dismal Swamp at the time, some of the regions there were just as developed as certain other areas. They had little villages
So
in
why
there.
aren't you guys there? Why aren't you guys there now?
We
Why
don't
are you
we don't have
instead
to be,
living in a white
because
neighborhood?
we don't have to be in a swamp now, sir. The reason why they were in the
Why?
swamp there, the reason why they had to create sanctuary cities in the swamp was because of formal slavery. They were trying to put people in slavery. So they created their own safe zone where people could go and not be enslaved and whooped any white supremacist ass who came near them and never took an L, sir. So I don't have to go there now. The
Why
people
is
left
it?
slavery.
Why is it that whenever a rich black person
See,
comes
the
up,
thing
they
is,
want to live near the white
you
people?
you can't fathom that because you come from a fleeing background. You don't come from a place where people fight back against a massive oppressive class. So you come from a place of getting on a boat and getting the hell on up out of Dodge to get up under some foundational Black Americans, sir.
My ancestors fixed America after World War II. How did
Sir,
we flee anywhere?
y'all couldn't
We didn't
fix.
ask for any handouts.
You couldn't fix Italy, sir. Stop it. Y'all didn't even fix Italy. It's still in rubbles right now. Your rubbles
I
over
would
there.
rather live in Rome.
The rubbles are tourist attractions right now, sir. You didn't
Have you
fix that.
seen Detroit?
Yeah,
Have you seen Detroit?
uh-huh.
The
Detroit
Coliseum
ain't.
is thousands of years old. The Detroit home that just got burned down, that got burned down like 20 years ago by some FBA. Probably smoking a cigarette, probably forgot to put it out.
So the fact that you're talking about a burned down house in Detroit shows you have no argument, sir. Detroit is more developed
Italy
than
is,
Italy is what, sir?
oh, really? Italy is
Sir,
far more developed than any FBA society in the
if
world.
it was, your family wouldn't have fled from it. They hopped on a boat with 2 cents in their pocket and no paperwork. That's why they called them WAPs, without papers. They didn't have no paperwork. They left them slums and came over here to eat off us, sir. And you're welcome.
So if that's the case, why can't you guys build your own neighborhoods, your own societies?
Because you white supremacists destroy them. That's why. We've done it multiple times. We're the only group who have to rebuild over and over because you filthy, degenerate white supremacists keep destroying everything we build. When we build a Black Wall Street, you degenerates get in planes and
Again,
drop bombs on it.
hundreds of years ago.
When
That was
when we
1912. That was more
build
than 100 years ago.
when we build in cities now, you degenerates go throw a freeway over our prosperous neighborhoods. You did that all around
Those are
the
the
country.
black mayors that do that.
Oh
Those are the
no,
black mayors
so
that do
you
that.
don't know, that's a damn lie. That is a damn lie. Before there were any black mayors, they had the Highway Act before there were any black mayors, and they were throwing these highways over our black neighborhoods, destroying the black businesses. Out on Crenshaw Boulevard right now, today. I'm not talking about hundreds of years ago. They're building a train station right down Crenshaw, and that's uprooting a lot of the black businesses there now, sir. So you guys have a history of destroying the stuff that we create. That doesn't happen to you guys. You don't have people when your Italian family comes over and starts a pizza shop. Nobody's throwing a freeway over their pizza shop. Nobody's sabotaging you. But you got to
It
sabotage.
does, but we just don't talk about it because we're
No,
resilient people. You guys are the
sir,
only people in the country who are not resilient. It's just
sir, you're
complaints,
not
complaints, complaints,
resilient.
excuses.
You flee. You're not resilient, and you guys have organized crime.
You fled too.
Yeah,
You fled
from
too.
where?
You flee all over the place.
Fled from
Most
where?
of you guys were from the South. You went to the North. You went to LA. You went
That's
to
fleeing.
Michigan. You went all over the.
That's not fleeing.
That's fleeing. Yes, it is
No,
fleeing.
it's not. No. You Tethers always
How
trying
was that not fleeing?
because that's exercising my rights to live in the country that I built. That's not fleeing.
You guys didn't build anything.
Yes, we
You didn't
did.
build anything.
We
What did
built.
you
Yes, we
build?
did.
Name
Yes, we
one
did.
thing you built.
Yes, we did everything. The whole country
Everything you
we
built.
built.
It was
We
destroyed in
built
the
it.
Civil War. It was
No,
destroyed in the Civil
it
War.
wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It wasn't destroyed in the
The
damn
South
Civil.
was destroyed in the
No,
Civil
it wasn't.
War.
No, it wasn't. We built the North too, sir. It was the labor of
No,
foundational
you
Black
didn't.
Americans building up the entire country. Who in the hell built the North? Where'd the resources come
You
from,
were machines.
sir?
You were
If we
farm
were just
equipment.
if we were farm equipment, why didn't the white supremacists do it? Why did they fail?
There's evidence of other.
There's evidence of what?
There's evidence of other Europeans. There's evidence of other European societies that were.
What? No. Why did y'all fail?
You
If
can't.
we were just farm equipment, why couldn't you just be farm equipment? Why did y'all fail every time you tried to build this nation on your own?
We have demonstrated our ability to build nations without you.
No, you
FBAs
don't.
and
No, you
slaves.
don't. No, you don't. No,
Look
you
at
don't.
Iceland. Look at
No,
Norway.
Iceland
Look
ain't
at
shit.
Greenland.
Iceland ain't shit.
It's better than Detroit. It's
No,
better
it
than
ain't.
Compton. It's better
Iceland
than
ain't shit. It's ice.
Birmingham. It's better.
It's ice.
It's better
Iceland
than.
shit. Ain't nothing popping in Iceland. Why didn't you build it on your own? No. If we were just farm equipment, why didn't y'all build it on your own? Why didn't you? No, you
Look
didn't.
at Europe.
No, you look
We
at
do
it
it today. We do
Sir,
it today. There's no
Europe was
slavery today, and look how prosperous.
Europe,
Have you been to Vermont?
Europe was built from the proceeds of our labor, foundational Black Americans.
Why are the most dilapidated areas in this country?
Sir, hold on, no, you better get your history straight. Europe was only developed because of the resources generated over here in the Western Hemisphere from the enslaved labor. That's the only way Europe was built.
After World War. So explain after World War II, where
Sir.
there's no slavery, Europe is destroyed, yet we are still able to build up
It
our
was called the
society.
Marshall Plan, where our tax dollars went to rebuild Europe, sir. Y'all got a handout
Yes,
over
tax
there
dollars from
us.
tax dollars from the 1940s, not from
Right.
the
And it built
1860s.
and it right.
It's tax dollars from.
Built them, and they got built up from our tax dollars. They didn't do it on their own. So you stop it, sir. Stop it. Stop
Why
lying.
you FBAs have not demonstrated it?
Sir.
Name one prosperous FBA settlement in America.
Sir,
One prosperous FBA.
We can't get all of our settlements the way we need to get them because you white supremacists
Our country's
destroy
less
them.
racist.
Sir, you white
Our
supremacists
country's less
destroy
racist
everything
today than it's ever been.
No, you white supremacists destroy everything that foundational Black Americans try to build independently. That's why we're looking at your ass. That's why we're looking
How
at
does that explain the baby mama problem, the gangster rap problem, the crime
Sir,
problem? How does that
sir,
explain all those things? You're dysfunctional. Your
sir,
FBAs are dysfunctional.
sir, that's a projection, sir. That's a projection from you.
So there isn't a baby mama problem in FBA societies?
Foundational Black Americans are fine. The baby mama shit don't mean anything.
After you guys don't know your dad. After
Sir,
you guys don't even know your dad.
Sir, that's a projection. You guys flee from your homelands, especially over there in Europe. Y'all don't know shit about who your parents are, your grandparents are. You make up stories. You don't know who your great grandparents are.
And you make up most of the prison population.
Sir, stop
And
it.
you're
That's
talking
because of
about
that's because of white supremacy, sir. And you're coming, if you're really Italian, sir, you have a whole culture of organized crime. So you're not going to point the finger talking about any degenerate
again,
culture.
that was
That
was
was what?
several decades ago. We're talking about
Sir, they
modern
do that now.
2023.
Sir, you come from a degenerate culture of organized crime where you relish in
Speaking of
crime.
my culture,
You wait, no,
speaking of
you,
my culture,
no. You're not going to point the finger talking about baby mamas and all of this. And you guys got mafia culture, organized crime, and degenerate drug dealing all the time. If you want to talk about gangster rap and drug dealing, there's a reason why so many gangster rappers have Italian rap names. Gambino, Gotti, this. They
they have Asian
emulate.
names too. They take names from all
They emulate you degenerates, which they should stop doing, by
China,
the
Black China, Wu Tang. You guys take cultures from everywhere
way. Stop
because you
it,
don't
sir.
have your own culture.
Sir, we are the culture here. We are the culture. You're the
So
one. You don't
earlier
have
you're
a
talking
culture.
about
You don't have a culture
so
or a homeland, sir. You don't have a
earlier you're
culture or
talking
a
about
homeland.
this nonsensical
No,
story.
no, sir. Let's acknowledge it because you keep trying to deflect from that. You don't have a culture or a homeland. We are the culture here. Everything about American culture is foundational Black American culture, sir.
Earlier you're talking about classical music, which many classical arrangements have root in Italian origin. You said this nonsensical story about how your hoodlums would listen to our music before drive-by, which isn't
How?
true. You're just making stuff up.
What are you
That
talking
isn't true.
about?
They're
What,
listening to. You said earlier that before your hoodlums would do a drive-by, you would listen to classical music, which it just isn't true. You're listening to
how
gangster
you
rap. You're
how
listening
you
to
gonna tell me
harmful
what's true
music.
or not? How you gonna tell me what's true or not? You don't know
Go
me.
go to any Go to any prison in America and survey the prisoners. What is their favorite genre? They're not gonna say classical music. They're gonna say gangster rap. They're gonna say drill. They're gonna say grime if it's UK. They're not
If
gonna
you
say
go
classical
to
music, and you know that. They're not gonna say
you're
country.
okay, you're a suspected white supremacist who don't know anything about foundational Black American culture
So they're listening
whatsoever.
to classical music in prison.
Sir,
They're
you don't
listening to classical music
all
in
you
prison,
know are
really.
stereotypes given to you by the white media. If you talk to a lot of guys in prison and a lot of street dudes, they're actually very
Yeah, they're
intelligent.
bumping Mozart's. Yeah,
Right.
they're bumping Beethoven's Third Symphony, right? They're
Well,
not
sir,
bumping any NWA
well,
or any.
they're bumping some Italian women's cooches because that's what you're really mad at because the Italian women
And
like
that's
to
another
choose
thing.
up.
You guys are too promiscuous as well.
Well, you
You're too
know that's
promiscuous. Have you
but
seen Sexy
we
Red and
we can't help
who's
that.
the other?
Sir, we can't help that your women throw their coochie at us. We can't help that,
And that's
sir.
why you have the baby mama issue, and
Well,
it's spreading to our community as
well,
well.
well, you're mad at the baby mamas because your birth rate is low. That's what you're so mad at the baby mamas.
No, it isn't.
We can
No,
help
it
your birth
isn't. No, it
rate low.
isn't. Our birth
No, sir.
in
There,
2020,
sir.
Black women birth rate declined by 2%.
Well, you
White
just said
women, our
you were
birth rates
just here
declined
talking
by
about baby mamas. You're just here. Which one is it? Is it a declining birth rate or is it a bunch of baby mamas? You can't get your lies straight. Which one is it? Because
It's because of abortion that your birth rate, and it's also obesity, it's heart disease, it's the maternity issue that
sir,
Black
speaking
women have as
and
well.
and and speaking of birth rates over there in Italy, y'all know I've been hearing about them numbers. Boy, y'all got some struggle birth rates over there in Italy. Have you been reading the
It's not
news, sir?
struggling as much as the FBA's. It's not
Oh
struggling
no,
as much as the
stop it
FBA's.
then. Stop it, sir. Them birth rates over there in Italy in particular are really
No,
strong.
our birth rates are fine.
No,
Our
they're
birth rates
not,
are
sir.
fine.
No, they're not,
Have
sir.
you seen your abortion rates?
No,
There are
sir.
more Black babies being aborted in New York than born. Have you seen
So,
that? Have you seen that news?
a lot of those are tethers. So those are not foundational Black Americans. But sir, your birth rates are very struggling right now. So is that why you upset about brothers banging them Italian women?
If our birth rates are struggling, then you guys should be worried because we're the only people in this country who are contributed anything. What happens when white
Sir,
people
you
comprise of a
couldn't.
small minority? The country's gonna crash. The country's gonna crash. And who's gonna run the airports?
You couldn't contribute anything in Italy, sir. Your family had to flee, so you're not contributing anything. What did Italy contribute in the last 100 years? You're talking about we, and you speaking a lot of French. What did your people contribute besides spaghetti and ravioli?
Do you know who Sir Isaac Newton is?
Yeah, he wasn't Italian. You
Yes,
trying
he
to take
was.
credit for everybody Anglo. Sir Isaac Newton was not Italian. What are you talking about?
Imagine if every white person in America just magically disappeared. Do you think the country would get better or worse?
Well,
Just
sir,
think.
you just became white a few decades ago, so you don't even count yet. You understand? And you up here just trying to make up stuff and you trying to lie. Sir Isaac Newton, by the way, was from England. He wasn't Italian whatsoever, and he was using Egyptian text in order to get some of his scientific theories, sir. So what are you talking
Oh,
about?
sorry,
You
I was
really want to
thinking of
go there?
Galileo.
Okay.
I was
All
thinking
right.
of Galileo. But
And
we have
okay.
Galvani, we have Avogadro, we have.
And all
But
of
just
them
think, answer. Go back to my question.
and let me and all of those Galileo and Michelangelo, all of those guys got their information from the damn Black Moors. So if you want to go there, let's go there too.
Let's look at the Moors today. How are they doing? Let's check up on them.
Well, the
How
Moors
their
are
society's
black
running.
people. Moors are black people. That's what a Moor was, a catch-all term for black people. And when those Moors was up there banging them Italian women left and right, that kind of put a little melanin in y'all skin and turned you into a fixed mulatto race. That's why white supremacists were calling y'all guineas. That was another word for African. But go ahead, sir.
Why are you deflecting from my original question? Imagine if every white person in America just disappeared overnight. Would our country be better or worse? Just think about it.
Man, I mean, we'd be all right because
Who's going to run?
Foundation.
No. Who's going to run the sewer plants? Who's going to run the universities? Who's going to run the telecommunication systems?
Not your
satellites will literally fall from the air.
Not your people. Y'all not going
Exactly.
to do anything. Not you, because y'all weren't running nothing.
So who's going to run it?
It would have to be foundational.
Society will literally collapse.
I'm sorry.
You guys don't know how to do that.
Sir,
you don't know how to do that. And you talk about this.
Sir, listen, sir. We built this thing from scratch, not just picking cotton, but some of the
But you can't run it.
Why can't we run
Those were stolen.
Why can't we run?
Those were stolen. You guys, because you haven't demonstrated your ability to run it.
We have, yes, we have. That's the fact that you guys have to destroy every little town we create shows that we have the ingenuity because we're a threat. People who are not a threat, you don't have to destroy their towns every time they build something. So
you destroy your own towns.
No, we don't. No, the white supremacists.
You destroy your own towns.
No. You white supremacists do that. That's you who do that.
Look what you do.
Sir,
Look what you guys are doing in Chicago. You're voting in all these Democrat politicians, and they're importing all of these illegals that are destroying your town, along with crime.
Your people, right? Non-FBAs, right? The people who destroy our communities are you and other Tethers, sir. So I'm glad you admitted that and you conceded to that, sir.
No,
you guys.
We improve societies. We improve societies. I don't know what a tether is. I don't know.
Improve, sir. If you fled from your homeland, you demonstrate that you can't improve anything. Fleeing doesn't improve anything, sir.
You guys are the original fleers. You even said it earlier.
Well, sir,
didn't you say earlier you came from Africa?
We are the only non-fleers over here. We didn't flee from shit. We didn't flee from nothing, sir. You can never project that fleeing stuff on us. And that's where the anger and the jealousy comes from. Because we're the only people who stood 10 toes down and we faced oppression and we didn't bitch up and bone out. You let your oppressors absorb you and you identify with your oppressors. The Anglo whites were whooping your ass and now you identify as
Where did you come from?
So they sunned you. You got sunned. You got turned into a biatch. And that's where your anger is from, sir.
FBA stands for fleeing before anyone else because where did you come from? Where did you guys come from?
Where did we flee from?
Yeah, where did you flee from? Yeah.
That's the question. Nowhere. You said we fled. From where?
From Africa. You went from Africa to the Americas, as you said. So where did you come from?
How did we flee from Africa?
Where did you come from? How did you end up in the Americas?
How did we flee from Africa?
You said you're indigenous to the Americas, meaning you have to have come from somewhere.
How did we flee from? Because now you're running out of troll material. Okay, thank you so much.
You were talking.
Thank you so much. All right, now you're running out of troll material. All right, boy, These white supremacists, they got a stick in their ass about us because foundational Black Americans, we've done something that they can never say they've done. All of these groups can never say they stood 10 toes down in the face of oppression and didn't budge. Nobody can say that except foundational Black Americans. Nobody has the courage of foundational Black Americans. And that burns your ass because y'all fled. Any little piece of adversity, you done left your homeland. There's a shame that comes with that, abandoning your homeland like that. And then you want to come over here and try to project that onto us. We didn't abandon nothing. We stayed and rode it out and faced oppression and dealt with oppression and overcame the oppression and still deal with the oppression without fleeing. You wish you had that kind of courage.
Versus someone that comes here from Bermuda or Jamaica or wherever they may they may come from that is black.
That's right.
And the purpose of that is what? Because you on the surface it would be like, hey, everybody here that's black gets treated a certain way. Why are you making that delineation?
That is an excellent point. You know why? Because you see, those people coming in from Jamaica or coming in from Africa, they have not been treated like black folk in this country. That's the first thing. And secondly, historically, they haven't had those historical experiences. They come in here voluntarily. When they come in here, they bring some cultural aspects from Africa. They can go back anytime they want. But the black people in this country are exceptional people. Nobody's been mistreated, maltreated like them. Black folk are exceptional. They're the only people that came here forcefully, one. Two, they're the only people that denied their humanity. Three, they were the only people that denied a right to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Four, they were the only people that denied the right to participate in government. Five, they were the only people that denied the right to vote. Six, they were the only people that denied the right to have an education. Seven, they were the only people that denied the right to have a business. Eight, they were the only people that participated in every war that this country has had since its founding, but whose mother country has never been against this country. All those immigrants come from countries where they fought America, and they came in. And there's seven, that they are the oldest and most patriotic people in the country. Not the Confederates in the South. They're not the most patriotic people waving the Confederate flag. The most patriotic people in this country are black people, native blacks, because you see 99% of all those blacks have been direct descendants of slaves. They've been here before 99% of all the other people ever arrived in this country. They are special people. And because they are special people, they need to be recognized, appreciated, and reparated for what they've done in this country and building this country. They're the ones that built the bridges, the roads, cut the timber, the trees, and cleared the land, raised the tobacco, cotton, indigo. They're the people that fought to raise in every war to protect this country. The people coming from Africa or coming from Jamaica didn't. They came here voluntarily. And the most important point on this is if you lump them with black folk, then you give the dominant white society a justification to say we don't owe black folk anything. Mm-hmm. Because you see, the blackness black people's blackness is more than just color. It is their heritage, it's their history, it's their code of conduct, and more importantly, it is their badge of honor, and it symbolizes the indebtedness that this country has to them. This country does not have an indebtedness to people coming from Africa. They only have an indebtedness to people coming in from the Bahamas. If you lump black folk in there, you deprive black folk of the benefit, the debt that's owed them. Don't do that.
Raymond Winbush is the author of this book, Should America Pay? Slavery and the Raging Debate on Reparations. Good morning. Welcome to the Washington Journal program.
Morning, Steve.
Should we pay?
Yes. Reparations are as American as apple pie, and there's a history of reparations to several groups in this country. The most recent, which we all know about, it was in 1988 under President Ronald Reagan, where this country paid $1.2 billion to the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. So it's a consistent thread throughout American history and by international law as well.
Let me put one figure on the table. This is on page 313 of the book. In a series of conversations you did with people supporting and opposing the idea for education reparations, a budget of $128 billion.
Actually, those figures are small. We've got Richard America of Georgetown University, an economist, has said that the entire wealth in terms of unpaid labor by African Americans in this country is somewhere between $5 to $10 trillion. Another study that was done in Africa just a few years ago computed the entire cost of enslavement, extraction from Africa, minerals, everything, the entire colonialism, enslavement at $777 trillion. So we're not talking about small numbers here at all.
Shelby Steele, who's included in the book that you edited, says, quote, today, 70% of all black children are born out of wedlock. 68% of all violent crime is committed by blacks, most often against other blacks. 60% of black fourth graders cannot read at grade level, and so on. When you fight for a reparational uplift, you have to fit yourself into a victim-focused protest identity that is once angry and needy. You have to locate real transformative power in white society and then manipulate white guilt by seducing it with neediness and threatening it with anger. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Steele and opponents of reparations do is oftentimes fail to connect historical dots, how things that were lead to things that are. And I think with regards to the impact, we want to feel as a country that somehow enslavement has no contemporary impact on African Americans. In fact, it does. And so when we talk about crime rates, when we talk about out of wedlock births and so forth, we don't connect those dots. The other thing I think is that many conservatives have co-opted the use of the term victim. You can be a victim of a tornado and rebuild. Rosa Parks was a victim in Montgomery in the 1950s, but she did something about it. So I think that the idea of victimhood is something that we need to reconsider, and we try to do that in the book.
If you support the idea for reparations for descendants of American slaves, 202-585-3880. And if you support the idea of reparations for those African Americans, 202-585-3881. Our email address is journal@cspan.org. The numbers will stay on the bottom of the screen. John Van Dyke is asking the question, who should provide reparations for the descendants of American slaves?
Right, it's an excellent question. And those who would provide it are those who live in the country right now. One of the biggest oppositions I've heard about reparations as a scholar is that people will say, well, my grandparents didn't own slaves. I had nothing to do with slavery. Or I came over here, my parents came over here at Ellis Island a few 50, 60 years ago. The fact of the matter is that I had nothing to do with the incarceration of Japanese Americans, as I said earlier, but I had to pay part of my 1988 tax dollars for what this country had done to them. The country owed the Japanese Americans an apology, and they gave the apology along with compensatory measures.
Again, those who oppose the idea of reparations should call the number 202-585-3881. How do you track, though, who would qualify for these benefits?
It's not as hard as people think. One of the things that Congressman John Conyers has called for is a study, and he's been calling for the study since 1989. Preceding any reparations payment are national studies and sometimes international studies about who should be compensated and so forth. So Congressman Conyers' bill, H.R. 40, is something that groups like COBRA, myself and others are lobbying for so that a study can be done. But given modern technology, it simply is not as difficult as people might think who should get reparations payments.
Who contributed to this book?
Several people. We had over 20 authors, Deidria Farmer-Pellman, Yaa Santawa Nzinga, a variety of teachers, educators, scholars, lawyers, and so forth.
Brandywine, Maryland, good morning for Ray Winbush.
Morning. I wanted to make a couple of quick points. I think the idea of, I called on the support line, and I support the idea of some sort of recognition of the continuum of oppression and what the gentleman said earlier about what was affecting what is. But most importantly, I think the country needs to recognize that this is still a country where being white is an advantage. It always has been. That advantage is unearned. It has nothing to do with merit, hard work, or anything else. It has nothing to do with qualifications, which is always an issue where discussions of affirmative action take place. And that something has to be done about that.
Thank you, caller. And let me read you this email from a viewer in Alabama, Michael Miller, who says, isn't affirmative reparation actions enough for these American Africans. We've lowered qualification standards so they get preferences in college. Possessing darker colored skin gets them hired despite inferior aptitude. What else could they ask for?
Well, you know, it's like I heard a person the other day said that, you know, the United States recognizes it should do something, affirmative action being one of those things. It's ironic that two of the most vocal opponents against affirmative action during this past week, Clarence Thomas on his birthday last week opposed affirmative action, and George Bush, who was a legacy admit at Yale University when he went to school many, many years ago. Affirmative action has been cast as a racial issue, and in fact it's an issue simply saying extend the net further. And so there's a little bit of disingenuous about people who say that haven't these people gotten enough, because again I think Americans in general and white Americans in particular simply don't understand the history and their own connections both directly and indirectly to enslavement.
Good morning to Waterloo, Indiana.
Good morning. If by reparation you mean money payout, I'm very much opposed, because this will just aggravate the whole divide. However, I do think equal treatment for equal talents is a different story. And before you come up with any kind of conclusion, I think we're all going to have to get busy and do a bunch of family histories to confirm whether we were or were not. I have some ancestors who came from Europe. I have other ancestors who lived in the South who didn't own slaves and moved away because of it. I have other ancestors from New England. So we all have to be able to substantiate, other than just holding out our hand and saying, me too. This might become very fashionable to be able to claim a black ancestor. It means you're going to get some money. So I think the whole situation needs to be analyzed very thoroughly.
Well, I agree with you, and I think that's why Congressman Conyers' H.R. 40 bill is so important in terms of doing a study on enslavement. But again, I think that one of the things you said, it may not be true, is that, you know, we have no responsibility connected to enslavement. Again, I repeat the example. I have indigenous people in this country, Cherokees, Choctaws, and others have gotten reparations, and in the form that they have gotten, both in group and individual, I as an American taxpayer had to pay for that.
Next call is Cleveland, Ohio. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I want to thank Mr. Wimbush for his research and his determination in keeping this issue at the fore. I think the word Christian has been co-opted. The Christian Coalition, these people call themselves Christian, but they want to pick and choose the rights and the wrongs and use them for themselves to justify what they want. As far even as this war on terrorism, we have been, as African Americans, plagued by the Klan for 200 years. And then we went to Jim Crow and separate and unequal, and people don't know the history of the country. Oklahoma, back in the 1920s, the government, the whites in power, bombed the black areas as a show of white supremacy.
Well, I think what you said, especially your last point about Tulsa, Oklahoma, is very important. Even now as we speak, there are two major lawsuits taking place about reparations. One is being litigated by Charles Ogletree of Harvard University for the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre that occurred in 1921. And the other one is taking place in federal court in Chicago, where Deidre Farmer Pellman, Conrad Will, and the National Black United Front are suing some 30-something odd corporations for their complicity in enslavement of African Americans.
Our guest is a native of Cleveland. He currently lives in Baltimore. Ray Wimbush earned his doctorate and master's from the University of Chicago. He is currently a teacher at Morgan State University. This email from Bedford, Texas says, I'm a Caucasian who favors reparations for the descendants of slaves. The U.S. government does have a duty to pay reparations if for no other reason than they played a part in the slave industry via the constitutional provision, Property Clause, which was a concession to the South to end the Civil War, which allowed slave owners to keep their slaves. And one point that this viewer brings up is the slave diet, which was notoriously poor and affected generations in terms of certain illnesses.
Absolutely, and one of the things that we include in the book, Steve, is a discussion about the health consequences of enslavement. We know for a fact that American gynecology was founded on the experimentation towards African women and who were enslaved in this country, and those operations were performed without sterilization or anything else of that kind. I think that what we do in America, Michael Eric Dyson, the educator, says that when it comes to slavery, we may well be called the United States of amnesia. We don't want to remember slavery. We want to remember the Alamo. We want to remember the Maine and other things like that, but we don't want to remember slavery. We want to talk about it, and I think reparations will also be a healing for this country in terms of getting blacks and whites talking more logically and truthfully about enslavement in this country.
Lawton, Oklahoma.
Yes, if we're ever going to achieve true racial equality in America, we're going to have to eliminate all of these laws that favor or discriminate against anybody because of their race. Now, the black race is favored at the present time by a number of laws, as is the Indians, and we need to eliminate all these laws that favor or discriminate because of race. Now, as far as slavery goes, it was a terrible institution, but most of the blacks who live in America today indirectly benefited from slavery by being brought to America and not left in Africa, where many of them would have starved to death, as many of them are still doing.
Well, this is not as amazing as some of your listeners might believe, that people actually have said to me, well, isn't it good that we were enslaved since we were brought from a continent that was undergoing poverty? And again, it shows the lack of understanding of African history and African American history. The fact of the matter is that civilizations such as Timbuktu, Songhai, and Ghana were flourishing beyond that of Europe during the Middle Ages, and that people want to forget about that and somehow jump to the incredible conclusion somehow slavery was good for African Americans. Again, I think that this is mostly based on an ignorance of American history as well as African history, which we all need to deal with.
Where is your family from?
My mother is from Kentucky. She was great-granddaughter of a slave owner in Kentucky. My father was relatives are from Pennsylvania with roots in Virginia.
This email from a viewer who said, I'd be for reparations if the Supreme Court did not just say it's legal to discriminate against white people.
Well, it's amazing those who are opposing, quote, discrimination against white people somehow have gotten religion about the racial past of this country. The fact of the matter is that, as Clayton and Bird have said in their book, American Health Dilemma, only about 11% of the time that African Americans have spent in this country have been, quote, free. The vast majority of this country's history has been based on overt discrimination and violence towards black folk. I mean, that's just a historical fact. And I think that now what we're trying to, believe is that somehow, as one of the callers said earlier, that there's a meritocracy here, that people get what they want because of hard work. In fact, that simply is not true. Discrimination still reigns in this country relative to African Americans, and it's something that's part of the very culture of this country.
Harper Collins is the publisher of the book Should America Pay? Our guest is Ray Winbush, who is the editor of this 325-page book, and we'll get a call from New York City. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Winbush.
Good
I
morning.
would like to say thank you, first of all, for your very articulate discussion. And I would like to say as well, as an African American, I lived in Switzerland for 10 years, and I found it very interesting how Europeans, in particular, were more educated about the issues of the Africans in America and the issues within America as far as slavery are concerned, and where African people actually come from with reference to the Americas and the different parts of the world.
Why do you think that is, caller?
I believe it's because it's like he said, America wants to have a collective amnesia, and we have not been properly educated in this country about slavery, about how Africans arrived in America, and what actually transpired after that. We pretended that we just came from slavery, our history books, as far as we were taught in Texas, where I grew up, there was probably 2 paragraphs about it, and that was the end of history as far as black Americans knew. We were never articulate about it. We were never informed. We had no defense. So we're at the mercy of people like the gentleman who called 2 calls ago and said that he feels that blacks got a better deal coming from Africa and being drowned on ships and treated in the most dehumanizing manner.
We'll
but
get a
we can
response.
obsess about the Israel question and what happened to the Jews with the German Holocaust.
No, I agree with the caller 100%. I think that, again, I was a member of a delegation that went to the World Conference Against Racism a couple of years ago in South Africa, and groups like December 12th out of New York and other groups, it was amazing to see Europeans talking about African history and African American history better than most Americans could and did. And I think that it's perhaps educational systems. We want to talk about the dumbing of America, but I'm really, as an educator, appalled at the lack of knowledge that we have about our own country, and particularly the history of African people in this country.
Along those lines, this is an email from Robert who says, Mr. Winbush, I am an African-American man and have been doing my family history. What I found in the archives of this country confirmed that my ancestors were slaves in North Carolina. I think that doing family research is a great way to find out who should receive reparations. Still, some people find it hard to let us find our ancestors by denying us access to records.
I couldn't agree with the caller more. One of the things that has just thrilled me as I've gone across this country with the book is to see African Americans who have collected incredible data, put it together, synthesize it, and can present an articulate story about their cases. There's many people who have written me, we have, and others, and that research is what's going to get reparations for African Americans in this country, and I believe that it's going to happen within 5 to 10 years as well.
Our guest has his own website, which is linked through cspan.org. It's raymondwinbush.com. Next is a call from Romeo, Michigan. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Am I coming through all right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that this thing could have many threads. Let me mention a few of them. I think there was a gentleman sitting where you are who wrote a book on C-SPAN. I think it was prior to the 2000 election. He's sitting right where you are. Didn't he write a book? He would mention the remunerations and Conyers. Do you remember the gentleman?
We have talked about this in the past.
May have been Randall Robinson.
Anyway, I think that prior to the 2000 election, this has 1,000 threads. You know, as a World War II veteran, why couldn't men were killed and injured sue the Jews for money for saving them in World War II? Or we could go back and do our history and find many instances. But a monetary remuneration, I wouldn't be in favor of. But if you could specify excellent education for black youth, I'm all for it.
If I understand the question, I think, again, that we need to really understand how reparations are a part of international law and a part of the law in this country with regards to certain groups. In fact, after you do the research and do the study, you will actually probably ask the question, why haven't Africans in America actually gotten reparations? Because so many other groups have, and not only, again, in this country, but around the world. One of the callers mentioned after World War II, the Nuremberg trials looked at, and many people that were Jewish and part of the Holocaust received reparations. There are lawsuits currently being prosecuted in South Africa for the evils of apartheid. And this is going to happen in this country right now. It's really a global movement that is very well articulated and very well legislated, as well as very well litigated.
Let me go back to your earlier point about those Japanese Americans who were interred in California and elsewhere during the height of World War II. It's been almost 140 years since the end of the Civil War. How do you administer something like this? How do you determine who gets what? Where does the process begin? Well,
it's the exact same way that we have broken treaties in this country with indigenous groups, the Choctaws, the Sioux, Cherokees, that go back even before the end of slavery. Some of these broken treaties go back as much as 200 years. But the administration is what has occurred with those groups, and the same thing can occur with Africans in America.
But specifically then, how do you determine who gets what?
Well, that's again, I keep referring to Congressman Conyers' bill, and that's why it's so important. He has said that we should set up a commission that would be funded by not that much money, about $8 or $9 million, that would study the impact of enslavement, as well as who gets the money, as well as the theory about whether or not it should go to groups of people, individuals, or both. And I really believe that it's going to go for like funds as well as individuals. It depends on the study, and it's almost premature to ask the question unless we have funded a study like that. And this is one of the things we try to do in this book, is try to advance the discussion on who gets the money.
I'm not sure if you can put this in terms of numbers, but how many slaves did we bring into this country?
Oh my God, the late historian John Henry Clark says we must begin the count at 30 million. One of my former professors, John Hope Franklin, said it's at least 40 million people. I estimate, in terms of extraction out of Africa, somewhere between 40 and 50. At the time of the emancipation, there were approximately 3.5 million Africans in this country at that time, and that was 200 years. So the estimates are very, very difficult. The best guesstimate is somewhere between, in this country alone, somewhere between 10 and 15 million people.
And how many African Americans today in the U.S., approximately?
Probably 85% of Africans in America today had ancestors who were enslaved.
Stover, Missouri, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
My question to Mr. Winbush, do you and your group plan to go after the other slave trading countries, namely the Brits, the Dutch,
yes,
the Spaniards, the Portuguese, those countries that was really involved in the slave trade and helped bring the slaves to this country?
Absolutely. In fact, there was a meeting just about a month and a half ago in Amsterdam. And there are lawsuits that are pending now that are going to be prosecuted in the next 2 years against England, France, Portugal, Germany for Southwest Africa, known as Namibia. So these suits are all over the world, literally, at this point. So to answer your question is absolutely.
Boston, good morning.
Good morning. I have a question for the Mr. Winbush. Everything you're saying, I agree with you. I'm not racist or anything, but white folks seem to forget that we black folks paved the way in this country. We practically built this country up from the cotton fields to the railways. And if I know you probably visited Boston before, Boston has a history of African Americans, migrating from the South.
Yeah.
But my thing is that I know a little bit of history of Lincoln when he, was the one that helped free the slaves. But I'm kind of nervous, but my thing is that where is our 40 acres and a mule Lincoln promised us?
Well, it's interesting. Very quick response to that is that between January of 1865 and April of 1865, which was the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, some 400,000 acres of land were actually distributed to some 40,000 freedmen. Of course, with the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, his successor, Andrew Johnson, took all of that land that had been distributed by Sherman and others and gave it back to the plantation owners that actually owned the slaves that they were supposed to be giving the land to. So again, I think part of this is us really trying to read and understand history. And I think that most people would be very surprised at the linkages that even now exist with regards to the enrichment of insurance companies. One of the things I've learned is how Africans in this country, almost every major railroad in this country, and they are being sued right now in Chicago federal court, were built by Africans, literally what they call convict labor as well as slave labor for little or nothing. It was not all Africans worked on plantations, but plantation owners actually lent their slaves to railroad companies so that they could be built.
2 emails. There is no raging debate on reparations in this country. It will never happen. This country has no responsibility to hand out money to black people. What you should be doing is working on cutting the rate of black children born out of wedlock, cutting down on crime of black people, seeing that black children have a father and a mother in a home, and seeing that every black child gets a good education. That from a viewer in Arizona, and also this from Laura Marriott, who says, please ask Mr. Winbush if he really believes handing money to some blacks will end the out-of-wedlock births, STD high rates, sexually transmitted diseases, especially for HIV/AIDS, which blacks account for 50% of all cases, and other black-on-black crimes.
Well, you know, I'm really struck by the fact when people write letters like that and say things like that. What's amazing is how we could go to Northern Ireland right now and talk about Catholics and how they are just irresponsible people. Or if it would be like going to Kosovo right now, or for that matter, something even more relevant, Iraq right now, said these people are just lazy, they don't know how to run their country, they have out-of-wedlock births, and look at their economy, it's all in shatters. Not understanding history. And I'm not a historian, but I know for a fact that anybody who reads a good book on black history in this country will understand why the conditions in the African American community are the way they are now. But most people simply have not done that. I, as an African American, have had to read about George Washington throwing dollars across the Delaware River, or how Lincoln freed the slaves supposedly. But I was not required to know who Marcus Garvey was. I was not required to learn who Martin Delany was. And most white Americans don't have to read anything about African and American history, and I think that's something that does them a disservice.
Last call from Garberville, California. Good morning.
Yes, sir, Mr. Winbush. I guess I would support reparations, except for the idea that two points. The gentleman earlier mentioned other slave trading nations, most of them European, but the truth is there was also Africans involved with the slave trade, and there was Africans that had slaves themselves. It wasn't only white people. And another point that's a really major one is, what about, it wasn't like you said, supposedly Lincoln that freed the thousands of them, including my ancestors who died, who didn't own slaves at all.
Yeah, the best answer I could give to that, and it's the truth, was, of course there were Africans who owned slaves. There were indigenous people who scouted for Custer at Little Bighorn. I recently saw the film The Pianist, in which Jews, as we know, helped place people in the Warsaw Ghetto, and we know that there were some Japanese Americans who helped process their own fellow countrymen during their incarceration during World War II. But certainly we wouldn't blame Jews for the Holocaust, we wouldn't blame the slaughter of Indians on Sioux, and we certainly wouldn't blame Japanese for their incarceration. So why should we blame Africans for their own enslavement? The fact of the matter is that European chattel slavery was going to happen with or without the cooperation of a tiny minority of Africans on the continent. And so I think this is a straw man when we raise arguments such as that.
What happens next?
What happens next is that there's going to be a series of lawsuits that are going to be taking place at the government as well as the corporate level. I hope to see Congressman Conyers' bill, H.R. 40, pass, and I think that you're going to continue to see the movement grow even bigger than it is right today.
Dr. Winbush is the editor of this publication, Should America Pay? Slavery and the Raging Debate on Reparations, a series of articles on the issue published by HarperCollins. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Steve.
The radical Republican says, go out there now and do reconstruction. And that means rewrite the Constitution. And so what we're going to do, we're going to come up with a whole bunch of things. The first is going to be the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, and then we're going to put in about 8 other laws to help black folk get some wealth and restore things back into the hands of black folk. That's what Reconstruction was supposed to mean. And it's supposed to have gone from 1865, and it's supposed to go on until we got it corrected. But guess what? It only lasted 10 years. And the white folks then, the rednecks came back in and took it over and turned around and took all the stuff that should have gone to blacks and gave it to whites. Gave all the land back to them in the South. And rather, they should have been hung by law for having tried to overcome this country. Every Southerner was supposed to have been hung from a tree and executed, and because he was for sedition. But he was going to trying to take over the country. That's what in the Civil War, and then they were properly charged for death. But rather than killing them, Johnson came in and replaced Lincoln and says, let's not kill them. Let's take the stuff we're going to give the black folk and give it back to them in the South. That's how those boys up on January 6th climbing the building saying we're taking back this country under Trump, and we're gonna follow Trump and take back the country. Because it's our country. No, it wasn't yours. It was blacks that built the country. I can't even find any blacks who even talk about history like you do. You're the only one talks about history and the importance of knowing what's going on around you and the laws. Pardon me for over talking you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. This is your show and your space. I'm just here to support, and because they know, you know, these y'all been here before. Y'all hear a lot of what I think, and I really want you to hear from Dr. Anderson, because I think that this is the kind of stuff that we really should have got in school. And my prayer for the next generation is that kids won't have to go searching outside of their normal system to find this kind of information. This has to be standardized and normalized. We can't get this kind of stuff in a public school, and really they should be teaching this kind of stuff because it would give too much power to black folks. So it's up to you. If you are a parent, if you have a child that is in your space of influence, then you are the one who should be introducing those ideas to your children anyway. And so, by the way, everybody, you can get Dr. Anderson's books at powernomics.com. That's powernomics.com. Also, don't forget that on Friday, we're doing the financial slumber party. We're going to have some fun. We want you to get in your pajamas, show up at 11 o'clock at night on Friday the 13th. And I will make you the best investor in your family. I'm going to do a lecture that I put together called Stock Market Decoded. And I'm going to spend 2 hours explaining exactly how it works, where the money's at. And the best thing is you buy one ticket, it's your whole family can come for free. So just one for you. You can bring your sister, your cousin, your daddy, whoever you want to bring. So just go to my website, boycewatkins.com. If you'd like to join us, we're going to do it Friday the 13th. My wife will be there too. And it'll be a lot of fun. Okay, so I'm going to read a little more, Dr. Anderson.
Boris, let me conclude one point. What I just forgot about is that when the Civil War ended, the radical Republican says that we're going to build a new constitution. That was it, and this constitution include those things that were omitted in the first constitution, and we're going to have a second constitution. That's what the Reconstruction was about, doing a second constitution, and it's going to be focusing on blacks now. And that's going to be, and the whole point of it is to reverse the Dred Scott decision of 1857, which says a black man has no rights that a white person is bound to respect. That's what, and we're going to call it civil rights. And that's where that word civil rights came from. It's going to be civil rights, and for Reconstruction, for everything that black folks should be getting. And again, we're going to start off with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And then we're going to include about 6 or 7 other ones, and they did that. But he says that the basis of the civil rights law is to reconstruct so that all those things that white folk took from blacks will be returned to them. That would have been reparations for black folk. And see how you're going to go right now. Talk about you're going to have a reparations movement. You don't understand that you had a reparations movement and you let whites take it from you. And they took that and converted it to something they can use. And so that's why they put out six new laws. One is called the Highway Act. Highway Act, which says that after 13, 14, and 15 Amendment, they had the Highway Act says you cannot be going around just killing blacks because you find them on the street and kill them on the highways. That's what it's called, a Highway Act. And it says, and it's illegal, and that's a death penalty for being caught killing a black person. And they passed 5 laws like that. And guess what? Here comes the Congress, the United States Supreme Court saying, well, you can't give black folk anything. You know, they haven't earned it. And therefore, they're not deserving anything. So those laws that you made for black folk are laws, but we didn't put them officially into the Constitution. So we're going to declare them illegal. So all those laws that were passed in addition to the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment that were for black folk have never been revealed because black folk don't go out and search the Constitution and say all those things we should have gotten for reparation. Where are they now? Why are blacks out there chasing them down? What's the Congressional Black Caucus doing? That's what they should have been telling you about. And reconstruct means reconstruct, and they came back and started doing the same damn thing they did during those slavery years, 360 years. And now this year is 465 years. They've been screwing over black folk, and black folk having the vaguest idea what they're getting screwed over. They're getting AIDS and getting hemorrhoids and all that from it, but they don't know what they're getting the screws about. Okay.
Okay, all right. So that's a funny analogy. Okay, Dr. Anderson, so I'm gonna read a little bit more from your book.
Okay.
We're on Powernomics, page 138, and I'm gonna read to the end of this section, and then I'd love to get your take on it. So we're talking about economic action step number 4, which is countering the brain drain in Black communities. So you say here that since approximately 90 to 95% of all whites and Asians work for their own people within their own communities, Black people become the exception. Only 2% of all working Black Americans work for their own people within their own communities. There is no direct line between a professionally trained Black person and benefits to the Black community. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? That there's no, all this so-called progress with all these educated Negroes is not even coming back to the Black community. It's like they're going out hunting for food and they're throwing the food into the garbage and their family's still starving to death. That is a good one, Dr. Anderson. So you say here, the new industries and communities we build must be places that provide employment and ownership incentives for Blacks who want to use their skills and expertise toward the Powernomics vision for the race. Our churches, schools, and organizations must join in the effort to instill value for creating employment and wealth building opportunities within our own communities, or end or reverse the brain drain. Black organizations can help reduce the brain drain by fostering and promoting public policy incentives and practices that encourage and provide financial and tax incentives specifically to inner city Black companies that employ Blacks. I'm gonna read another paragraph, Dr. Anderson, then I'm gonna pass the ball back to you. 50 years ago, nearly 98% of all employed Blacks worked in white homes, businesses, and communities. The story of Black domestic workers illustrates how Blacks have always used their intellectual resources for others. There is a parallel in business. Domestics arrived before sunup to start fires and warm the homes of white families so they'd wake up and dress in comfort. Blacks then cooked breakfast, sent the kids off to school, washed, scrubbed, ironed, sewed, and cooked dinner for the white families. After feeding the white family, cleaning up the kitchen, and putting the children to bed, these Black mothers would then return to their homes after dark. Did anyone ever wonder in all those years, who was taking care of the Black children? Who fed and watched Black children while Black mothers were taking care of white children? I would like to know who's taking care of the Black community and Black businesses today when nearly 98% of all employed Blacks continue to work outside their communities in white businesses or offices. To achieve the Powernomics vision, Black businesses need Black talent, and so does the entire race. I'm gonna drop the pin on that. Dr. Anderson, I ain't got a microphone to drop, but I do got one actually, so let me drop that too. Dr. Anderson, please go ahead. Tell me that wasn't powerful, y'all. Go ahead, please, Dr. Anderson.
Yeah, and see, and that's part of the problem right there. But see, we got nobody taking care of the Black community. And when the civil rights groups got off track, and they started off track in 1964, because when Johnson says, I got to do something for Black folk in this country, and I'm gonna pass a thing called model cities. Remember that? And model cities we're gonna pick all these big urban cities and go in there and do something for Black folk. And as soon as Nixon got in there in '68, what he said was, well, I'll tell you what let's do. Let's just take the focus off of Black folk and put it on minorities, women, children, and gays. And so it was called the what was it? The senator's name? He sent a note to Nixon, suggesting that they take the focus off of Black folk, and that would stop all the riots in the cities, because the riots had broken out then in the late 1960s, and he was just saying we could shut Black folk down by ignoring them. It was called benign neglect. Benign neglect. Pretend that Black folk don't exist by putting all your attention, all your money, all your resources where it was initially being put in 1790 on whites only, or those who can pass for whites. And so that model city money, out of possibly $6 billion going into a chest for Black folk, guess what? The money was spread all over the country. and 68% of all the jobs that came out of the model cities went to whites in the suburbs as administrators, and blacks got nothing out of it. The same thing that happened in the 1930s with President Roosevelt when he started his program, and black folk were shut out of it. Y'all didn't get anything out of it. And so, to make a long story short, never in the history of this nation, going all the way back to 1790, has there been one politician, black, white, yellow, with polka dot stripes running up and down his butt, has never went out in the street and says, I'm getting elected to a public office because I'm going to recognize those things that black folk were shut out of. I'm going to have programs that are specifically designed to address their needs. I'm not going to be doing what the original Constitution and the law in 1790 did, place all the emphasis on immigrants and shifted all to immigrants and women. That's what they did. So women in 1964 went down to Congress and says, if you're going to write a new law for immigration, don't put it on blacks, put it on women. That was in 1964. So when Congress passed that law in 1965, a year later, the emphasis went to women. And as a matter of fact, they included in there what's called Title IX. Title IX, which says give to women. Anything that, if you got a choice between giving it to black folk, give it to women and put it into sports so that women can be in more visible and participatory in sports. That's what happened. And that Title IX money, I checked 67 counties in Florida when I was an all education in the state. And I checked every county, and guess what? Had the superintendents sending me how they're going to spend the money that should have gone to black folk in that time. This was in the 1970s. Guess what? Every county in Florida said we're going to give the money to women for sports. And it was put forth as a joke by a black congressman from Virginia initially and a black senator from Louisiana. And they said, we're going to just change this direction of all these resources so they won't go to black folk. And we're going to call it Title IX. And guess what? The blacks in Congress didn't say a damn thing. They sat there, and half the damn congressmen and everybody, white congressmen that I knew, they thought it was a damn joke. They were laughing. They said, man, what kind of leadership do you have in your race that we just said that you all worked hard to get all this money? And at the last moment, white women came in and told the congressman, went over to the Congress and got on the congressman and switched it so that everything would go to women instead of them. That's where Title IX came from. They said, you guys get nothing because you have no leadership.
Well, you know what, Dr. Anderson, that's interesting you talk about Title IX because, me and my wife spent some time at universities, and she's still on the faculty at the university, and I left Syracuse, but I remember Title IX, and I remember noticing that a lot of the money, the sports revenue at a lot of these schools comes in from black male-dominated sports like basketball and football, and then because of Title IX, they didn't take that money and they spread it out to things like women's field hockey, women's volleyball, stuff like that. And so that's another way that the billions of dollars get taken out of the black community because our athletes are $1 trillion commodity. And the other interesting thing about Title IX is I knew a black man who was a very hardworking, distinguished professor at a university that I know of nearby. And he was the only black man on the entire campus. They did not hire black people. They discriminate, to this day, they discriminate against black people. And he was the only black man that had a job there. And he was accused by a white woman, a white student in his class, of engaging in inappropriate behavior. Now, they went to him and they said, we have an accusation against you that you're under investigation for. He said, okay, well, what is the accusation? They said, well, because of Title IX, we can't tell you. He said, okay, well, who is my accuser? I'd like to know more about it. They said, because of Title IX, we can't tell you. So this black man, I kid you not, and I went to his university, he was so triggered and traumatized by it because he spent 25 years building his career up and his whole reputation was being destroyed because of this weird accusation. So they called in this big fancy law firm from Chicago to come in and do this investigation with him. And he asked me to sit in on some sessions just so he could keep his cool. And I did. And so here's what happens. So a whole year goes by where he doesn't know what he's being accused of, who's accusing him or anything. After a year goes by, I kid you not, he finds out that the accusation came from a white girl that was in his class that he does not even remember her. He never had a conversation with her in private that he ever recalls. In class, he made a joke where he has baby showers for his students when they have kids. And I think he was joking with one of the pregnant women. He said something like, so when does the baby hatch? He said something like that. And this white woman said that this joke traumatized her, and she literally leveled this whole accusation against him. And we still think that she was just upset because maybe he gave her a bad grade or whatever, but she was clearly using those Title IX rules to really destroy his reputation. I mean, he's, to this day, it's years later, he's still traumatized from all that. And this is just one story I saw that happened to a friend of mine. This happens all over the country. So when you talk about Title IX, I got a whole lot to say about that. And you are right. In addition to the financial drain, it kind of puts white women at the front of the bus. And that's kind of what it's like. We had our rights that we were fighting for. And then it's almost like white women kind of jump to the front of the line. The Me Too movement starts with black women, then white women jump to the front of the line. Civil rights movement starts with us, white women jump to the front of the line. And I don't know about y'all, but I get kind of sick of that. Dr. Anderson, what do you think about that?
Well, see, and you're right. And see, and that's part of the problem in this country that you just admitted to, haven't been involved in. Nobody understands and is educated to and prepared to deal with what we're engaged in. They never understood that slavery, committing slavery against black folk, committing slavery against any group, that is a declaration of war. You understand what I'm saying to you? To say I'm coming into a country and enslave your population, that is a declaration of war. No blacks have ever made that issue. Then you start talking about what reparation comes nationally, just like in Germany, and reparations for the Germans after World War II, or in the Point Four program, in the Marshall Plan in Germany, but in Point Four in Japan, where they, after the war, they gave them all kinds of money. Black folk don't use anything and understand how to fight for any damn thing. I'm sick and tired of them never understanding anything, and that's why right now, when the civil rights began for black folk, they took all the money and set up about 16 banks in America and put all that money in those banks. And that included all the salaries for all the black soldiers who had fought in the Civil War. They put all their income in banks across America. And guess what happened? They put administrators, white administrators, over those damn banks, and they had one in every bank in every major cities. Whites went in there as administrators and stole every damn penny and used that money for their personal interests and needs and use it. It came to $38 million initially. They took that and used it and built it. You have to use that and multiply it in time to figure out what the value that would be today. They did the same thing down in Haiti, but now that Biden is talking about doing something for Haitian. Why did they do that something before they took all the money out of the banks in Haiti in the early 1900s? It stripped where blacks had money because they have gold and oil in that damn place. And they could have gotten a water. Huh? Okay. And then they took all the money out of all the banks down in Haiti and put it in the civil the bank in New York. And they put $58 billion out of blacks' pocket and put it in a bank in New York to hold it, to keep them after they sent the Marines in there in the first of the stop in the discord when they took all the money out. And blacks have never raised Cain about that reparation, or the civil or the black banks that they closed down and took all the money out of. I can go on and on and on. And you're talking about getting reparation because it sounds fancy. I started raising issues about reparations way back in 1970 when nobody was talking about reparations. And now all I want to have reparations be reparations. What are you talking about? You don't even know what you're looking at. You don't know what you're talking about. And slavery was a declaration of war. You were naturally entitled to it under the War Declaration Act.
Well, you know what? Well, you know, Dr. Anderson, I'll tell you what. There's so much to work through, so much to talk about. You know, and I guess you know, I laugh about it because there's so much work that has to be done. And I think that maybe as a conclusion on this, and you know, on page 139, I know that that Mrs. Anderson's in the background, and she doesn't want me to keep you for too long. And I'm glad you joined us. But you know, I'm gonna tell you the thing that really stuck out to me the most was when I was reading the analogy you made between the Black mother that goes into the city or goes and works for white folks all day long and neglects her own children or has to neglect her own children. And this the same way that is the same thing that we do to our own communities when it comes to Black professionals, that we go serve everybody else, feed everybody else, take care of everybody else. And then nobody ever says, well, what happens to Black people? What happens to Black children? What happens to Black institutions? What happens to Black-owned businesses? If we're shopping with everybody else, then what does a Black-owned business get? They get boycotted by whites and boycotted by Blacks. If we're working for everybody else, what does the Black institution get? You know, and because white folks don't come work for Black businesses and Black folks don't go work for Black businesses. So it's, I think it circles back to, you know, and I know a lot of people felt some kind of way about it one way or the other. You offended a lot of people, as I did, when we were talking about Deion Sanders going and leaving Jackson State to go to the University of Colorado. And I really wanted to make that point out there because nobody makes points like that. Everyone applauds when we leave behind the Black community, you know, and that's very disturbing that you applaud your own failure. You applaud the destruction of your own institutions, and then you wonder why your institutions end up destroyed. So I want to bring everybody's attention back to that chart I showed earlier, where they show Black wealth, white wealth, and family wealth. And then also you can put Asians in there too. And Black people were at the bottom 30 years ago. We're at the bottom now. We have not closed that gap at all. The gap has actually gotten wider. And any intelligent person should ask themselves, why is that gap getting wider? If you've made all this progress, if your so-called leaders are telling you you've made all this progress, then that gap should not be widening. That gap should be closing. And the part of the reason I would argue that that this gap is widening is because you're listening to the wrong people. You're listening to these Negroes on TV telling you, you know, they're voting for the Democrats or the Republicans is going to save you. You listen to these people that are applauding every time a talented Black man, a talented Black woman goes and gets a job serving a white person. You know, you're clapping every time you go out and you spend money with white folks. The rappers will go spend money with white businesses and white jewelers, and you get on Instagram and cheer that on. Well, you're cheering on the things that are hurting you, you know, and so ultimately I think it's going to take a lot of work to almost re-educate ourselves, Dr. Anderson. I'm gonna pass the ball back to you, let you kind of give the final thought on this, but it seems like there's a lot of work to do in terms of us really sort of unlearning everything that we did learn and learning something that's going to make us better. And then also, if you talk about the next generation, how do you think we should educate the next generation of kids?
We should educate them so they understand the major difference between getting a job and getting wealth. Our major problem in society is a wealth gap and the lack of wealth. It's power. Wealth is the biggest power we got on this earth. It's money power. And we have less than one half of one. Take that one and cut it in half. That's all the wealth we've got. And white folks right now got 97%. As a matter of fact, the average white child, when he's born, and on that time in any hospital in the United States, he'll get about 86% of everything he needs to be successful the day he's born in a hospital. And be put in that same hospital, you can have a Black child born the same time in that hospital. And guess what? He gets nothing. But see, that Black child just got born in a hospital. He inherits everything out of that 97% that's been maldistributed. Is locked into the white society, and every child is born can get it because he got it in stocks, bonds, trust accounts, and everything else. It goes to him. Black kids have no trust accounts, he doesn't inherit anything except what Blacks have been focusing on for the last 60 or 70 years, and that's stuff like social integration and gay rights, we got rights for everybody, for equality and equal opportunity. They don't get anything because everything they talk about is non-inheritable. You can inherit equality. You cannot inherit food stamps and welfare. You cannot inherit a job, and you have no wealth for them to receive. So consequently, the white kid will outdo him every time, because the white kid doesn't even have to leave his community. He can get anything he wants any day. Just walk down the street to any store and get a job. A black kid can walk down the street in a black neighborhood and see nothing but garbage dumps, rundown buildings, weeds growing as high as he is, fence and burn down damn stores and buildings. He inherits nothing, because black folk don't focus on the right issues. They're focusing on social issues rather than on issues such as getting wealth. And you can't get wealth by working a job. The only way you can get rich working a job, Dr. Watson, remember this for your students. The only way you can get rich working a job is if your butt is good at stealing. Okay.
The only way you can get rich working a job is if you are good at stealing. That's funny. Well, you know what, Dr. Anderson, I think you've done a great job tonight, and I appreciate your time so much. And everybody, I hope you can give a digital thank you to Dr. Anderson for coming out here. He does not have to do this. He does this for you. And I hope that we can also thank Dr. Anderson by really supporting the Powernomics Corporation. If you go to powernomics.com, you can get all of Dr. Anderson's books. And again, if you've already bought the books, buy some more. If you got extra money, I think you can just give them away. And remember, the thing is that I want everybody in here. Our numbers are not big compared to the masses. We are not. We're like the Navy SEALs, in my opinion. Like in this part of our community, Dr. Anderson, because if you think about the Navy SEALs, one Navy SEAL might be equal to 10 or 20 regular soldiers. So, because you are the ones who actually understand what our community needs, you're the ones who are getting it done with your families and with your children. I don't want you to just be a student. I really want you to be a teacher. You have what it takes to be a teacher. That means that, if you got some extra money, buy 20 or 30 of these books and put them in your house and just give them away to kids in the neighborhood. Give them away as Christmas presents. And to be known in your neighborhood as that Powernomics lady or that Powernomics guy, that pro-bliggity black guy, it's okay. I'm the crazy black guy in my space, and everybody that's around me feels the influence of what I'm doing. Y'all see some of it online. Believe me, imagine what it's like being right here in my house. You ain't gonna be in my house or come in my house without knowing what me and my wife are all about. And I really want you all to consider that, have that impact. You got it, So one good way to do it maybe is to buy some extra copies of the books. Just give them out, let people know what you represent, what you believe in. And that's also a good way for us to thank Dr. Anderson, because the celebrities ain't going to do it. They do a lot of talking. The celebrities will call Dr. Anderson and tell him how great Powernomics is. But very few of them, except for Ice Cube. Ice Cube was the only guy that I asked him to write a check with me, and I said, I don't want your money. I'll match you dollar for dollar. And Ice Cube wrote a check. I talked to Kanye West about the same thing. Kanye West was in another planet. That's why we don't talk anymore. But I can say to you guys that Ice Cube wrote a check. I wrote a check, and we bought a lot of books from Dr. Anderson. And I would like for you all to consider doing what you can to support. Okay. Anyway, also don't forget that on the 13th, we are doing the financial slumber party in the Black Business School. Friday the 13th, we're meeting at 11 p.m. Wear your pajamas, bring your popcorn, and I'm going to go through something called Stock Market Decoded, and I'm going to literally spend an hour and a half making you the best investor in your family. If you buy one ticket for yourself, you can share it with your relatives. So it's buy one, get one free, buy one, get three free. If that's what you want, that's fine. So feel free to join us. You can go to boycewatkins.com and get access to that. Just go to my website, boycewatkins.com. So thank you again, Dr. Anderson. I don't know if you have anything else to say before we head out.
Well, just thank you. And I hope that the remarks I make on your show really disturb blacks well enough to make them get out and start doing something, motivating them, and tell them to get those books and make sure they read them, and make sure that every black school has those books in them in the United States, and tell them don't listen to the book committees in these every states that decide what books can go into the school and what can't. And most of just white books can go into the schools, which will keep black folk down and constipated intellectually. Okay?
All right.
So take care, buddy.
All right, you too, my friend. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night, everybody. See you next week. All right, bye-bye.
Give me a call over the weekend. I need to talk to you, okay?
I sure will. I sure will. Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Talk to you soon. All right,
and
bye-bye.
Tell all your listeners, and I love them. I enjoyed having fun with them, okay? And
they can still hear you, so you can tell them yourself.
Okay. Okay.
Everybody to pile on in the room on this lovely evening. Hold on, let me start recording the space on my end. How y'all living, family? You guys come on in and let's do what we do on this lovely evening. Ladies and gentlemen, how y'all living, man? Glad to have everybody tuning in. Glad to have y'all tuning in with me, man. We're here chopping it up like we always do. What's up, Nikki the God? What's up, Average Black American in the building? What's up, Grinds TV? Shout out to a lot of the regulars in the room. What's up, Love I Am? I see you down there, beloved. I'm still out here in the beautiful New York City. Shout out to New York. I've been having a great time out here in New York. The people of New York, such lovely, lovely people, man. Love y'all. What's up, Wani? Shout out to Sister Wani. But the people in New York, I absolutely love y'all in New York, man. Just solid people. I was all through Harlem yesterday, and a lot of folks shouting out and taking photos and just showing a lot of love. And, you know, I like coming out here because you can just walk around and just be around black folks. We can't do that in LA. We don't have nowhere we can just walk around and there's black folks chilling. You can just walk down Harlem and it's beautiful, beautiful black folks all up and down the street. Y'all got sisters walking pit bulls out here in Harlem. They'd be cute as hell with 3 fucking pit bulls. Shout out to the Harlem women. But shout out to New York. Only thing I didn't like in Harlem, again, I was on, I did an Instagram live. Where are all those clothing stores that used to be in Harlem? I used to go to Harlem and go to the different clothing stores to get dripped up. All of my stores weren't there no more. A lot of those stores, Dr. J's and some of these other spots that used to be over there by the Apollo, they're not there no more. Where are my New Yorkers, man? Where can people get the fly gear now? Somebody was telling me to go all the way to Brooklyn or whatever. I know there got to be something in Manhattan, because over there where I usually get stuff, it was niggas selling kente cloths and dashikis and stuff. So it's a whole different vibe now. So my New Yorkers, let me know where people can get the fly drip, because I would like to get some of the fly New York gear before I go back home and everything. Everybody give this a retweet. Let folks know that I'm live now. What's up, Nice to Girl? I see you in here. But I'm staying in Manhattan. So if y'all can recommend some stuff in Manhattan, that'd be great. It's kind of sprinkling out here. I'm officially an old nigga. There's some old nigga shit. I did some old nigga shit earlier tonight. I'm officially an old nigga, y'all. I went outside about an hour or so ago, because usually I go around the corner to like Joe's Pizza. That's one of my favorite spots to get me a slice. And I swear I did some old nigga shit. It's kind of wet outside, and y'all know how it is in New York when it's wet. It's kind of slippery. And the sidewalks out here, they got these little metal things on them. What are they? The steam be coming out of them. What is that, guys? Those little metal things that's on the sidewalk. My New York people know what I'm talking about. Where steam comes out of them, and it's kind of sprinkling, and them shits are they're real slippery. Family, I walked and I fell the fuck down in the middle of the street like an old nigga. Family, I fell the fuck down for no reason. I slipped and fell. I fell down in the middle of the street, and an African brother had to get me up. Oh, help, come on, nigga. So shout out to the African brother. An African brother came and had to lift me up. I felt like fucking Morgan Freeman. I felt like the oldest nigga on earth. Like, I need to sit my ass down somewhere. I straight fell for nothing. Yeah, that's old nigga shit right there, when you just falling down. So I'm officially an old nigga. I fell for nothing. And niggas helping me up. Like I'm an old bitch. Nigga had to help me up. I'm had to get a life alert bracelet. I've fallen and I can't get up. Where can I get a bracelet so I can push a button? I could have heard something. Yeah. Shit, man. I gotta deal with the reality of becoming an old nigga. That's what it is, though. That's what it is. I'm up here trying to wear young nigga shoes. I'm gonna have to get some orthopedic hush puppies or something. I can't be walking around here in J's, and I can't do it no more. I can't. I'm gonna let go, let God. So maybe I don't need to go to the fly nigga store. Maybe I need to go to Burlington, a Marshalls. They got a Marshalls out in this motherfucker. Well, how many of y'all remember Marshalls? What are some other old nigga stores with TJ Maxx? Oh God, I gotta go shop at Marshall. Do they have a JC Penney's in this bitch? I just gotta go to the old nigga store, man. It is what it is. But family, look, we're talking about a lot of immigrants out here got deportation anxiety, man. Have y'all seen some of the videos? Shout out to Brother McCall. He sent me a couple of videos and I retweeted them. You had some of the Latino immigrants and some of the African immigrants. Boy, they're copping pleas. They're like, the Latino guy was like, yeah, so I'm afraid. I'm tired of running. We had to run from the Dominican Republic. And now Trump might get elected, and Trump is talking about taking away DACA, and he's talking about deporting people. Are we going to have to run to Canada? They're trying to figure out where else to run to. And then there was an African immigrant kind of saying the same thing, like, Trump, I'm afraid of Trump. Trump is going to get us niggas. So a lot of the immigrants out here copping pleas now that Trump is in the lead. Trump is in the lead. So a lot of these folks got a lot of deportation anxiety. A lot of them kind of feel a certain way. They're like, damn, this thing might be real. Now, here's the thing. Now, the Latino guy, he tried to play these white people are going after people of color. Oh, no. They're trying to send a little dog whistles so that we can come put the cape on. No. Oh, you're not doing that. Hey, look at what's happening to the people of color. Oh, us minorities got to stick together. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's time for everybody to hold their own nuts. No, see, remember how y'all were talking big shit to us. Oh, no. We didn't forget. Oh, no, FBAs didn't forget. We didn't forget. Well, y'all remember that video of that one tether woman? She's a writer for something, I don't know. I forgot her name, but she was really boasting and bragging because she was talking greasy about foundational Black Americans and folks were clowning her. And then she did a video like, yeah, I'm an immigrant, but I'm here now. I got me an apartment. I got a job. So what y'all can do? What y'all can do? Ha, 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 ha. What y'all can do? Nothing. I'm here now. So they were on that vibe. A lot of them get their little green card or whatever. They get over here and get the cock-on and kikiing like, yeah, nigga, I'm here, so y'all can't do nothing. And then we're showing them what we can do, which is stay on the couch and not get the Democrats back in office. You see, we can get on code and say, hey, we're not going to support policies that support you. That's what we can do. So yeah, you can slither over here, but your cousins and all of those folks, they're going to be stuck because we ain't supporting them policies. That's what we can do. Or we're showing you what we can do. Now, if everybody ain't cock-on and kikiing no more, are they? Now that we ain't sitting up here stomping for Biden because foundational Black Americans, we are the base for the Democrats, and we're saying, no, we ain't rocking with them. We're not rocking with Trump like that either, but we ain't gonna stop him. If he wants to go in and do what he do, all right, whatever. Now, there are some people who are actually supporting Trump. You know, I'm neutral. I'm like, you know, I'm not supporting anybody. Damn sure not supporting the Democrats. And now that Trump has still got in the lead. They thought all of the trials and all of these things they were going to throw at Trump was going to slow his momentum down. No, no, no. Trump is still ahead right now. And the Tethers are like, oh, wait, oh shit, I spoke too soon, nigga. Hey, FBAs, I was just playing when I said you niggas were lazy and you can't do nothing. I spoke, I was high on the narcotic. That wasn't me talking. I'd like to apologize to my niggas. I'd like to apologize to FBA. No. Now, y'all gonna have to deal with that. We're not coming through with the capes, and y'all gonna have to deal with these folks on your own. These folks get to trembling when it's time to deal with the power structure on their own. They're not used to dealing with white supremacy head on. That's why, there's a lot of people from Africa and the Caribbean, when they come over here, when they immigrate here, especially, I notice with the women, especially from Africa, a lot of the women come over here and they literally lose their minds. A lot of people immigrate here, and when they have to deal with white supremacy head on, they literally lose their minds. I've seen a lot of women from West Africa and other places like that just lose it. I mean, when I say lose it, I mean have to get like mental help. I mean, they snap and they just lose their minds because dealing with white supremacy, they're not used to something like that. They're not used to such an unjust system like that. The psychological terrorism that the white supremacist throws on you. They're not used to it. See, we're used to it, so we know how to come up with defense mechanisms, so we know how to play past a lot of their stuff because we're used to it, and we know how they are. But a lot of these other folks who were taught in their homeland that the white supremacists were some kind of benevolent gods, when they see how they are in real life, that throws them off. That really messes with them psychologically, you see. So again, people are going to start having to hold their own nuts, and we're circling our lineage wagon. And people are still trying to tether on that too. Did y'all see that article from Rolling Stone? They were talking about Kendrick Lamar's song. And the song, They're Not Like Us, that's the number one song right now. That's the number one song in the country. The number one song in the country is a diss record. That's phenomenal. And Rolling Stone, let me read it word for word. Let me read the headline. Where's my thing? Hold on. The headline says, and folks got on there in the Rolling Stones Twitter comments lighting up this writer. I think the writer is a Caribbean dude. And he said, "Not Like Us isn't just a Drake diss. It's a rally against perpetrators who shifted hip hop from a black and brown community with culturally understood nodes of being into an at times sporadic circus." So yeah, this Rolling Stone article, they're trying to black and brown hip hop, and they got on the dude's bumper. They are on that dude's bumper so heavy, like this ain't no damn black and brown. We're not doing black and brown hip hop narratives no more. That's over. We're ending that officially next week with Microphone Check coming out. The whole black and brown hip hop stuff, it officially ends next weekend, next Memorial Day weekend. Mark that down. That's the gravesite date of the black and brown created hip hop together. We're killing that lie and pissing on the ashes next weekend with Microphone Check. We're going to put that lie to bed once and damn for all with the original people who created the culture of hip hop. You're going to hear from them. And I've been doing interviews all this week talking about it, and a lot of reporters have been asking me, was it hard to get some of the original people? It wasn't hard because these people are still here. A lot of the mainstream commercial filmmakers, whoever, they just ignore those people because they want to present a different narrative. The real pioneers, they'll tell the truth. So they have to get a lot of perpetrators, fakers, frauds, people who weren't there, because the corporate structure has a vested interest in taking hip hop away from us. See, this whole thing where they're trying to gentrify hip hop, that's a corporate move. That's coming from the top. Because there's a lot of money in hip hop, they always have to make sure it doesn't trickle down in black hands. So they have to put a Latino face on it and an Asian face and everybody else, so that when the resources come, it goes to them. They're trying to do with hip hop like they did with all the other genres, family. It's nothing new. They're trying to do the same thing they did with country. They're trying to do the same thing they did with rock and roll. This time, we're saying no. This time, we got something going on the grassroots, and we're telling you we're not going to let you get down like that. We're not going to let you tell that lie. Well, we got Giancarlo. Giancarlo, hop on. You got a lot of emojis going on there, Giancarlo. Go ahead, Giancarlo. You got a lot of emojis.
Yeah, no, like, continue where we left off, with Johnny Somali. He's gonna do a video with Adam 22 and his wife. Like, Tariq, what is it like? Other Africans king on you now. Where is this feeling coming from? I'm interested.
Okay, hold on, Giancarlo. Start over because I don't know what you're talking about. So start over. You got into mid trolling. Start over. Now, what are you talking about? Unmute your microphone, man. You just came in mid sentence. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, he got out of here. Okay, yeah, he came in here Goya babbling. I don't know what you're talking about. Just eat your empanada and be quiet. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, just saying stuff. Mike, hop on, Mike. Mike, hop on.
What's up, Tariq?
What's up, Mike? How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good, Mike. Where you from?
I'm from Atlanta.
Oh, you're a white man?
I am white as.
What part of Europe is your family from?
France.
France? Really? What part of France they're from?
I don't know, the southern part of France.
When they immigrate here?
Back in the 1680s.
1680s?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Were they the Huguenots, part of the Huguenot people?
I'm not sure.
So how do you know if they got here in the 1680s? That don't make sense.
That's just what I was told.
Now, who lied to you and told you that?
I don't know. My grandfather.
No, your grandfather didn't tell you that. There was no French immigration here in the 1680s. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they came up and then they got deported and they went down to Louisiana.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's on your mind, man?
What's on your mind? Nothing. I just jumped in the space and gave me a mic right away.
Well, yeah, you requested to get on. So do you want to chime in? I mean,
about immigrants having anxiety for Trump?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. We'll see if he actually gets elected. But I'm a lot more skeptical now than I was before because I was pretty confident in 2020 that he was going to get elected and he didn't. So with 2024, I'm kind of holding my breath.
No, you voted for him?
I did. I voted for him in 2016 and 2020.
Okay, got it. Now, how do you feel about all the immigration that's happening?
It's terrible. It's crazy. It's like an open border.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this. How do you feel about reparations for foundational Black Americans?
I don't support that.
Why not?
Why don't I support reparations?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to pay for that. I already pay high taxes.
Well, shit. We had to pay for your family to come here and eat with our free labor, so why not?
Well, why do you have to pay my family? My family was...
Your family was what?
They were poor.
I know that, and they were poor, and they weaseled their way over here from France to enjoy the benefits from the labor of my family. So why shouldn't we be compensated?
Well, I mean, do you have direct lineage? Like, was your family enslaved?
Yes. I'm a foundational Black American. That's what a foundational Black American is. My family literally built this country from scratch. There was no United States until my family built it. I don't have one immigrant in my family. None. So yes, shouldn't we be compensated? All right?
No, I don't think so.
Well, just because you white and you say so?
Well, no, I mean, I don't think that. I mean, you have no direct link to that whatsoever.
Yes, I do. The debt that accrued from the exploitation of my family has been amalgamated into white society and sent down from generation to generation. So the wealth that was taken from that free labor has been locked into white society and maldistributed from generation to generation. And the deprivation has been passed down generationally to us, to black people. So we should be compensated.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm white, right, and I didn't benefit from the institution of slavery financially, right, like I didn't have generational wealth passed down. My family didn't own slaves. They were poor farmers that worked on the sugarcane farms.
Mm-hmm.
Why should I now have to give you money?
Because you're a part of the United States government. And the
How am I a part of the government?
You what? You what?
How am I a part of the government? Like, I don't understand. Can you?
What do you mean? How you're part? You're part of the United States government. You live in the United States.
Right.
So,
That doesn't mean I'm a part of the government. I don't know.
Yes. That means you're part of this government, the United States. You're part of the United States. You became a citizen. Your family became citizens of the United States.
Right.
And the United States had us enslaved. We couldn't get out of slavery because of the United States government. So that's who's going to compensate us. Right?
So,
right?
But why should I have to pay for that?
Because you're a part of the United States government. You're part of the United States.
Right,
See?
but more so than you are. Like, if I didn't benefit directly from the institution of slavery, like I didn't
You did benefit. You did benefit. You were able, your family came over here because of slavery.
Well, I don't think they came over because of slavery. Can you explain?
Yes, they came over because of the wealth generated from slavery. They were poor. They couldn't get it popping in Europe. So they heard about what was going on over here and they said, sign us up. So you became a part of the problem.
Well, okay. Well, let's dig into that a little bit because my family.
Let's dig in it. Let's dig into it. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So my family came over here, right, and they started farming on their own. Like we never owned slaves. We were poor.
Don't matter if you own slaves or not. The government owned slaves. The U.S. government had us enslaved, rather.
Us anything?
The what?
The government didn't give me anything or my family.
Oh yeah. As a white person, yes, you got the benefits and privileges of whiteness. You got $1 million worth of whiteness. There's monetary value on whiteness.
What does that mean?
There's benefits and protections. You do not get harmed or treated the same way as a white person. You get certain protections and benefits. You get what I call you get the Kyle Rittenhouse package. Even if you don't have no physical money, your whiteness is monetized. You get the Kyle Rittenhouse package. You get protection.
That's a whole other thing. I mean, he acted within the law. He defended himself.
Right. You get to kill people. You get to commit crimes, and they get to say that it was self-defense, even if it was premeditated. That's the monetary value of white supremacy right there. So that's how you benefit.
Do you think that he was premeditated?
Yes, it was. It was 100%. He planned on doing that. He was out there with the white supremacist group. The white media knew this.
Those fat guys, they're not white.
A black person could not sit here and do a premeditated murder with an illegal gun and then get a slap on the wrist and get found not guilty.
It wasn't illegal.
It was an illegal gun. It was a straw purchase. Somebody else purchased it for him.
Yeah, it wasn't charged with the straw purchase, though.
Right. Y'all get to play these little word games. We don't get that. That's the privilege. That's the privilege of whiteness. See, that's part of the $1 million white package.
I don't know. I don't think it was because he was white. I mean,
show a black person then. Show a black person who did a premeditated murder and.
Well, I wouldn't think it's premeditated. I mean, he shot a guy that was like a sex offender, wasn't it?
No. Show a black person who did a premeditated murder. And a judge sat there and acted like the juror, acted like his lawyer.
O.J. Simpson, he literally murdered them, dude. Cold blood.
O.J. Simpson was innocent. What are you talking about?
No, he wasn't innocent. Come on now. You can't say that Kyle Rittenhouse was guilty, but O.J. Simpson was innocent.
O.J. Simpson, Kyle Rittenhouse shot people on film.
Yeah, but it was self-defense. The guy was chasing.
No, it wasn't.
He was attacking him. The other guy.
No, it wasn't.
Skateboard. You don't think?
Yeah, he was gonna kill him with a skateboard. Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse was going around there pointing his gun at the black people there.
He didn't even shoot anyone that was black. What are you talking about?
Because they saw and they knew what he was trying to do. That's why the white cats ran him away. He was out there trying to ambush the black people, which is what he planned on doing, sir.
He was trying to put a fire out. Okay,
He wasn't. No, he wasn't.
He
said, no. There's a video of him talking about if I had a gun, I'd shoot those protesters. And the judge said, "Hey, we're not going to let that."
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah. So he got the $1 million white package. But going to OJ is 100% innocent. OJ didn't kill nobody.
That's crazy. You can't say OJ is 100% innocent. Come on. Now.
Wait. You're telling me that OJ Simpson, for no reason whatsoever, woke up one night and said, "Hey, I got a plane I got to catch a flight in an hour. Let me go kill this ex-wife of mine. And let me put on some gloves that don't fit and some Bruno Maglis and a sweatsuit."
He stopped taking his arthritis medicine so his hands would swell up or whatever.
So if his arthritis was that bad, how in the hell could he commit those kind of murders?
You can commit murders with arthritis. We're talking about the
really
hands. He killed her because he was crazy. He had already beat the shit out of her a couple of times. She was fucking somebody on the side. He was mad about it.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was. She was a whore.
Right. He knew that.
Right, but
he knew that.
Her and he was crazy. He wasn't.
No, he wasn't. He didn't want her. She was trying to get back with him.
No, she wasn't trying to get back.
No. Yes, she was. There's letters where she was trying to get back with OJ. OJ knew she was what you said, a whore. OJ knew that. He wasn't about to ruin his career over killing a damn wife. No, he didn't.
Why did he drive around and say he was going to kill himself in the Bronco, and he put a gun to his head? He said, "I'm going to die," and then he flew to Las Vegas the night before, like right afterwards.
What are you talking about? All that fluent? What are you talking about?
He flew to Las Vegas after he murdered her. And
no, he didn't.
That white guy. What's his name?
No, what are you just saying shit? No, he didn't fly to no. He went to Chicago on a pre-planned trip. This man didn't have a scratch on his body, and there were 2 people who got killed, who put up a fight.
He didn't put up a fight. He stabbed the shit out of him. He's twice as big as them.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. OJ.
Ron Goldman was a big dude who was tall and athletic, who was a martial artist, and he had defense wounds on his hands. He was fighting somebody to the death.
Who do you think killed?
Your fellow white supremacists killed them. That was a drug hit. That was clearly a drug hit. Drug hits were popular at the time.
So you think that it was because of drugs? So basically, he off and
that was a drug hit. O.J. Simpson, rich black people, millionaire black people don't go around killing folks with no damn knife.
I don't agree with you on that. I don't think.
Name another black millionaire that went around killing somebody with a damn knife.
Well, I don't know anyone.
That would have been the first time in history. Black millionaires.
I can't even think of a white millionaire that ran around stabbing people.
Oh my God!
Can you name one?
Phil Spector. I mean, killing people. Just kill. Phil Spector killed somebody. Didn't Phil Spector kill somebody? Who's the other guy? From the DuPont family, I think. One of these. It was another guy. It was a guy from a rich family who killed a few people. Who was a damn low-key serial killer. Y'all do it all the time. Y'all have money.
Come on, don't put it on the whites like that. That's not very.
Come on now. Your community, they get to killing. Oh yeah, that money don't mean nothing. Black people, if we get money, the last thing we're gonna do is go flip it off by killing somebody. Rich millionaire black people don't kill people.
I think you have to look at it in an individual case, and I think with OJ.
No. You got to look at it in the right context. Millionaire black people don't kill nobody. OJ Simpson didn't work. He didn't work all his life to become a millionaire to go piss it away, killing his hoish ex-wife. For no reason.
I think so. I mean, he went crazy and then ended up robbing.
That's white supremacist fantasies, thinking that white pussy is so good that niggas want to go crazy. It ain't really that good, buddy. That's an ego thing that white supremacists try to run with. He wasn't tripping on her, and he didn't kill that woman, especially in a damn 20-minute time frame. He didn't go kill this woman and stab up 2 people and then get rid of the clothes and the knife and the glove and then make his flight within 20 minutes. That's horse crap, sir.
I think he did. I won't agree with you on it. What do you think?
No.
Don't you also think Bill Cosby was innocent? I saw that.
Yeah, he's innocent. Yes, he is. 100%.
All of them, even the black women that said that he raped them?
No, the black women never said he raped them.
Yeah, there was 7 of them.
No, 7. What 7 black women are you talking about?
36 accusers total.
Yeah, it's probably more than that. All a bunch of lying, druggy white women.
It wasn't just white women though. I think one of the ones
It was mostly white women. It was mostly white women, and they had a couple of Cuban women who identify as white, and they start putting Afro wigs on them and shit. Bill Cosby didn't rape none of them women. Them women trying to get a bag. Them women trying to get a bag, dude.
I think some of that happens. I think I would agree with you that maybe like half of them, but I don't think it was all of them.
No, them white women were lying. Yo, white women be lying like a motherfucker. They be bobbing down on Soul Pole and then try to say, "Oops, he made me do it. He didn't know." No, they were lying, dude. And I talk to Bill Cosby all the time. I'm friends with Bill Cosby. I talk to him about once a week. Solid guy, real good guy.
He's out, right? Didn't he have some agreement with the prosecutor that they weren't going to prosecute him, and they violated that, and that's how he got out?
No. He never should have been prosecuted in the first place. They went to
Isn't that why they dropped it though? Like,
they what? They what?
Didn't they drop it because he had a prior agreement with the former prosecutor?
No.
Why did they drop it though?
They dropped it because they went to the Supreme Court and they found out he shouldn't have been prosecuted in the first damn place.
Right,
because the charges were bogus.
But wasn't that because he had an agreement with the prosecutor?
No, you keep saying that. No, not because he had an agreement with the prosecutors. He should have never been charged anyway. It wasn't no technicality. They realized that
I think it was a
bogus. It wasn't a technicality.
Can somebody post in the Jumbotron? Because I swear I read something about
there was no technicality. What technicality?
So what specific? Well, the technicality was that he had an agreement with the former prosecutor.
But that was already violated. They already released.
Because the prosecutor testified and said, "Hey, I had an agreement with him that we weren't going to prosecute him for these." And then a new prosecutor came on, and then she decided to prosecute him for it. But that violated that prior agreement.
Right.
That's what happened, right?
No, well, not really. They violated the agreement, but that's not why he got out. He got out because they realized that the charges were bogus.
Okay. Well, can you post in the Jumbotron? Because I'm pretty sure that it was because of the prior agreement. It had nothing to do with the facts of the case. It had everything to do with the agreement.
No, and not only that, they said that he can't. They can't charge him again. They can't charge him with those bogus ass charges no more.
It's double jeopardy. Yeah, you can't.
Right. They threw it all the way out. But yeah, it wasn't because of a technicality. It wasn't because of a technicality. So if he just didn't do it, man. Sometimes the motherfucker's just innocent, man. Sometimes they just didn't do it, and the "I'm white and I say so" doesn't work.
Well, I don't think it's that. I think if there's a lot of smoke, there's probably fire. I mean,
no. If there's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of smoke, there's probably a white supremacist trying to get a payday. That was white supremacy. That's all it was. It was a white supremacy.
Okay, but if you look at a lot of these Hollywood moguls, some of these really guys that have 50, 70 accusations. I mean, a couple of them got to be real. I think some of those definitely.
No, because if they're all working or they're being represented by one law firm, and they're not vetting anybody, they're just letting anybody who wants to make a claim walk up and make a claim. And if there's money there, you'll get a billion people making a claim if they can get a bag. If you tell people in so many words, "Hey man, if y'all come with a claim and we're not going to vet you, you might be able to get a check." Yeah, there's going to be a long line of people.
I would tend to agree with that. I want to pick your brain on one other thing. What do you think about this Diddy thing? Do you think that he was up to some fuckery, or do you think that he's straight?
I think with Diddy, he got
I mean, you think he's innocent of the stuff that they're accusing him? His producer, I think, was the one that filed the lawsuit.
Yeah, I think with Diddy, with the producer, that sounds like a money grab. That sounds like a money grab, and I don't even know what's the accusation. I think
he fucked up when he settled, because when he settled with his ex-girlfriend, then everyone was like, "Okay, well, he's settling now. We're going to file lawsuits on that."
Right.
But he had videos and stuff in there. I looked at the exhibit. He had a decent amount of evidence and text and a bunch of other stuff.
So what did Diddy do illegal in those texts?
I think there was something about him and his son had shot somebody inside of the house, and they had tried to cover it up, and he had a post of the guy who was bleeding out in the house.
Right. So that, I don't know, because if he really did that, I think he would have been arrested by now. So I don't know. I don't know. But again, it sounds kind of like a money grab. So I don't know.
Yeah, but don't you think that it's probable that some of those guys out there, that there was a blackmail ring in Hollywood? Because the guy who was running it was a white Jewish guy, wasn't he? The executive that he was really tight with Diddy?
I don't know who you're talking about. Who are you talking about? You talking about Clive Davis?
I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of rings out here, and it's run by all types of white people. So I don't know which one. There's a whole bunch of different rings out here. So
Well, I think he was definitely up to some fuckery. I mean, we'll see what happens. That one's still kind of working, but they're calling him like the Epstein of Hollywood. So we'll see what was up. But I definitely think there's some blackmail going on. There is a weird trend with like black men wearing dresses. Like, I don't know what's up with that, but it
yeah,
is.
it's buck breaking. It's buck breaking. Yeah, we call it. That's been something that the white supremacists, they get around black folks and they buck break them if they want to get them in certain positions. You know, they have to kind of fondle with their sexuality a little bit.
You think
And
Kevin Hart is compromised too?
who?
Kevin Hart, you think he's compromised?
I don't know. Kevin is cool. I like Kevin. Kevin is cool. I think they did put him in a dress though, but yeah, Kevin is cool. I like Kevin. Kevin is all right. But anyway, let me get some more calls in here, Mike. I thank you so much, Mike. I think we had a decent conversation there,
We
Mike.
did. You don't want to pick my white brain? You don't have any other questions?
No, I'm gonna get some more people in here. I'm gonna get some more people in here because yeah, I think the conversation was pretty decent. And
It was. It was. It was very civil. I mean, see, we can have
yes,
conversations, not be at each other's throat. You know, you got on a space before. You don't remember me, but we got on a big space. You posted me on YouTube.
I did. Oh, what did we talk about last time?
You remember that Jewish man? That was me.
The Jewish guy?
Yeah, that's me.
Which one? To the rabbi?
Yeah. No, not
Well,
the rabbi. The oh man, I'm trying to remember which one. It was like a year ago, and we argued about. I trolled you so hard, man. You didn't know the entire time. What was, I can't remember. You posted on YouTube. It's got like 120,000 views.
Yeah. Were you pretending to be Jewish? I mean, shit. Which one?
Yeah. You still posted on YouTube though.
I don't remember. I don't remember. Hey, I got
You
so
remember like we argued about who's that guy in Atlanta, the Jewish guy that had he killed Mary Fagan. I don't remember. We had a whole conversation about you. I'd have to pull up the video, but it was Leo Frank. That was it. Leo.
okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I remember discussing Leo Frank, but I kind of figured that you might have been a suspected white supremacist pretending to be Jewish, but I don't know. That was so long ago, but
I'm
I
not
don't.
a supremacist.
I suspect you could be. I don't know.
Why?
Just because of the whole reparations thing, and you support Kyle Rittenhouse. So anybody supports Kyle Rittenhouse, I suspect it.
Kyle Rittenhouse is not even white though, isn't he? He's mixed race, isn't he?
What the hell is Kyle mixed with?
I think he's half Hispanic, right?
Who's please? Who's Hispanic in Kyle's family?
Look at him, dude.
He's built like a burrito, but that don't mean he's Hispanic. I mean, shit, he's just a pudgy white boy.
No, I think he's mixed race.
No, Lord, y'all start that mixed race stuff. Everybody, all of a sudden, y'all ain't white. Y'all try to play that I'm not white game.
Thing. You tried to say that what's his name? The guy who shot Trayvon Martin. You called him white. Zimmerman. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know.
Yes, he is.
No.
Oh yeah, y'all try to play the. Oh, y'all love trying to play the denial of whiteness game. Oh, that's a game.
Zimmerman's not white. That's flat out. You can't even claim that one.
Oh, yes, he is. He's white enough. Yes, he is. Oh, y'all try to claim somebody's Hispanic, Jewish, Indian, all that. No. They're white enough.
Y'all do the same thing on there too. Like I think you posted the other day that guy in New York. He had like grabbed that woman. He put like a belt around her neck. You remember he pulled her around and raped her. And you were saying that he was Dominican or something like that.
Did I say that? I don't know, but he looks non-FBA. Based on that hairline, he had a non-FBA hairline, so he definitely wasn't FBA.
There are plenty of FBAs that have male pattern baldness.
But not like that. Not running around New York strangling women with belts. That's some tether shit. We don't do that. We do not do that. But anyway, but thank you so much. All right. Y'all know good and well we don't do that. If you see somebody with a damn janky hairline choking somebody with a belt, there's some Goya or some jerk chicken somewhere close by. All right? We don't do that weird ass shit. So please stop it. Oh man, let me see who we got in here. We got a lot of folks in here. Hold on, let me see who we got in here. Let's get y'all raise your hand if you're ready to get on. Yeah, let's try it that way. raise your hand. Well, we got a lot of folks in the building. And by the way, y'all, microphone check. It's in theaters next week, family. Microphone check is in theaters next week. Get your tickets, microphonecheck.com. Now, speaking of Hollywood and Diddy, family, did y'all see oh boy, Darius McCrary, I think that's his name, Eddie Winslow, the guy who played Eddie Winslow. He got like some kind of OnlyFans thing going on with the transgender Sydney Star. So they got some kind of OnlyFans thing going. And I'm not surprised. Some people are surprised. No, brother Eddie Winslow, he said that he's been touched on before by dudes in Hollywood. He said he'd have been touched on before. And that's a sad thing. I think that's more tragic than anything. A lot of child actors and child stars in Hollywood, man, things have happened to them. That's so unfortunate, man. That's very unfortunate. So I'm not surprised that that dude is in an OnlyFans video with a transformer, you know. But what two niggas do together, that ain't my business. Two dudes want to get together and make magic on OnlyFans. Hey, that's what it is. But you know, yeah, Hollywood is a beast, man. Hollywood is a beast. Let's get Mike Jefferson in the building. Mike Jefferson, then we'll get Blend. All right, then we'll get Mr. Water. All right, so Mike, what's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up? That was a great conversation. That guy, hello?
I'm here, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, that guy, earlier he was talking about the white killers and all that stuff. The Jinx, Robert Durst. That's the
Yes,
millionaire that's going
yes.
around killing.
Right. That's who I was trying. I couldn't think of his name. Robert Durst. How many people didn't he kill? Like 2 or 3 people?
Yeah, I think he was like a serial killer or something. Something
Yeah.
like that.
And he comes from big money. You know? Yeah. But I forgot his name. The Durst family. Where did they get their money from?
I don't know. I think I gotta look it up, but I think it was maybe DuPont or something.
Yeah. Okay. But thank you so much. Y'all help me out. Where does the Durst, where do they get their money from? I know they're sitting on big paper. Blend, what's up, brother?
How you doing? Good evening. I just kind of listened to the conversation. Kind of keeping in vein with the microphone check. Illmatic's 30th anniversary just came by, and kind of think of what role like Searchlight Publishing made. Maybe Jerry Yeller. You brought up Clive Davis, Jimmy Iovine. So, like in the last conversation, why do you get so hesitant when you brought up Diddy's handler as Jewish? Like when it comes to Jewish people, it kind of seemed like you pause. And
Why would I pause? Why would I pause?
well, that's just my question. Is because you're trying to make, I know you're trying to produce a movie, and if you're trying to break in with the studios, don't you have to have relationships with these Jewish men? Like, so in the movie, what role do we have of actual Jewish businessman and their impact on hip hop, other than the origins? That's really my question.
Have nothing to do with the origin of hip hop. Literally nothing. What does Jewish people have with the origin of hip? What do they got to do with the origin of hip hop? Jewish execs.
Well, they marketed. Other than the origins, I'm saying like Run DMC had deals with Def Jam. Behind every successful musician, there is a Jewish man in his pocket, and I think there might be a Jewish man in your pocket with this movie theater. So I'm wondering, are you working with? I know you're doing a lot of grassroots, and I just want to commend you on the grassroots. Been just
who's the Jewish person? What Jewish person is in my pocket?
No, that's the question, because you seem reluctant to talk about the Jewish people, and even when he brought up Diddy, you got real quiet when he brought up the Jewish handler behind Diddy, which was I'm trying to think out west. I know we got Jimmy Iovine.
I named him, so I didn't seem hesitant. You're trolling is failing. You're trying to troll and it's failing.
No, I'm just trying to make sure that you're on point.
No, you're trolling.
As a fellow American. No, for real.
You're trolling. No, slow down. Your trolling is failing. Okay. Because your weird accusatory nonsense, it's your attempt of trolling and it's failing, sir. Now, what's with this accusation? Now that you're not, because now you're not being you're being disingenuous, and now I want to know why you're lying.
Like in your voice, you got to pause.
Now you're lying and you're trying to.
No. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to keep you on your toes.
Slow down. Now, blend. You from the East Coast?
Yes, sir.
What part? New York?
I'm down in Florida now. I'm from Connecticut originally, actually.
When did your family immigrate here?
We gotta go every time, man. That's what I'm saying. You got to smoke for everybody but the Jews. We came. No, we came from Tel Aviv. We came from Tel Aviv. If I said Tel Aviv, you ain't gonna say nothing. Say something about Tel Aviv. We came from Tel Aviv. Say something.
No, you didn't. Where your family from?
But you're not gonna say nothing about Tel
Because
Aviv. We fled Germany. No, we fled Germany and then we went to Tel Aviv. So say something about Jewish people. You got to smoke for everybody but Jewish people, Tariq.
No, you didn't. Why are you trying to? That's where you're trying to hide your heritage.
No, we literally fled because they kicked us out of every fucking country.
You're trying to,
and then we ended up in
no. You're trying to hide your heritage. Why are you so ashamed of your heritage? Huh?
I'm a chosen one, bro. We're chosen.
You're a cholo one. You're a Hispanic.
No.
You're a Hispanic.
You got smoke for everybody but the Jews, Tariq. It's so obvious.
But you're a Hispanic. Why?
Say something.
Why you ashamed?
Say something. We fled. We got kicked out of Germany. Say something.
Why are you afraid to say that you're Hispanic?
Because I'm not.
Yes, you are. Glenn?
Download the free Upside app now.
Is that Telemundo in the background, Glenn?
Code 25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Camilla, hold on, dear. Turn your microphone off, dear.
That's MSNBC. We own all the channels. Every channel we own, bro. I'm straight from Tel Aviv. We got kicked out of Rome. But you got no smoke for the people that got kicked out of Rome, kicked out of Germany.
Why are you so ashamed of your Latino heritage, sir?
It's not, bro. I'm a fucking... I got a small hat on right now for my bald spot. I got a rabbi. You know, we're chosen. I'm not going to eat no... You know what I'm saying? We're doing a little some circumcisions later and all that.
Even your wit is real Latino and dry. It's real dry. Like it comes from south of the border, sir.
Nah, I'm straight from Tel Aviv, bro. Tell me some smoke for the Jews. You ain't got no smoke for the Jews. Come on, Tariq. I'm just calling a spade a spade. You got no smoke for Jews, bro.
You got smoke for Taco Bell, sir. And
but you got silent when he said Diddy's handler.
And you're ashamed of your heritage. Why?
Nah, I'm a proud chosen Hebrew. I'm a Hebrew from the fucking 7 tribes, whatever.
You have pride in your Latino heritage, Glenn. Come on, man.
Nah, you got smoke for everybody but the Jews.
I got smoke.
To say you're trying to break it. I mean, you're in Hollywood.
Stop trying to deflect onto Jewish people. Stop trying to deflect and hide away from your heritage. You're a Latino tether, sir. And you keep trying to deflect to the Jews to get away from your Latino tether background, sir. I got smoke for tethers, right?
But you got no smoke for Jimmy Iovine and who every black man.
No, I don't. I have zero smoke for Jimmy Iovine. Jimmy Iovine is not a tether like you, sir. I have zero smoke for Jimmy Iovine.
What about Jerry Yeller and what he did with NWA and all that? I mean, that's out west, right? You know all that. You're out west.
And what about Jerry Heller?
You've been to them parties. Damn, you've been to them parties, Tariq. That's what I was trying to really find out.
You guys, you tethers are so unwitty. Damn, y'all tethers are so unwitty. No wonder your women be bobbing down on soul poles. Damn. Anyway, Blend, anything new to say before I let you go? Because you're just saying the same thing and it's falling flat. Okay.
I mean, because anybody's from a village.
You're running out of prepaid minutes. All right. Yeah, that whole trying to bait us into saying something anti-Semitic, that's not going to work. Who you think you're dealing with? Dude, you had to flee because you weren't that bright. That shit don't work on us. You're not going to bait us into saying something anti-Semitic for no reason. That don't work. Play with somebody else. Go play with your mama's titties. Camilla, how are you, dear?
This is the 50th anniversary of hip-hop, and we still have a lot of discrepancies as far as the origins of hip-hop, a lot of claims, who did what, who was the first this, who was the this and that, and such and such. But at the end of the day, we need a definitive story, all right? And that story can only be told by the founders of this culture.
Like everything was being driven and influenced by young, black, American culture, like the slang, the style of dress, the initial music that we chose.
Look at all the boroughs. You got, Money Making Manhattan and Money Earning Mount Vernon and Crooklyn. The Bronx was the boogie down Bronx. We was partying up there.
I am Coke LaRock, the first MC of hip-hop. First cat to pick the mic up.
I introduced rapping to the turntable because when I came with it, nobody in the world was doing it. I'm right after Rudy Ray Moore.
They want to come in the mix, they want to say, we started. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. What came to be known as hip-hop was solely an African-American creation.
What you get out of some Jamaican toast? What is that? I've never heard of a rapper use a Jamaican toast or a Jamaican flu as a rhyme. I never heard of it, and I don't know where that myth came from.
My name is legendary King Trixie from the Bronx, BX from the West Side. I am the first break dancer.
That narrative that hip-hop has had 3 founding fathers, that's been rolling for the last almost 30 years, which isn't true. You don't have just 3 people who created hip-hop. Hip-hop was created by a number of different people.
I am the grandfather, the godfather of the graffiti culture. I am the first element of hip-hop.
The roots of hip-hop being Jamaican, absolutely false.
My name is MC Sha-Rock. I am a founding member of the MC/rap culture.
Cassette tapes was the internet of our time. It just traveled around by hand.
Well, I know for a fact that the B-boy stance started from the guards, the 5%ers that would be at the jams back in the days who were acting as security.
If they get the real truth of how it all was created, then so many lies would not be able to be in existence.
Tonight on the Black Channel, we're going to begin a conversation here tonight about exactly why it is that of all the things we are focused on, economics is now at the top of the discussion. The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, and the everlasting superfortress of intelligent black thought. We are the Black Media, and this is the Black Channel, and I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the anchorman of the new Black Media, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically black college university of higher education and learning in the cosmos. You are, of course, welcome to join us. And join us you shall, because on tonight's program, you know, there's so much I could talk about. There is so much ground that I could cover. There are so many things that I could be taking a look at and could be examining. I try very hard not to get off into a mishmash of things. It's very easy for that to occur. It is very easy for that to happen. I try to be a lot more focused because I think that's really the best way of being able to deal with things. So there are a lot of things out there happening right now, and I don't want to short sell that. There are a lot of things occurring. So I want to try to focus on a couple of things in particular here tonight. And I saw something that I think encapsulates the issue, encapsulates why we're here, encapsulates all of this perfectly. For those of you who did not know, this story has just been hitting the media here in the past couple of days. This story is just hitting the media now. Outrageously predictable and unbelievably insulting. They have announced that in the city of Chicago, that they are going to have a hiring freeze. There's going to be a hiring freeze in the city and whatnot because, there's going to be a deficit. There is going to be a deficit of $1 billion. billion through next year. We're not talking about for 10 years now. We're talking about just through next year, a deficit of $1 billion. Isn't this the city that just yanked out at least, what, $100 million or so for illegals, folks who are not supposed to even be there? Now they're going to tell the rest of us we have to carry that burden and that we need to shoulder that. You know, when you go around here and whatnot, when you take a look at these things, you see stuff that, I mean, just, it just looks weird. It just looks weird. It just looks strange. It just looks really, really bizarre when you see these things. It really, really does. It absolutely does. And you kind of have to start asking yourself, what in the world is going on? Why are these folk acting like this? Because there must be a reason for it. There must be a reason. There must be some explanation. Because it goes beyond just Chicago there. It goes beyond that. But for my folks there in Chicago, isn't this amazing? Isn't this amazing? Every time you turn around here, they're giving you and I excuses for what they can't do and what they won't do. And we're talking about it drags on decade after decade. Oh, ain't no money, can't do nothing with it, can't do nothing with it right there. Oh, there's no money there. Now they're telling you, oh, there's no money in Chicago. Yeah, what about all those millions and millions of dollars you gave to illegals? What about that? No committee, no commission. They're telling you and I, everything needs a committee, it needs a commission. We got to vote on it. We got to get the assembly together here. We all got to bump our heads, clunk. When it comes to these other folks right there, it's like, oh yeah, we don't have anything to give to you. We gave it to all of them. And so just so you all know here, by the way, just in case you thought this was a victimless crime, just in case you thought that this was going to have no repercussions, just in case you thought it was a bottomless pit of plenty, actually, no, it's not. Actually, no, it's not. They're telling you here right now, it's going to be a hiring freeze. From Bloomberg News, it says Chicago is freezing hiring and curbing other expenses. By the way, remember, they said the same thing in New York. Remember that? What? Eric Adams up there in New York, they're doing the same thing in New York City, remember? For those of you who forgot, they're doing the exact same thing in New York City. The so-called sanctuary cities intend to balance their budgets on the backs of the foundational freedmen here and tell us that we got to pay for that while denying us. By the way, Chicago is making a hiring freeze and curbing other expenses to help close the more than $1 billion in budget shortfalls through next year in the nation's third largest city, effective Monday. What? Oh boy. Yeah, you ain't gonna get they didn't get no chance to breathe. Now this story was released on September 9th, which only was released in the afternoon. So it may have been effective on the 9th, and again, it might be the 16th. Regardless, either way, it's gonna knock you on your rump. Effective Monday, Chicago is limiting non-essential travel and overtime expenses outside of public safety. So in other words, the police. So everybody else is going to take a hiring freeze except for the police. So just in case you thought that they were going to get a holiday, nope, they're going to have to get this work too. Budget Director Annette Guzman said in an email statement, Chicago is staring down an estimated $229 million deficit this year. How much did they give to the illegals, by the way? About $100 million. So $100 million, we know where at least half of that deficit is coming from. We know where at least half that deficit for this year is coming from. By the way, they're talking about this year, and the year isn't even over yet. So it's an estimated $222.9 million deficit this year and another $982.4 million projected gap next year. Damn! These measures, while necessary, reflect our commitment to responsible fiscal management during a time of financial uncertainty. Responsible fiscal management? What part of this is responsible? Guzman said in the statement, they've mismanaged the city's finances. Now she's saying, hey, we got to tighten the belts around y'all's necks for this year and next year because we got to make sure the illegals are nice and comfy. Oh, yeah, the illegals and all the rich white folk who bring them here. City officials, including the budget and finance teams, quote, are working diligently to navigate these financial challenges and ensure the continued delivery of essential services to our residents. Without the illegals, the money would be there. Mayor Brandon Johnson, designated crash dummy, who is crafting his second spending plan, is trying to make good on his progressive social and economic campaign promises while grappling with the city's challenging finances. He will outline his budget, including how he plans to close the 2025 gap in the next month or two. That's literally what the article says, in the next month or two. The Chicago City Council then will vote on the proposal by the end of 2024. Johnson is confronting similar issues to his predecessor, drunk Uncle Lori Lightfoot. Lori Lightfoot implemented a hiring freeze when she addressed back-to-back shortfalls fueled by jumps in the city's mandated pension payments early in her term. Johnson's administration is also looking for revenue. The budget gap he faces come amid a drop in the so-called personal property replacement taxes from the state, and because the city school district isn't spending $175 million to pay a portion of pension contributions for its non-teaching staff that participate in the city's municipal employee retirement fund, according to Guzman's statement. Rising personnel, pension, and contractual costs, quote, alongside ongoing revenue challenges, are driving the shortfall next year, according to the statement. The measures the city announced Monday are a starting point, said Ferguson, president of the Civic Federation, a government watchdog. While the steps send the right message, quote, in response to the deficits, questions about how city departments will work with labor groups to deliver critical services with potentially less resources are still unanswered, he said. Quote, I am heartened by the fact that there is at least a recognition of the magnitude of this problem, Ferguson said. This is a story by a woman named Shruti Singh. She didn't say a word about the illegal aliens. Damn! This article was written by a woman named Shruti Singh, and I just read the entire article for you from Bloomberg News from top to bottom, and she says not a syllable in that entire so-called puff piece article, not a syllable about the illegal aliens. Now, doesn't that strike all of you as a bit odd? She works for Michael Bloomberg, one of the richest people in the world, works for his little dish rag newspaper there. She goes to this whole article about Chicago and big expenses and doesn't say a word about the illegals. Not a word about them. Doesn't that strike anybody here as odd? Because it certainly strikes me as strange. How in the world did she get her job? How is that possible? How is she still working there? How can that be? It's because I want you all to know that the fix is in. That's the real issue here. The real issue is that the fix is in. The real issue is that the point of all these folks here is that they're playing against you and me. They're playing against us. And no, they're not playing fair at all. This is the game that they're doing. For those of you who follow me here and whatnot, you'll notice that I've tried to keep you abreast of as many things as I possibly can. I cover a lot of things in a lot of different places. There's one more here in particular. If you follow me here on YouTube, then you notice that I also a few days ago, I put up a YouTube short, which was about something in particular here. Put up a YouTube short I thought was very interesting. Most people don't know about this. If you don't live in Chicago, and for many of the people who live in Chicago, a lot of them may not be aware of that as well. Let me go ahead and throw this up on the screen for you because I want you to see something and hold on to your hats. Just in case you thought that you had been about as shocked and abused by anything you could see in Chicago ever in your life, the fix was in a long time ago here. Want you all to learn something.
Fun fact. Almost half of the parking meters in Chicago are owned by the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, and the other half are owned by a shadowy company called Bredoma. The city of Chicago was hit hard by the 2008 financial crisis and desperately needed money, so Morgan Stanley offered them a deal. A group of investors they had put together would give them $1.15 billion in exchange for all the money from the city's 36,000 parking meters for 75 years. It was a bad deal, but out of desperation, the city took it. Immediately after the deal was signed, the investment group jacked up the price of parking in the city, and Chicago is one of the most expensive places to park in America. Also, if the city ever wanted to hold a parade, remove a parking spot, install a new bus stop, or limit access to a parking meter for any reason, they would have to pay the investment group the value of the parking meter to do so. And by 2023, they had to pay the group $79 million for any one of those reasons. By early 2023, the investment group had made back all their money, plus an extra $500 million, with 61 years still left to go on the deal.
Did you get that? What? They still have this. This deal is going to endure for another 61 years. They have already made back all their money. If the city wants to make any changes, they got to go through this private corporation, and they have another 61 years of profit that they'll be raking in. Merrill Lynch, white, generational wealth, and Arabs, who y'all were thinking after 9/11 that was going to be the case here. No, they know who the enemy is. They know who the enemy is. They know who they're targeting. Folks, we're talking about those parking meters things. You're looking at billions in profit when they get done. When they get done, they're going to try to make that billions. And they're probably going to come very, very close to being able to do that if they don't exceed it. Yeah, I wonder where the money went. I wonder why Chicago is in such a deficit now. I wonder why they are. Actually, I don't wonder why they are. Yeah, how many of you were aware of that? That in the city of Chicago, that's what's going on in the city of Chicago. That was been over a decade now. Folks have taken them to court to try to overturn it, and don't you know the courts have sided with Merrill Lynch and the rest of them. Nope, the courts are sticking with them. They said a deal's a deal. Even if it's a bad deal, a deal's a deal. That's what the courts have literally said. They've been sued a couple of times now behind this parking meter scam. And the courts, like Emperor Palpatine, he owns the Senate and the courts. Well, Emperor Palpatine and friends in Chicago there, well, a deal's a deal. Yeah, a bunch of folk in Chicago, y'all didn't know that that's what happened to your parking meters. Oh yeah, first order of business for them was to raise all the costs of all the meters, by the way. That was the first thing they did. Once they took over, they raised the costs of all the meters. That was what they did. Just in case you were wondering, yeah, they made sure they got that done. Made sure they got that through. You gonna learn today. You gonna learn today. But folks, there's money all over the place in these things. There are folk all over the place in these things. And if you knew, if you had an idea, want to show you something on your screens here now. This is Steve Ballmer on your screen. Some of you may recognize him. He used to be CEO of Microsoft, you know, during the bad years. one of the worst CEOs ever, and he was CEO of Microsoft during the bad years. Cashed out with a whole bunch of money. He cashed out with billions. Enough money to, oh yeah, he went to go buy the Los Angeles Clippers from Donald Sterling. Damn! So for those of you who may not remember, that's Steve Ballmer, formerly of Microsoft. He got so much money from Microsoft for doing such a great job running the company into the concrete that he had enough money to go buy the LA Clippers. So there's old Steve. And in case you all were wondering what Steve has been up to, well, Steve apparently has decided to start a YouTube channel. And, well, just last month, listen to what Steve Ballmer, one of the richest men on the planet, one of the most privileged men on the planet, and listen to what he goes on YouTube with a phony channel called USA Facts. Misinformation and disinformation, please. Here's what Steve wants to talk to you all about.
Bases like vacation. I'm going to focus on those who live here as temporary residents of the United States. Category 2 is authorized immigrants who have the opportunity to follow a path to citizenship. This includes those sponsored by a relative or employer, as well as people who have been granted asylum or refugee status. Category 3 is unauthorized immigrants. This is a government term that is a bit misleading because, as we've researched it, I've learned that it included those who are here in violation of our laws, but also those who are here seeking asylum according to laws as they have existed since 1980, as well as migrants who are pre-approved to come to the United States due to humanitarian crises like what's happening in Haiti or Ukraine.
Yeah. Michael Bloomberg, billionaire, one of the richest people on the planet, and he's all in for illegals. Steve Ballmer, billionaire, one of the richest people on the planet, and what do you know? He's so glad he's got all that money so he can come propagandize all of us and say, by the way, the real issue is you don't understand how good this is. And, well, yes, there are some people here in violation of the laws, but actually the other illegals are not really illegal because, well, they're here seeking asylum. This is Steve Ballmer. People, what the hell do they have to gain from this? What is this? Go a little further here. This is on Twitter from The Guardian. Let's hear it for the Brits. And listen to this. Haitian immigrants, these are illegals now. Haitian immigrants helped revive a struggling Ohio town. Then neo-Nazis showed up. So they're talking about all the illegal aliens, Haitians in Ohio. And they're saying that they've helped to revive a struggling town. This is The Guardian. People. The Guardian. Bloomberg. Ballmer. This is no joke, man. You're talking about billions and billions of dollars. What's in it for them? Why are they all so hard-body for this? Why are they all lining up to crash out? You know it's not because it benefits the illegals. You know that's not the reason. What's the real reason that they're doing this? It's got to be to protect white interests. That's what it has to be. That's the only reason. It's the only one. And that is because all of them recognize the need to neutralize a very, in their eyes, very dangerous and very destabilizing force. That is you and me. Because you see, I was going to deal with this a little bit differently here, but I'm going to go ahead and go into this tonight. I'm going to go into this tonight here. You want to know what the real issue here is? You know what it is? Why we are going to change the social order? You want to know what makes it different here? You want to know why the economics matter? Let me just break it down to y'all in one simple way here. It's because the whole reason why they want to throw every obstacle possible in the way to keep us from competing is because they have taken a look at sports, music, medicine, and anything else we get involved in, and they know that when it comes down to nut cracking time, we can do it better. Damn! Now, there's the reality that if you actually put us in charge, if we actually got to hold the helm and to steer the ship, we're gonna do it better. And they know it. Remember, they promised you everything. They told you that if the Negroes get involved, it's going to become terrible. We got involved, revolutionized it, and the world never looked back. And the same thing will happen to the system of capitalism. Brothers and sisters from around the world, we are not going to destroy the system of capitalism. We are going to create a new system. And that new system of capitalism will work far better than anything that they've done before. It will not have the huge gulfs of engineered inequity. It will actually be a true meritocracy. White supremacy's 500-year war path across the planet was to destroy meritocracy. That whiteness would become currency, and that whiteness would be fully backed with full faith and credit with no effort on their part. It would become a dynastic entitlement. And that whether they were the little weird kids in the corner or whatever, nothing mattered there. This would guarantee their privilege for perpetuity. That's what this is all about. That's what this has always been about. And throwing stumbling blocks in our way is the only way they can prevent that from occurring, because the truth of the matter is we are the most ambitious, industrious people that you've ever met. But there is a difference. Our idea of industry is not destructive. You see, the white supremacist capitalist model is warfare. And war, by definition, is destructive. This is the paradigm that was given to us by Brother Neely Fuller. That's why he uses those terms destructive and constructive. He doesn't use the terms good and bad, right and wrong, because whether you like it or not, good and bad are subjective. Look it up. Good and bad are subject to whoever the person is using the word. Your definition of good might be different from somebody else's idea of good. Your definition of evil might be different from somebody else's definition of evil. And if you're in the room with white supremacists, there is no definition of evil except anything that doesn't go their way. However, there is only one definition of constructive and destructive. Now, there's only one for those, which is why Brother Neely Fuller chose that. Instead of saying what is good or what is right or what is just, he defines it as constructive and destructive. White supremacy is destructive. Justice is constructive. Justice builds and improves on where it is to the mutual benefit of all. White supremacy destroys, ultimately to the benefit of none, not even itself. Have you all ever seen strip mining? Not to be confused with strip teasing. Strip mining, it's an outrageously destructive thing. You're literally digging in and leveling the earth. You're digging out caustic chemicals that have to be stored above land and in many cases start leaking into the groundwater. It is an empire built on the destructive because they are at war. They're at war with you. They're at war with me. They're at war with the earth. They're at war with the universe, and ultimately at war with themselves. So you see, their definition of capitalism is destructive. Gobble up the forest down to the last tree. Drink up the waters down to the last drop. Rape the natural resources down to the last grain of sand. People, do you know they say that the world is running out of sand? What? Don't believe me? Go Google it for yourselves. These folk have gone so far here that they're saying that now the world's running out of sand. We're talking about the good stuff because there's good sand and bad sand. But by the way, in case you didn't know, yeah, they're using up all the sand now. No, seriously. Seriously. Yes, some of you are like, wow, really? What? Yes. Well, Jason, what are they doing with it? Well, they're building skyscrapers. You know those great big ass, huge, tall, skinny scrapers and skyscrapers and penthouse lofts that they build in New York and all these crazy places? Yeah. You use it for that. You use it for that. You and me aren't using concrete like that. You and me don't use it like that. They do. They want, folks, I've been there. I've seen it. The piano building in New York, I've seen it in person. Strange looking little structure, but that wasn't his point. The point was they wanted to build a mega tall skyscraper so that they could have a sky high view over Central Park in New York. That one and the other skinny scraper next to it, so that mega rich people can spend $50 and $100 million to buy an apartment or a condo or a loft up there so they can have a sky high view and feel like the prince and the king of New York. The whole point of building those skyscrapers is use this tremendous amount of sand and concrete and everything so that they can have this majestic view of the city. That's its only purpose for being. So they can be in the middle of the city in their 6th or 7th residence, by the way, because they've got residences around the world. This is just number 6 or 7. And when they come to New York, they live in the piano building and they have a view of the city. Yeah. Yeah. Talk about destructive. When we get done, when we are in charge, there will be a constructive, balanced approach. Not this destructive, carnivorous approach. It will be a system whereby which we encourage and reward across the board. Not an oligarchy where you have a privileged few who are the laziest, most incompetent people in the room who sucked all the oxygen out of it for their own benefit. They'll be required to pull their own weight, and hell yeah, they are fighting tooth and nail to prevent that. I want to go ahead and remind you of something right here, folks. When you think about this for a few moments here, when you think about this, what in the hell is The Guardian doing talking like this? Why are they talking like this so crazy? Why are they speaking that way? And I want you all to understand there is a grain of truth in this. I have driven through Ohio. Ohio is basically one big ass farm. What? For those of you who, if you come down from Chicago or something, you might be able to traipse through there or something. Not a bunch of black folk in Indiana like that, but you come down from Chicago or whatever, if you ever deviated over to Ohio. Folks, Ohio is a big ass farm. If you've ever driven the freeway through Ohio, I'm talking about hundreds of miles of farm. Not tens, not dozens. Ohio is hundreds of miles of farm. Hundreds. You drive for hours and hours and hours and it just doesn't stop. Anywhere. Who do you think's paying the bills in Springfield? Damn! Who do you think is throwing advertising dollars at The Guardian? Who do y'all think is doing that? Who do you think is throwing advertising dollars at Bloomberg News? Who do you think's doing that? Did you all consider that for a few moments? What is their dog to fight in this thing? Why on earth are they sending out, Steve Ballmer? Doesn't he have something to do? Like, take care of that NBA team that ain't doing a damn thing. You'd figure he'd have important things to do, and yet Skeletor is sitting up here making YouTube videos as if he's somebody we would ever listen to, trying to propagandize us. What does he get out of this? Do you all understand how much money those folks use, how much money those folks spend? Do you understand that? Do you understand that they know full damn well they didn't do a damn thing to keep it, they didn't do a damn thing to build it, they're not interested in competition, damn sure not interested in innovation. They've got what they got, and now they're looking to make a perpetual system of injustice where they and their heirs do not have to compete. They will simply be born into it, and they have it, and they keep it, and that's all the way they will be right there. And we'll lock that down, and then you realize, oh boy, all these mega rich folk are on the same damn page. Don't let Elon Musk fool you. What? Don't let him fool you. Don't let him deceive you. Some of y'all think about it differently, by the way. Don't let him trick you either. Please remember, a decade ago I showed you Michael Bloomberg and Rupert Murdoch. Fox News, Rupert Murdoch? Yep, both of them sitting on the couch talking about how we need to give a pathway to citizenship to these illegals. Everybody knows what they're doing, and everybody knows how they're doing it. And all of them see us as the primary target, because if we get in charge, you can't throw the white supremacist accusation at us, and we're not on your damn program. We have a better way. We have a better system, and we have a better way. We revolutionized agriculture thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, dozens of years ago, and if they hadn't taken over with the government and agribusiness, we would still be doing it today. We have always had a better way. Always. There's a reason why you don't hear about unarmed people getting gunned down all over the place when there's a black police force. What? When we are the police, you don't hear about people getting shot in the back, which tells you it's not accidental. You don't hear about unarmed women getting gunned down, which tells you that when the white cops do it, it's not accidental. If it's accidental, explain to me how it is that you don't see a bunch of trials with black police officers sitting up there having shot somebody in the back, shot some little pregnant woman, kicked in somebody's door and gunned down a naked woman like Breonna Taylor. You don't ever hear about that. After all these years, the Ben Shapiros and friends never they can never explain why that's not happening. They can never explain why it is. You can name the number of black police officers that have them with on one hand and have enough fingers left over to drive. But with the white ones, it's a never-ending stream. Well, why is that? Why is it that we can do it better? Because we are not at war with the environment. We are not at war with the community. We are not at war with the people. We actually came to construct something. But you are in a wicked, evil, corrupted system of white supremacy. So like Christopher Dorner, you came to construct, they've come to destruct, and you will be the one who gets run out so long as they are in power. They are a vicious, evil, heartless, animalistic lot. And they use their money to perpetuate their barbarism. They are a death cult. White supremacy is a death cult. It revels in suffering and misery and destruction. It loves it because it sees destruction as a tool with which to improve. In reality, all they're using it for is to wipe out anybody who would stand against their barbarism, but that's why they love it. They have told themselves, well, this is making things better. It's obviously not making things better for everyone, but then again, that's not their goal. Their goal isn't to improve things for everyone. Their goal is to improve things for themselves. Understand something, people. Steve Ballmer is a white man who got the benefits of being at a white corporation. And the man who put him there, Bill Gates, is a beneficiary of his white mama. So these are white men who've been given everything they have. Don't you know that they understand how weak their position actually is? Don't you know that they understand that if you had enough capital, and quote, enough capital does not mean trillions of dollars. As black folk right here, if every black person in here had just 100,000 extra dollars, you'd revolutionize the American economy. That's why they make it their goal to make sure you have $0 left over. You must be kept in abject poverty and economic captivity. You can't be allowed to get anything. Not a penny. If you let them niggas have a penny, they'll turn it into a dime. They get a dime, it's a dollar. They get a dollar, it's out. We out of here. They know this. They know this because we've always had an ingenuity of looking at things. We've always been able to eliminate unnecessary inefficiencies. And that gives us the edge every time. We take a look at it and identify inefficiencies and then remove them. But see, in the system of white supremacy, those are not inefficiencies. What? That's what I want y'all to understand. You recognize this is your job. Let me get a show of hands in here right now. For those of you who worked at these jobs, you work at these corporations, you work at these local white companies, you see them doing stupid, dumb stuff day after day, messing up the cash registers. Things are redundant. Things are inefficient. They're wasteful as hell with the money. They're wasteful with the resources. Somebody's lazy ass nephew is just sitting up in here. Give me a show of hands in the chat room if you see this every damn day, and hit the likes button for me. It's 4,000 people in here live and only 1,600 likes. Am I upsetting some folks here? If I'm telling the truth, put a hand up in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. You go to work every day. I don't give a damn if it's McDonald's or McDonnell Douglas. Okay, I understand. I don't give a damn if it's Burger King or Boeing. You see this all the damn time. Any one of us in here could run Boeing better than the absentee imbeciles sitting in Boeing's corporate boardroom today. You and me wouldn't have damn me planes falling out the sky. Doors flying off the planes. Let me tell y'all something. You have never seen an operation run as well as it does when you've got some proud foundational black folk working there. I said it.
And deal with it, nigga.
When the descendants show up, when we there and we kicking it and we live, that's what they've always wondered about that. That's why I showed y'all the galley dancers. I showed y'all the Gandhi dancers. I showed y'all about that. There's a reason for that. Because we've always done better at that. We can sit there, everybody else is bull jiving and lazy. We sitting up there and whatnot, whistling while we working and getting it done better and more efficient than any damn body. Let me tell y'all something. You know why it was that we were so nutritionally blessed as children? Because of our grandmothers, our mothers, and oh yeah, one more damn thing. When you went to work at your schools, Those black women who worked in the cafeterias at the schools when we were children, them women knew how to take care of us. The food wasn't all messed up and burnt. Wasn't a bunch of genetically modified processed garbage. Them women knew how to walk back there and feed 1,000 kids. And they wasn't back there yelling and screaming and arguing and throwing silver at each other and throwing muffins. There wasn't none of that going on. And it was straight every day. Every day. As black men from the soil, we take an extreme amount of pride in what we do. See, understand something here. There's a reason why I want you to understand something. When you talk about this, shout out to Tariq about microphone check. There's a dimension to this, however, that folks don't talk about when we discuss rap and hip hop. Rap and hip hop, do you all understand that one of the core, fundamental, foundational, if you will, principles of rap is name dropping? What? That when they sit up there and make a song, you've heard it for years. When NWA came out, first thing Ice Cube would say was his name. Ice Cube is not for the pop charts. And that's what these young men have learned to do over and over again. They learned that if you want to become popular, if this song catches on, you need your name in the song. You can't wait for the DJ at the radio station to say your name. You can't wait for somebody to stumble across it at the CD store. They learned it. They took pride in the music that they made, and they were willing to bet on themselves, and they imprinted their own name in the actual physical structure of the song. S.I.E. Y'all know it. Y'all know the rest. That wasn't even his song, by the way. For those of you who didn't know, that wasn't even Boosie's song. Wipe Me Down is not even his song. It's the other fella's song. But everybody associates with Boosie. Yeah, because he knew what to do. Think about that for a few moments. Yeah, that wasn't even Boosie. Then took the damn thing over. Whenever they hear the damn song, they associate it with Boosie. And Webby's fans have to remind folks, hey, by the way, that's not even Boosie's song. It's too late now, nigga. It's like a decade. It's gone. Forget it. Forget it. Hey, just collect your check, Webby. Collect your check. But when folk hear the song, first thing to think about is Boosie. Okay, that song was an advertisement. And okay, but understand the reason for it. It was an advertisement because Boosie is proud of his work. Boosie is like, man, you let me rip this damn song, it's gonna pop off. And it did. He wasn't afraid to put his name all over it because he was certain of the quality of his work. That's what I want y'all to understand. Even if it's not necessarily your cup of tea or whatever, understand when rappers do this from time immemorial. LL Cool J, with song I'm Bad, LL I'm Bad. They put their names on it and stamped it on there because they took pride in their work. When it plays on the radio, they want everybody to know that's me because I built this. It's not just another mass-produced song. Tell me when Gene Simmons and Kiss put their names on their songs. The Bee Gees. I'm telling you that we look at all of that different. We look at all that different. So we put our, as foundational folks here, we put our names on it. We stamp our name on it. If you got an issue with it, you come back here. We put our name on it. This is why we want to sit up here and separate ourselves from anybody who wants to run a damn scam, anybody who wants to sit up here and run a damn fraud, because we came to do business. Let me tell y'all something right now. You ain't never seen a black man who is more dedicated to quality than a black man at a barbecue competition. Damn. Oh, I'm saying it right now. We going all the way with it here tonight. We going all the way with it. You ain't never seen a black man who is more on his business. That right there, let me tell you, he'll be standing over you waiting to hear if there's a damn complaint. Y'all remember Old Boy from a Different World? That's taken from real damn life. Y'all know that? If you got a black man who knows how to cook, he'll be done serve you up and dare you to say that this ain't the best you ever ate. He gonna bust your ass over the head with that damn soup ladle for lying on him. You know it. It'd be one thing if he didn't know it was cracking off like that. We know when we doing a good damn job. We'll be there all damn night. I'm talking about obsessive. Niggas are sitting in bed, sitting there dreaming about it. Wish you would sit up here and lie and say this ain't the best you done ever had, and you sitting up here sucking your fingers and your woman's fingers on these damn barbecue ribs. If you don't quit lying on my ribs, don't get your head split down to the white meat. I might throw it on the grill. Damn! I'm talking about all of us identify with that and all of us see that because all of us have lived that. That's not running no scam. That's not trying to give some folks some substandard product or whatever. We gonna stand on that. Meanwhile, McDonald's and Burger King got billions of dollars and won't stand on a damn hamburger. You go to Kentucky Fried Chicken today? Kentucky Fried used to be better than Church's. I'm like, okay, now you can throw both of them at a wall and ain't gonna be nothing but a splatter of grease. It's a mess. It's gotten too big. They don't care about it. They don't take pride in it. Because the CEOs of these companies, it's not their name on it. It's not their name. It's a whole different thing when it's your name on it. And we'll be damned if we're going to have somebody going around kicking dirt on our name. You're going to put some respect on it because we've earned it. But the problem is it is difficult to do your best work under these handicapped conditions. We don't get to do it the right way. We got to do it Bill Gates' way. We got to do it Steve Ballmer's way. We got to do it Google's way, even though their way is trash. Even though their way is wrong. They're not there because they're right. They're there because they're white and in power. Not because they're the smartest in the room, but because they're the most despotic in the room. That's how the West was won. That's how the system perpetuates itself, and they're terrified to death of what will happen if we get in charge of it. They're scared to death of that. They don't want it any time for it to come down to a straight up contest over what that'll be. And by the way, the young man talking about the parking meters in Chicago, talking about Merrill Lynch, who was the CEO of Merrill Lynch back in 2007 or so. 2007, yeah, Stanley O'Neill. Yikes. I know that didn't end very well. I want y'all to understand, folks have sat up here and talked you into an inferiority complex, and I know that you got some folks, they've been desperate for so damn long that they become con men and con artists and whatnot, but understand something. The greatness of Black Wall Street was not that we built some little old janky houses. The greatness of Black Wall Street is we have taken pride in what we did. We had the best restaurants, and by that we mean we had the best food. White restaurants focus on ambiance. Look at the lighting over here. Oh, look at the placemats over here. Oh, the little frills on the tablecloths. Everyone have nice shirts on, and okay, this. Oh, look, we have a big fish up here on the wall. They will spend $1 million on decorations and $5,000 on the damn kitchen. because you're living in the culture of marketing. Well, put all the money into getting the customers up in here. Who gives a damn if the food's trash? I'm tired of people talking about damn me Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Damn. Oh, I'm going there tonight. Ruth's Chris, people, y'all don't, Jason, why come you don't be big up in that? Because their food's trash. Well, it is. If they bring you out one of them steaks, okay, that's fine. The rest, everything else on the damn, only thing they know how to do is make a steak. That's all they know how to do. Everything else is garbage. Their whole damn menu is garbage, and everybody's dancing around acting like it ain't. This is trash, man. I'm sitting there with a bunch of white folks sitting around me. They just gobbling it up. I'm like, what the hell? This is garbage, man. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's not. This is trash. Overpriced, expensive trash. The ambiance was gorgeous. The windows were spotless. The tables were real mahogany. Oh, they had those luxury seats to sit in and whatnot. Everybody was very nicely dressed and tightly dressed there. They had like 3 hostesses at the door. Oh, the wine list was exquisite. The desserts there, they had all kinds of desserts listed there. The dessert list was very expansive, and chewing it was like chewing a damn rubber tennis ball. It was horrible. Stuck my fork in the cheesecake and the fork was standing up straight. You could literally sit there and smack it with your fork and it was bouncing. I told the man, do you see this? He talking about, we can get you another one. I said, you can get me a refund. What is this? Do you want to speak to the chef? Why? So I can punch him in the eye? You don't want to bring him out here. He's going to tell me he did a good job. You don't see this? Talking about a tip. I got a tip for you. Go down to the store and buy some Sara Lee for the next cheesecake, nigga. What? There's my tip. My tip is get his ass out that kitchen. That's my tip. Him or her, get them out the kitchen. That's my tip for y'all. There's a reason that doesn't happen like that. When we get up out there and whatnot, we're not relying on marketing. And I'm not saying that marketing and promotion are not important, because they are. You can have the best product in the world, but if nobody knows it's there, you're going to go out of business. Marketing and promotion is cool. Marketing and promotion cannot be the core of your business. The product or service you're providing must be the core of your business. And we have always done a good job, y'all. Black folk who work at General Motors and Ford are some of the most frustrated people you'll ever meet in your life. Folks who work at these automotive plants today are some of the most frustrated people you'll meet in your life. You know why? Because they see all kinds of stupid ass mistakes being done, and they're like, I'll be damned. If I had the money and whatnot, I'd buy this damn plant and do it right. It's nothing but aggravation at those places, because they all know that if they were running that damn joint, they would have them Dodge Chargers running correctly. They would be running for 200,000 miles and never break down. You don't have the situation that you have today because of us. If we were in charge of it, damn it, we'd have it straightened out. If we were running it, it would look just like everything else we done touched. From sports to music, everything else, it would get straightened out. Let me explain to y'all one more time here. And this is one of the things that I'm going to get into in my documentary, 8 a.m. Update on that coming here a little bit later here tonight. On my documentary, 8 a.m., the music business did not get straightened out until we came into some semblance of power. The only reason that artists today are able to get their publishing and get their masters, and that is more becoming the norm, is because we went to work and we went to war and we straightened that out. You never heard of any of your white artists anywhere correcting that system. From Sam Cooke to Master P to Birdman to Nipsey Hussle, rest in power. We came in and changed everything. We transformed that industry. The term slave deals was something that died on our watch. We put it to death. Everyone knows what a slave deal is today. No one's walking into the music business unaware, signing away their rights. Y'all know that now. Nobody's going in signing away their rights today and they don't know what they're doing. If they go find some talentless hack, and this nigga, if they wasn't gonna give him a damn record deal, is either gonna be a hoe on a stripper pole somewhere or some nigga picking up cigarette butts off of Michigan Avenue. But when we get involved, we straighten things out. That's why young people today, all of them want to be YouTubers. Yeah, because we changed the system of media capitalism. Before we came into power, everybody was getting raped. Let's just call it what it is. Before we came into power in the sports industry, everybody was getting raped. Before we came into power in the music industry, everybody was getting raped. Before we came into power in these different genres, you got into the business to get messed over. When we got done, now everybody's talking about ownership, including Taylor Swift. Damn! Taylor Swift, if she'll ever tell the truth about it, and I think one day she will, that she learned from us. That she didn't have to sit there and get messed over. Now she's gone back and re-recorded her songs so that she can own her publishing and her masters. A bunch of folk learned from us. Cause we didn't sit there and say, oh, woe is me, we getting messed over, blah, 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 blah. We said, oh, hell no, we flipping over some tables, niggas is jumping through windows, we gonna get this straightened out. We're not passing this on to the next generation. We are going to fix this. And today it has been fixed. Everybody knows how to make their own music thing crack off. The only thing stopping you is either lack of talent or lack of funds. But everybody knows, and they know how to go in and what a correct deal is. Everybody's going in looking for publishing and masters. They want to know what those two things are. Everybody going in looking. Ain't nobody sitting up here saying, come buy me a Cadillac, except that old dope fiend nigga they gave a contract to, and they hope that he can make one hit wonder. Everybody else knows they're not going into the business to sit up here and get a car. They're going into the business to be a boss. They're going into the business to be a boss. That did not exist before us. It didn't exist before we came along. When we seized it, we changed it. And now Leor Cohen is out there whining and complaining and singing the blues, talking about the democratization of music. What's wrong with the democratization of it? Because it gets in the way of your damn monopoly you used to have. Now that people are no longer dependent on radio to promote themselves, they've got promotion through social media and they got distribution through Amazon or Apple Tunes, iTunes, or the internet or whatever. Now it's going to be a level damn playing field. Now folks are building themselves. What do you know? You've got more viable independent artists today than you have at any time in recorded music history. We have more viable independent artists today than we have ever had. That's why the corporations have to plow millions of dollars into hand-picked puppets, because independent people are getting more of it. They're becoming more creative. They're becoming more ingenious. They're figuring out ways to promote themselves and get themselves out there. No, they may not hit Michael Jackson money, but then again, Michael Jackson only had one Thriller. These folks are taking their piece of the pie, and what they found out was, by the way, I get to keep a whole lot more of it than them stripper hoes that y'all bought an Hermes bag for. Y'all bought her a handbag, but you keep all of her damn money. I ain't going out that way. You keep more money being independent on your own instead of trying to chase a record deal and hoping that the major corporations will boost you enough and you'll hit the lottery. You do better off promoting yourself, boosting yourself, inflating yourself, building yourself. And that attitude did not exist before we came along and told everybody, stop. You had people who were members of music groups who left their music groups long before Ice Cube. Phil Collins and Genesis, and we can go down the list. Peter Gabriel, you really started there. But you had folk leaving their groups all the time back in the day. Okay, we understand that. It wasn't until Ice Cube made international news, NWA at the height of its popularity, not at the bottom of it. Ice Cube left when NWA was at the top of its game, and he let everybody know the reason was because the money wasn't right. And he said, they ganking us on our money, we signed away our rights, I ain't going for it. That changed an entire generation because he told you that he was in the music business. And it is after Ice Cube that rap music becomes about money, particularly about business, not conspicuous consumption, but about the business of the music business. It's after that that you get Puffy and Rick Ross and all the rest of these folk who are would-be CEOs in the music business. Because now the focus had changed from trying to make a hit album so you can buy a car to making yourself an entrepreneur who owns things. Nobody talked about that before us. Not Jerry Lee Lewis, not Elvis Presley, not Billy Joel. Nobody was talking like that before we came along. Now everyone is talking that way. And what do you know? The music industry is still alive and well and thriving. It's just not as easy to be a plantation anymore. The plantation owners in the so-called music business, life ain't so lovely for them anymore. That's the only thing that has really changed, is now they can't sit up here and dominate the way they used to. They're still living off of all the stored wealth they used to have, which is very quickly dwindling down. That's what they're upset about. But the music business is still alive and well, and it will get better because once you have these big money interests no longer able to poison the well with trash music, then the cream will truly rise to the top. It'll take more time, but just understand the cream will really rise to the top. The rest of these folks they're going to try to get by with investment money, which is what they're doing right now. They're getting venture capitalists and buying up people's catalogs because that's all they can really do. But for the new music going forward, the talented, the folk who actually belong here, because now the gatekeepers can no longer keep you out because we broke down the gates and executed the gatekeepers.
And deal with it, nigga.
That's what changed. And it took us getting in charge and us running things before that became what it is today. It didn't exist before us, and if we disappeared tomorrow, it would disappear along with us. And that's what everyone in the dominant society is afraid of. They're afraid that we are going to do to the system of capitalism what we did to all of the organs in its system. And they're right. We will. That's exactly what we're going to do. They might still have their little penthouses overlooking Central Park, but they'll only have one. They won't have 20 and 30. They'll have one. You and me are getting along just fine with none of that. They'll be all right too. This is why the focus is on the economics and the tangibles. That we are going to grab this monster and seize this monster because we are going to change it from a monster into something beautiful, which other folks are telling you cannot be done. Yes, it absolutely can be done. It just cannot be done by these folk. It cannot be done by people who see everything as war and that everybody has to lose except for them. Because they are talented, they are untalented reprobates who know full damn well they have no business standing there. Steve Ballmer needs to be sweeping the floors at the Clippers arena. He doesn't need to be owning the team. He has no business being there. He hasn't earned it. He has no right. There is no justification for it. He needs to be sweeping the bleachers. He shouldn't be running anything. He's very clearly shown he's inept and incapable. He cannot. White privilege protects him. When we get done, there will be no protection except if you are really that good. If you're really that good, you'll get to stay. But if you're not really that good, you will be ushered off. See, we've never been afraid of competition. That's the reason why we can create things, they call it street ball or whatever, rap battles. We have never been afraid of competition because we have always had confidence in our abilities. Nobody gave us anything. It was not given to us, and since we didn't get it from somebody else, we didn't have to be thankful to somebody else. We could stand on our own 2 feet. Big difference. Big difference. Let me tell y'all something there. You ain't never seen a house built as well as if a black man builds it. You ain't never seen a house built as well as if one of us does it, because we are uniquely in touch with the soil. We understand that you're not building a house, you're building a monument. Let me tell y'all something right there. If you get with a real black contractor who knows what the hell he's doing, if he goes to the place or whatever, they bring the lumber, he's inspecting every beam of wood. He's inspecting every single one like a chef at an exotic restaurant, examining every fish, every squid that comes through there. It's like, no, I can't work with no substandard piece of wood. I can't work with, don't bring me that thing with all these knobs up on here. My name is going to be on this. My name is going to be on this. I don't have to toot my own horn. Everybody else talks about my work. Michael Joseph Jackson never had to tell you that he was the best ever. The whole damn world told you that.
And deal with it, nigga.
He didn't have to say nothing. We just lost Frankie Beverly, rest in power. Frankie Beverly never had to sit up there with the Grammys or whatnot and sit up there with these star-studded events. That man's work spoke for him. Usher just did one of his songs in Detroit. His work spoke for him. We just lost James Earl Jones. That man didn't have to tell you what he was. Darth Vader tells you that. James Earl Jones has spent the last 40-something years hiding from people. His work is so damn good, he spent the last 40 damn years hiding from people. His work speaks for itself. He took pride in it. Didn't even get residuals for Star Wars because he said, since I wasn't on screen, I didn't think I was voice acting. It wasn't the same as regular acting. So no, I'm not going to step over there because that's not up to my standard of what acting should be. You see, when y'all are in charge, I want you to understand that's what it will be. These other folks going to try to knock off. You all are all chomping at the bit. You ready to go. And when you actually have access to it, you will have a higher standard. Y'all ain't never seen nobody cook better than a black woman sitting in the kitchen. I said it. Auntie, chill. I'm talking about even the young ones today. They're not chefs. These women are artists. I'm telling y'all. And once they start looking at ingredients, let me tell you, nigga, they'll bankrupt you. Oh, some of you fellas who got some chicks who like to cook, man, that heifer will bankrupt you. She gonna go everywhere. She's like with Steve Irwin, she's going around the world looking for exotic ingredients. She will bankrupt you. Oh, trust me, she is gonna start buying. If she starts looking, she gonna keep going. If she finds it, if that's the one, that's the one. Oh, she got to have this. She has to have this. If she doesn't have the ingredients she wants, it ain't nothing gonna get cooked. If she can't get the one she wants, she's not gonna do it. I'm talking about she'll drive an hour to the next city over if they're the only ones who got it. She's not going to work with substandard fare. It ain't going to happen. You see, our women have never relied on fillers. Yes, the recipe could be simple and the recipe could be non-complex, but our women have never relied on fillers. It was done, and it was done right. And they make sure it's done correctly. You know why? Because our women ain't gonna put just any old thing in their mouths.
And deal with it, nigga.
Our women have a higher standard. She ain't gonna just put any old thing in her mouth. Now, some of them sexy red looking chicks, okay, well, just, all right, she'll eat an old tire. But for the rest of you with some sense, for the non-sexy red component, she's not gonna just eat any old thing. She's not gonna do it. She's not gonna sit there and get a great big ass heaping spoonful of something she don't even like. She gonna take 3 old bites of that, and that's it. How many of y'all had a grandmama like mine? How many of y'all had a grandmama like mine? That woman, either side of the family. 2, 3 little old bites, that's it. If it wasn't good, she left it. I don't give a damn how much I paid for it. I don't care how nice the restaurant, I don't give a damn how much I paid for it. If she didn't like it, she'll take 2, 3 little old bites and be like, she ready to get back home so she can cook it for herself. She doesn't give a damn what gourmet restaurant I took her to. And you can see it on their face. You can see it on their face. If it ain't right, you can see it on their face. You sitting there looking out the corner of your eye. It's like, okay, if she liked it and stuff, she just keep on chewing, everything's fine. If she didn't, it's a chew once, twice, then you see them lips stop, then you see them start curving in. It's like, oh hell. She done took two little old chews and okay, this didn't go well. Her fork done stopped moving. I'm sitting up like, who the hell is the nigga in the back cooking? What is he doing? Oh, they ain't gonna sit there and damn being polite. Damn being polite. She'll eat a whole damn thing there. See, some of y'all's grandmamas were different than mine. I'm from Louisiana. Some of y'all's were different. Y'all's grandmamas be like, oh, it's all right, baby. I'm not hungry. Mine will tell you, this ain't right. Mine would sit there and tell you, they wouldn't hit you with the, oh, I'm not hungry. They wouldn't hit you with none of that. This ain't right. Baby, you might like this, but this ain't right. I don't know what they put in this. This ain't right. They ain't cooked this all the way. They ain't did this right. She'll sit right there big as daylight and say it to you. They're not going to just eat any old thing. They're not going to just take any old thing. Some of y'all, if you came up like me, your grandmamas cook better than the damn restaurants do. Many of them worked in them restaurants. Soon as the white folk kicked them out the restaurants went to hell. Now they have to spend $1 billion on advertising to make up for their complete and utter lack of quality. Yo, grandmama did a good job because her name was on it. Her name was on that. That was her calling card. She wasn't hiding behind somebody's marketing budget or somebody's promotional budget. That what was on that was her name. And she was proud of her name. Today, when you buy a car, you have to pay twice as much as MSRP if you're going to get one that has somebody putting their name on the damn engine. Who the hell built this? You don't know. Unless you buy a G-Wagon or a Corvette. Well, now it's got the name on the engine. Although what's happening with some of these engines, he might want to take his name off of it. Ain't that a son of a gun, by the way? With the Corvette engines when they brought out the C8. Yeah, remember that? The guys putting their names on the engines, and then the engines were sitting up here catching metal shavings in them. I'm like, okay, bro, you might want to take your name off that engine right quick. Yeah, y'all might want to hold off on this. Do you want your name on this work? None of us would be worried about that. Let me tell y'all right now, understand something. The only reason that you don't have better quality coming out of these places when we sitting there and whatnot is because we're not empowered to be able to do so. If you gave us the ability to do so, you know damn well it's going to get done right. You know full well it is going to get done right. It will be done correctly. It will be done meticulously. It will be done with excess of care. We're going to make sure it's right. You know why? Because we come from places where a nigga go upside your head if it isn't.
Nigga, please.
That's the whole reason. You don't get to sit up here and be some CEO hiding off 8 states away. For us, niggas come see you. The work better be right because niggas can come see you if it isn't. Oh, you gon' stand on it because if you don't stand on it, we gon' stand on you. You don't get to hide 15 states away in your damn beach house somewhere while somebody else getting their head knocked open at Wendy's behind your bull jive ass decisions. So we have always had to stand on what we do. We've always had to know. We've always had to be competent. And we get blamed for everybody else's damn screw-ups. But when you put us in charge of something, it becomes iconic, which is why they have strangled us economically. Because we've shown them what the hell we can do. And they understand, man, if you give them niggas an inch, forget taking a mile. They're just going to take the whole damn planet. Don't make sure they get nothing. Make sure they get absolutely nothing. And you don't even want to know what happens when we start marketing and promoting. Damn! By the way, we are the best, most relentless marketers and promoters on the planet. And we're not just relentless. We are ingenious. We know how to take literally anything you hand us and make it hot. We can take literally anything you hand to us and we gonna make it pop. The Cybertruck is an abortion. The Tesla Cybertruck is a damn joke. Somebody in the chat room must have felt what I was saying. The Cybertruck is a damn joke. It wasn't until you had a couple of rappers who figured out how the hell to put a damn paint job on that thing. Now everybody and their mama want to go get one. Resale value is still going to plummet. But, by the way, now folks are like, hey, I can see myself with one of them. We get a hold of something, we make it hot. We get a hold of something, we make it move. We get a hold of something and we make it something to be envied. Ain't nobody else got that. Nobody else. That's why the economics are paramount, because that is the only stumbling block still in our way. There isn't anything they do that we could not do 5 times better, 10 times better if the money wasn't strangled. And they know it. Let me tell y'all something right now. For those of you who live in cities where you got that kind of competition going on, there's a reason why the white folks in Houston went to war when the turkey leg hut opened up. They went to war because when they saw that line, they realized all that place is a gravity well. It's a vacuum cleaner. It's going to suck the life out of everything. People will drop. Let me tell y'all what the holy grail is of retail business. I want to explain to you all right now tonight because you don't go through formal business classes and don't understand it. This is the holy grail of retail business. Having a business that is so well executed that people will drive past your competitors, even if your competitors are cheaper, so they can come do business with you. Damn! That is the holy grail of retail business, storefront business, brick and mortar business, having a business that is so good, so attractive, you do your job so well, you're so excellent, the product is so incomparable that your customers will drive past everybody else selling something similar, selling it cheaper to come to you. At that point, you have a license to print money. That's the holy grail. Everybody wants that. Everyone fights for it. Turkey Leg Hut got it. Sweetie Pie's got it. Sylvia's got it. When we got proper funding and ain't nobody bringing a bunch of bull crap in our way, we make it pop, baby. That's the last time y'all ever gonna be able to make $1. Next thing you know, you see them coming to our side, sitting up here, putting flyers up under the windshield wipers of our customers. That's why you need to have security out there in the parking lots and whatnot. Chase them bastards off. Remember, like, what was that? Was it Coming to America? John Amos was doing the knockoff of McDonald's, and McDonald's, private investigators sitting there taking pictures, and he had to run the man off. Hey, get away from me. That's what you'll be doing with them folks when they try to come and put their little flyers up into your customers' windshield wipers. Man, if y'all don't go off and go buy some more mayonnaise, damn me, television ads, don't be coming over here soliciting my people. You don't get to go to, and that's another thing, don't let them do that. I'm serious, folks. Let me tell y'all something. If for those of you, when you do go into business, you do go make it pop off, man, you don't let people come up and go do no mess like that. No. You got to get gangster with it. You don't let nobody sit up here and do nothing like that. You don't get to go up in the Walmart and talk about, hey, y'all want to come buy from Brown's Dollar Store? You don't get to go up in the Walmart and stand at the end of the damn checkout registers and hand people flyers. You don't get to do that. You don't get to go to Target, stand in front of the checkout registers and hand people flyers for your store. You don't get to do that. What the hell? You tell me where you get to do that at. You set up business and here they come big as daylight, sitting up here putting flyers up on your customers' cars. Man, they know where the hell your bull jive ass restaurant, so-called restaurant is. They didn't avoid it by accident. They don't need to have a second trip. Hey, give us a second try. They don't need to give you a second try. They didn't want to do the first one. They don't need to give you a second look. We got this locked down over here. What Pretty Tony tell you in the mat? Hey, nigga, you know the rules. Yo, customers chose me. You know the rules. I'm serious, y'all. Y'all get out there in them parking lots and chase their asses off. I'll be damned. You try going to their restaurant and putting your flyers under their customers' windshield wipers and see how that goes. You chase their asses up out of here. Your customers chose me. Now, we can settle this like you got some class, which means you carry your ass, or we can get into some gangster stuff right here in this parking lot. But you done with it. They chose me. For real, for real. Y'all don't let them folks sit up here and do that. Do not let them sit up here and do that. There's nowhere in America you can go where they sit up here and let you do that kind of thing. Nowhere. Then they tell you that's all right for you. The hell it is. They show up, it's like, oh, no, we going the nigger route today.
And deal with it, nigga.
Tell them we chasing y'all up off the block like the Proud Boys. You ain't coming around here with it. You ain't coming around here with it at all. No, the tangibles are the priority for us because we understand that is the final obstacle standing in our way of transforming the environment. That is the last thing that's standing in our way. Truth be told, it is the only thing standing in our way, which is why we're focused on the economics like never before. We don't even want to have a conversation with nobody unless it's economics based. And we don't want to hear no damn excuses. If Chicago can sit up here and hand off the parking meters to Merrill Lynch and give out a bunch of free money to illegals, you got a whole lot more you can do with that right there. Hand it over here to us and we're going to get that thing revitalized. And I'm talking about right there on the south side. Right there on the south side. Folks will be driving past Lincoln Yards if they ever get that finished and coming down here. That's why they don't want us running that the right way. The bottom line is we do it better. And everyone knows we do it better. Which is why it is imperative that they make sure we don't get nowhere with it. I want y'all to understand that's what the deal is. Stop letting people gaslight you into believing that we don't take pride in our work. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And yes, you do. And when we have control of the economics, if there are any lazy niggas hanging around, we'll finally have the wherewithal and the resources to run their asses up off the block. And the white supremacist structure that finances them to hang around and loiter, we're going to get rid of that too. See, that's where the money comes in and the economics come in. You got the ability to make sure that if folks are loitering, it's because them folk brought them there. If folks are loitering, it's because they brought them there because that's their intention. That's the game that they're playing. They know what they're doing if somebody brought them there. It wasn't accidental. If they've been brought there, if they're still standing around, somebody brought them here for that reason. They brought them here because they wanted them to do something. Want to show y'all something here from Vice. I don't want to play too much here because Vice will be done set up here and they'll be done set up here and try to jack things up on me here. But just a word of warning to you. They're talking about the Moors now. Just a word of warning, they're talking about the Moors. So for those of you out there talking about being Moors and stuff, by the way, you want to be famous, they're going to give you what you came for. They got a video on Vice on YouTube called The Rise of the Moors. I want y'all to hear some of what happened here. By the way, fair use, YouTube and Vice, fair use.
Just being a single woman trying to compete with a lot of these couples, I lost out on about 13 houses before I came across this one. When I walked in the door, I was like, this is my house. So whatever I can do to get it, I'm gonna get it.
You guys, I'm not even kidding. This is the literal SWAT team that was called.
Shanetta Little was finalizing construction plans on her first home when a stranger changed the locks and told her that the house she bought was actually his.
So that's what they're saying there. One of these Moorish dudes ran up in her house, changed the locks, and told her, this is my house. You're on my land. Talk about bum ass, to be totally honest. Talk about bum ass. It gets sillier. I want you to listen to this part.
Yes. I got 2 letters, actually. The first one I got from Jaleel Hugh L. There were like seals and fingerprints and signatures basically saying that my home was on someone else's ancestral lands. I ignored it the first time and they sent me another letter saying because I didn't respond, now we own this house.
So he trying some I'm broken, I say so. Basically. Yeah. He didn't go where the white folk are, by the way. Now, there's another thing. He doesn't go where the white folk are. He doesn't go over there. That's how you know you're dealing with one of these little engineered Trader Coons puppets. He didn't go where they are. He didn't go there. He went over here. Yeah, that tells you something.
The third time was basically when all shit hit the fan. So they sawed off the locks, put their own locks on. He is now occupying the home.
How do they get him out of the house?
Oh, they busted the door down and they basically dragged him out. And it was really scary. Like, you know, I applied for a gun license. I got pepper spray, you know, knives.
Wow.
It was really traumatizing.
Police officers still reeling from a deadly attack.
So that's some of what they're doing out there. But I wanted you all to hear something else here.
Over the property.
The man who occupies Shanetta's home was never charged and still maintains the land belongs to him. We did our...
Now, did you hear that? Now, you heard this woman give you her story now. You heard what she said. And by the way, if you want to know what occurred, this happened.
Ownership over the property.
The man who occupies Shanetta's home was never charged and still maintains the land belongs to him.
So let me get this right. They sent out the SWAT team to come and yank him out of her home. The whole SWAT team had to show up, and what you're telling us is that SWAT team shows up for non-criminal events. So the SWAT team is there for non-criminal. How is that even possible? It's possible because that's the plan. You see, if he had gone to the white folks side of town, they would have done that. This would be a whole different scenario. He's fulfilling his part of the mission. He's fulfilling his part of the mission. The dominant society is telling him, okay, you can go ahead and do that. He's fulfilling his part of the mission, their mission, the one they sent him for. If he went to go do this to Becky or Susan or Gertrude, you all know how this goes. Yeah, this is straight up ops. These are straight up operatives. You know how this goes. So yes, folks, these things don't happen by accident is what I'm telling you. It's all engineered. It doesn't happen by accident. They know what they're doing. And we are the targets. We've always been. We always will be. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. We are going to be facing that. So that is why it is essential that you keep us economically starved, because fellas like that ain't gonna get to keep around for no amount of time. They won't be able to do it. It's not gonna happen. He won't be able to stay. The unproductive, the uncompetitive, the unambitious, when we get done, it's like, nigga, oh, you was living good when white folk were running things. You won't be able to stick around when we get done. You're going to have to pull your own damn weight. Let me explain something to y'all right now. You know the people who do not put up with a lazy female more than anybody else? Women. What? Fellas, let me tell y'all something. We got a homeboy. That nigga's broke. Every time paydays show up, this nigga, hey, you in there? Hey, I'm having car trouble. You hear from that nigga about once every other month? New sob story to lay on you. Men sit up here and throw money like that. Fellas, though, just to get him out your face. Men will throw some money like that. And if it's a chick, one of them bad luck broads, you got one of them bad luck broads, she always having trouble of some kind. She's always in a mess. Hey, boo. Hey. What you doing? Oh, you know, I just need a little bit of something to tie me over to a payday here. That's what happens at a man's house. Women have a one loan only rule. What? Y'all don't know that. Women have a one loan only. They'll give their girlfriend some money one time. That heifer better not never be back for the rest of her life. Women don't want to hear it. Men will sit up here and let a broad sit up here and string us along for damn me decades. Women loan each other money one damn time. They don't give a damn if that heifer got to carry her car to work. She is you don't get to come back no 2-3 damn times. Women don't do that. Men do that for years. Women don't loan each other money, much less give it. They don't do that. If they do, it happens one time. That is it. The next time the chick come back, wait a minute, didn't you already ask me for something? I ain't got it. No, it's not going to be no discussion about it whatsoever. You can't come back. There's no second loans. It ain't. Women don't operate that way. They don't. I'm talking about, and y'all, women know this. That's why they don't loan money to their coworkers. Damn. Women don't loan money to their coworkers because they know that she knows when you get paid. That's the reason she hitting you up. So that heifer come by on Thursday. That heifer show up on Thursday because she know that's when the direct deposits hit. That's why they don't loan money to their female coworkers, because you know after that on Thursday, here she come like a damn rain cloud coming through the building. It's like, oh, hell no. We're not going to do this every week. We're not going to do this every week. Women do not loan money. Women don't believe in another broad eating off them. We got some folk in here who don't never comment. They spoke up tonight. Then them perked up tonight and said, yes, Lord, he telling the truth. Some folks, I ain't never seen them comment. That woke them up. They said, oh, you speaking my language. Yeah, he telling the truth to you. Yep. Women know it. Y'all don't loan money to nobody. If another women will be quick to tell you, if I can work 40 hours this week, if I can do 20 hours of overtime, heifer, so can you. Oh, women will be quick to tell each other that. Men sit up here and listen to folks' sob stories. You get some chick show up one night, she's showing some thigh. You done stop asking what the hell was going wrong. Women don't operate that way. She like, look here, heifer, I work the same hours you did. How am I you broke and I'm not? We both work at the same damn place. If I could do extra overtime, you can too. Oh, women turn to Republicans on each other real quick. Soon as another female want to get off in her pockets, women become conservatives real fast. Women only do that liberal garbage when they got a man to eat off of. When the women are sitting around with each other, oh man, they get tight. Oh, they ain't giving nothing. Get out my pockets, nigga. I'm talking about like $5. They don't give each other parking toll money. Damn. Y'all don't understand. It's all the way serious over there on the estrogen side of the game. They don't give each other parking money because they know it ain't never gonna stop. She knows women have a rule. For the fellas who don't know, don't believe me, watch the women in the chat room when I say this. Women have an unspoken rule towards other women. They know that a woman can't support another woman. Because if you start supporting another woman, she starts treating you like her man. And by that, I mean that she expects you to be her protector and provider. Women understand you can't support another woman. Can't do it. If you give that to her, you start supporting another female, it never stops. Women understand those are the rules. If I start supporting you, it ain't gonna quit. It ain't gonna quit. Not at all. Look at the females in the chat room, y'all. If you think I'm making this up, okay. Females are not gonna do that. Okay, so if Sexy Red bummy ass show up trying to get $2 or $3, like, oh, she got to leave. The women will be real quick to tell her, oh, no, you got to go. You talk about the brother in Dallas who then females come up in this damn restaurant dancing on the furniture. He was the nice guy. Y'all don't understand. He's the nice one. Do you know what would have happened if that had been a black woman's restaurant? Damn! Oh, that brother in Dallas, he was the good guy. He was the nice guy. I wish you would have a restaurant that a black female done started, and another chick come up in there acting a fool and dancing on her furniture and acting like she owns it and costing her money. Oh, you'll catch a damn broomstick upside the head. The women ain't gonna play about that. Talking about getting free food and standing on the furniture and you costing money and being a problem. The females would have chased their asses up out of there. That wasn't gonna last no amount of time. They were doing real good with him. He was sitting there arguing with them. The women ain't gonna argue with you. They're not gonna argue with another woman. Females are not really gonna sit there and argue with another woman like that, especially if it's about money. You all them fighting videos online with them women, if it's about money, nigga, it's going down. It's going down. Females do not believe in letting another woman sit up here and leech off of them and eat off of them and blood suck. Man, she ain't gonna have it. So if you put her in charge and she done built it and she done got it right, she like, heifer, if I can do it, you can do it too. No excuses. No excuses. That's where we're going with it. That's why the economics are crucial. It's going to be excellence. If she can put in the work, you can put in the work. Not going to sit up here and all the rest of us working and you sitting over here seeing if you can wiggle your butt cheeks. Woke up at 9 in the morning, you're looking all hungover. It's 6 in the damn evening. You still glazed over trying to bum a damn joint off somebody. The women ain't gonna take that if they gotta pay for another chick. Please understand, it'll be universal. That's the reason why the dominant society needs to stay in charge to keep these stumbling blocks in the way. It's not you and me keeping them around. It's the dominant society keeping them around because their plan and their strategy is to construct and erect these artificial barriers. Everything is engineered by them. That's why they dump them off in our neighborhoods. They dump the illegals in our neighborhoods, the bums in our neighborhoods, the criminal in our neighborhoods. Yeah, that's engineered. That's not natural selection. That's engineered. They're the ones doing it. You ain't never seen a bunch of folks loitering in the white neighborhoods. You ain't seen it. They're not allowed. I wish you would show up in they damn neighborhoods talking about setting up a tent. Talking about you homeless. Tell me when you all have ever seen homeless people in a gated community.
Nigga, please.
If you all think that, oh, they were just in, it was a legal dispute and it wasn't clear. Okay, then tell me why come you didn't see the homeless people in the gated communities. You didn't see the homeless people down there in Beverly Hills. I know, I was there. Homeless folk all up and down Skid Row, all up and down heading into downtown. Wasn't no homeless people on Beverly Hills. Wasn't no homeless people in front of the Chanel store. Wasn't no homeless people in front of Louis Vuitton. Wasn't no homeless people in front of Rolex. Wasn't nothing homeless down there. $200,000 and $300,000 cars. No homeless tents anywhere to be found. Explain to me how the hell that is. Explain to me how the hell that is. Come on now. Same city as everybody else, and yet they ain't got the same problem. Come on. Go down Rodeo Drive. Okay, I'm talking about go back the other direction where the houses are. Not down where the stores are. Bust that 180. Head back where the houses are. Ain't no homeless folk up in there neither. Ain't no homeless folk up in there neither. Now, come to your side of town, and you stepping over homeless folk all over the damn place. I'll be damned. That's not accidental, nor is that natural selection. It's engineered. And once we have the economics, the reason why we're insisting on that is because now we're going to go ahead and fix some of them problems. And they know it. That's why they're trying to import as many of them from all these immigrant countries as they can to replenish those numbers. They're hoping that this will be an issue for the next couple of centuries. So they're trying to get that all into place now because they know we ain't going to have it. Now you're getting too far out of line and too far out of the pocket, and we ain't going to have it. That's the difference. However, you might disagree. Therefore, we're going to go ahead and get the Zoom up for you all so you can go ahead and call in on that. We'll go ahead and get that up for you here so you can go ahead and call in on that. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Descendants Lair, Joanne, Nancy, everybody else here, Logic Before Emotion, Cyberdyne 100. Everybody else here who contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that here as well. Want to make an announcement. Let me go ahead and make an announcement here right quick also. Brothers and sisters from around the world, it is a done deal. I have always wanted to do bigger and better here. You all were a part of my first documentary film, 7 a.m., the first and only documentary of its kind that gives an in-depth examination of why we are the poorest people in the world, black business, black entrepreneurship. It was my inaugural event. Very proud of it. It was the little indie that could. We are now preparing to release 8 a.m., the successor to 7 a.m., not a sequel, but a successor to it, which takes you so far into the game on this right here that really, to be totally honest, it needs to be a mini-series. It'll be well worth the while. We are going to be having our premiere in New York City. I have finalized the arrangements. I've signed the documents. We've got everything reserved. So for those of you who want to join us for the worldwide premiere in New York, it'll be next month. Tomorrow night, I'm going to give the specifics on it. We're going to go ahead and give the specifics, the date, everything else. So tomorrow night, you're going to want to be here when we do that. I've got some more things to announce. I'll let you know exactly what we're doing here, but it was my goal to have us in Times Square. We've been at the SVA Theater and whatnot. We opened that market a decade ago. I'm very proud that we did that. But it was my goal this time to get us somewhere else. I wanted to be in the middle of the action. I wanted to be in the heart of things. I wanted them to see a sizable number of us show up. And it's not for rampant consumerism, because you know when we show up in numbers, it gets folks' attention. So I want you all to be prepared. If you want to be a part of the premiere of it, it'll be in New York City. We're going to be in Times Square. Some of y'all probably want to make a weekend of it. So get ready. I'm going to have the dates for the other venues coming afterward here. But just so you be aware, tomorrow night, we're going to go ahead and give you all the info on that. You're going to want to be a part of it. Don't be surprised if I surprise you. I'll say no more. So, before now, we did it big. We getting ready to do it mega. We're going to take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. When we come back, we'll probably take a few of your calls and more. This is the Black Channel.
Are you looking for real financial advice? Thornton Financial is here to help. Certified financial planner Jason Thornton specializes in tax and wealth planning. Are you living paycheck to paycheck with no retirement plan? Do you need help with the IRS? Book your free consultation with Thornton Financial today. Budgeting, savings, debt management, and retirement. Even tax debt settlements. Get the advice you need to live your best life. Book your free consultation appointment today. Go to www.thornton-financial.com.
Hi, I'm Mr. B, and I welcome you to visit my website, mrbetheteacher.com. Explore our site for my latest book, my blog, and podcast that are packed with insightful articles, tips, and strategies to help students navigate the educational journey. Need more help? Check out my education consulting and tutoring services for engaging lessons, downloadable resources, and personalized learning plans. Please join us at mrbetheteacher.com today. Thank you all for listening.
Order yours today to experience all the benefits of Ash Kickin' Body Butter. With skin so smooth and soft, you'll thank us for it. Shop Ash Kickin' online. That's ASHKICKIN.com.
Hi, this is Brenda Starr, creator of Poetry with a Purpose and author of the book Pressed But Not Crushed. Pressed But Not Crushed is an anthology of political poems that address current and historical issues in American descendants of slave population and African American population. The book describes slavery and its residuals, Jim Crow segregation, social depredation, and other relevant issues to American descendants of slaves and African Americans, including the current political climate that does not address our issues.
This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening. As we are engaging in tonight's conversation here, we're talking about why economic tangibles are the priority. And I wanted to have a broadcast here tonight to focus on that because we need to stay centered on that kind of thing. Presidential elections come and go. Black empowerment is eternal. And we are the only ones who are going to protect that. We have been engaged in a centuries-long conflict by people who intend to make us their eternal slaves, and then eventually you'll have to be disposed of altogether. That is always in the plan, that's always in the format, and it will never leave. Other generations have been focused on other things. Some of them were focused on pure survival. Others were focused on building. The civil rights generation was focused on social status and having emotional security. We are different. We already have our own emotional security, and we are not looking for that outside of ourselves. We have that within ourselves, and that's what's fueling us. But we also see that other people are trying to play us for a fool. Now, that's the other thing that we see. Previous generations have, quote, played the game. They saw where that kind of thing was happening. They saw where that kind of thing was occurring, and they just sat with it. And that became their way of dealing with things, or should I say not dealing with it. That became their way of doing it, is to try to ignore that, to get better at being abused. Building an economy was not on their radar. The reason that building one was not on their radar was because they saw that as an impediment. You see, black businesses to them did not give them status. That's the issue that they had. Yeah, they could do this, but black businesses don't really give you status. Integrating in the dominant society gives status. So that's why you hear different things from them than you hear here. That's why they put so much pride in being the first Negro. They put a tremendous amount of pride in being that. That's why you heard so many of them talk about that, to the point that many of you get sick. Tired of hearing people talk about that kind of thing. The first Negro at this school, and the first Negro at that job, and the first Negro in that government agency. We did not want that. We did not look for that. That doesn't have value with us. We're building something different. We're building something completely different. And what we're building is going to be something that's going to change the dynamic permanently. A lot of folks are afraid of that. A lot of them are afraid of that. And for good reason. They've built everything they have on keeping things the way it is. We've never been afraid of competition. We've never been afraid of building, and we're certainly not afraid of it now. And we're not going to be worried about it going forward because, you see, we've had to take the harder way to do things. We've had to take the longer way to do things. That's made us harder, and that's actually a good thing. We haven't been raised candy puff and easy. That's another reason to get the low lives, the coons, the sellouts, the lazy, the shiftless, the dusty. That's why they got to go. The weak aren't going to get us anywhere. The weak will be the first ones to sell out. The weak will be the first ones running back to white daddy and white mommy. Please understand that. The first folks who are going to go back crying to white mommy and white daddy are going to be the weak. Those are going to be the first people to do that. They're going to be the first ones saying, hey, can we get y'all to come over here? They'll have nothing to offer them. They're not useful and they have nothing to offer. Also, please understand the Candace Owenses and the Thomas Sowells, the reason why they are adamantly opposed to us rising up is because they know full well that the white supremacists they're kissing ass on, if we get our act together and we start coming into power, they're not going to have a seat at the table no more. The only reason they let you around was because they thought that you could be and serve as a destabilizing force. But if you're not going to be able to serve that purpose, you got to go. And that's why they dumped all them Negroes overboard on MSNBC and CNN. If you can't achieve their ultimate goal of being an effective operative to mislead the masses, we're not going to support you. That's why Roland Martin is trying to sweep in and rake in as much money as he can right now, because once it gets exposed that, by the way, you're not influential and you don't make anything happen, it's like, okay, why do we have to pay you anything? You're not moving the needle. You're not influential. You can't really make anything happen. Why do we have to give you anything? Big difference. See, the issue here is you don't get to play the black token card with us. That one doesn't work. You don't get to play the black token card. You get to play the black empowerment card, but that we get to count for that one. Either you produce results or we're really not trying to hear nothing you got to say. You have to have results for that one. You don't get to bull jive and lean on, well, I'm black, so this is what I don't have to do. When you say you're black over here, it comes along with what you have to do. Let me get over here on Zoom. I got Michael over here on Zoom. What's on your mind, Michael?
Well, it's just that if we had Africa to back us, some of those countries over in Africa, our task would be a whole lot easier. But for some reason, they just can't get on code with us.
Well, they're not on code with each other, first of all. Forget being on code with us. We're on the other side of the ocean. Show me one place in Africa where they're on code with each other. I rest my case. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Furthermore, like I say, we're going to be the leaders here. We're going to be the leaders. We're going to be the trendsetters. We're going to be the ones who show everybody how it's done. They're going to follow our lead. Okay, Chris, go ahead and unmute yourself. All right.
Hey, how you doing, Jason?
All right, Chris, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I was doing some intel on like the Boule and stuff like that, and just trying to figure out, how they worked and their relationship with white supremacy. But one interesting I found is that like a lot of their chapters I was surprised at how much money they move just from their membership fees. So I was wondering if what you thought about the idea of maybe people from this space, we have 30, 40 people per metro area that got our money right, where we can go put a couple $100 a month into a pot each and go make some moves, because they move like $200,000 per chapter. So I was wondering what you thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely where your sororities and fraternities are concerned, they're ultimately useless, but they can at least organize sometimes. So that's the agenda. Just like the so-called black church doesn't get a whole lot done, but when they do get together, at least the pimp preacher has organized an agenda. So that kind of thing would certainly work. What I would like to do, and by the way, that's the kind of thing, actually, I've been dealing with that also, but there would have to be requirements on it, because here's the issue. The issue is those folk that you're talking about, the ones they've been to college and stuff like that, they're not making minimum wage. They are misguided, right, or whatever it is you want to call it, but they're not making minimum wage. They're not in between jobs. So they are in many ways executing what Samuel Gompers said, when they were having organized labor in America. Remember, the number one rule of organized labor when they were putting that together and themselves together, the rule was that you had to be skilled. You had to be a skilled laborer. You couldn't just be general labor. You had to have a skill, plumbing, carpentry, masonry. You had to be a skilled laborer because it took years for you to learn how to do what you do. And if you go on strike today, the company may want to replace you, but it'll take years to replace you. And the company won't last. The company will go out of business quicker than we have to worry about coming back to work. That's right. How they got empowered. So these other folks who organize the way you're talking about and whatnot, they bring that to the table. Like it or not, once again, that's why they keep bragging about their fraternities. Yeah, but their fraternities are also connected to those schools they went to. Whether you think they put their degrees to use in a positive way or not, is tied to the schools they went to. So what you're saying absolutely works. The issue, the number one issue that we would have, which, by the way, I've been examining and dealing with here to the extent that we can, if you do that kind of thing, you can't, it's going to have to be for folks who actually are focused. They've brought some resources. Their credit score isn't in double digits, things like that. They actually have, some savings of a sizable amount. Those are the things you're going to need to have. Folks who are motivated but didn't bring any money or resources or ability to gain that, that's where we tend to fall off at. And the white folk are giving them advantages in that regard, because when you think about it for a few moments, I mean, you take a look at Joy Reid, you take a look at Simone Sanders, you take a look at Roland Martin, you take a look at Monique Presley. I mean, Kamala Harris, what do you got? Take a look there. A bunch of sororities, a bunch of fraternities, a bunch of schools, and all of them fighting and competing to get the most benefits and tangibles from the dominant society. Well, that's what they learned in college. That's what they were taught there. So what you're saying is absolutely correct. The real thing is about the qualifiers for it, because just saying that statement is not enough. I'm going to go beyond it there. Like Sylvester Stallone said in that second to the last Rambo movie, if we didn't bring tens of thousands, we're not going to change anything. So there's another thing that we have to be brutally honest with ourselves about. This is like saying that you're going to build a subdivision on $100 a month. You have a very nice ambition, but what you're saying is impractical. When a person says something like that, I'm not saying you're saying that, but when they say something like that, it's impractical. So if we're really serious, that's the way it needs to be counted. Now, if you're going to do such a thing, there's also a responsibility on the people. We can't sit up around here and have another Jay Morrison. What? Yeah, I said that. Him and any of the other jackalopes hanging around him. By the way, you have to lose your appetite for con men and con men adjacent people. We have to completely divest ourselves, if you will, of that appetite for that or that susceptibility to it. Can't just have somebody walk in the room saying, hey, I'm black like you. It's like, no. I took a look at your bank account. You're not like me. Right. Ooh, you being sedity and snooty. No, I'm not. I'm being practical here Did you come to help us build? Did you come to eat with us, or did you come to eat off us? See, we have to get very, very stern about that point right there. Don't tell me that you sick of poverty and you sick of being down and out and whatnot, and I don't see no muscle, no hustle. This idea that you're going to sit next to the rest of us and we brought resources and you brought a good talking game. What we need to do is sit you back over here where you were till you move past talking. Please understand, brother, and I don't know how long you've been listening to me, but I mean, I've been doing this now going on 20 years. And what I'm saying is, do you know how many people have been listening to me for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 17 years? And credit is still upside down. Still don't have any savings. Some of y'all done gone off and had a couple of bastard kids. I see you. Some of y'all done gone off looking to see if you can get a sponsor. Some of you become strippers. Damn! I ain't gonna say your name, baby, but you know who you are. Some of y'all out here, I'm just saying, you're not serious. It doesn't take 5 years to fix those issues I just told you about. It doesn't take 5 years to take your credit score from 600 to 700. It doesn't take 5 years to take your savings from $500 to $5,000. It doesn't take 5 years to do that. It doesn't, unless you're doing a bunch of partying and bull jiving and messing around year after year after year. So the answer to your question is, brother, what your answer to the question is, that's a great idea. First, you have to locate the truly serious, who that's what they're on. We can criticize the Boule folk all we want to. The bottom line is they're serious, at least in their own interests. Even if they are sellouts, that's a personal descriptor. That doesn't change the fact that, by the way, look what they did. Look how serious they are. They're more dedicated to pursuing their coonery than a lot of us have been pursuing, building, or at least being serious about having resources. So, brother, it comes down to that. I'm not even talking about reparations grade. I'm just talking about realize something. For a lot of folks there, if you give them a credit card, they done gone off and just maxed it out in the first week at Chipotle. Not seeing that this is something you're supposed to build here. It's like, okay, I need to get my credit together so I can actually start taking out some real financing for some real things. Nobody's going to take me seriously if I can't manage $500. Why would they give me $5,000 or $50,000? That's the difference. So what you're saying is absolutely correct. It's absolutely right. It is the whole reason that I made the Black channel. And who knows? For our next set of movies here we're doing and whatnot, that could be in the offing. Don't be surprised if I surprise you.
Definitely. I appreciate that, Jason, and I'll definitely take that information.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Yeah, like I say, definitely what happens here is that people have a lot of folks say that same notion. Why can't we do XYZ? Why can't we do XYZ? We can't do it if you came empty-handed. We can't do it if you came empty-handed. If you transform what we do here into church, where the man preaches at you, you've been the biggest slut in Hoville for the last 10 years. The man preaches to you on Saturday and Sunday. You're sitting up there whooping it up and cheering and everything else. And then as soon as you leave here, you go back to doing what you were doing. Well, now you've converted something that could have been life-changing and you've turned it into entertainment. That's the part folk have to lose their appetite for. It's one thing to sit up and talk about building something. It's another thing to work 60 hours this week. It's one thing to talk about what you want to do. It's another thing to work 60 hours doing it. That's a big difference. It's one thing to talk about what these other folk are not doing. Look, they got together on XYZ, and then take a look at your credit score, and you're not doing anything useful or progressive or productive with it. There's where the disconnect is. It isn't so much that in intelligent Black society that folks don't see that's the issue. The issue is a lot of folks are waiting for a savior. They waiting for a savior. If they do get their credit score together, it's straight to the car dealership. Straight to the car dealership. So we can practice some material therapy. The folks we're up against and whatnot, that's not their biggest concern. Everything for them is about, by the way, are we investing? Are we flipping? Are we turning it bigger than it was? They got long-term plans. And I meant what I said to the young man there. I got a bunch of folks here who've been listening to me now for decades. Well, going on decades. Some of them haven't touched a single thing with it. Folks, Dr. Claude Anderson, if you took anything from what Dr. Claude Anderson said, the